我哋呢個 ALGS Party 咧就 It's coming。呢個有樣貌嘅翻嚟啦，後尾有播 Spotify 先。大家。斟個水先，唔係去廁所先。好，咁我估咧，今日就好似冇乜人喎。咁呢個時候嘅話咧，就不如我哋 hea 陣先 ，hea 陣 APEX， 我哋就轉翻過嚟啦。哦。 哇！第一次睇到 Maggie。亂做操作啊！唔玩殘月。Oh yeah.
Death finds a way.
This outfit could use some high-caliber accessories. Something's whispering in your ear.
哇！我呢隊好特別啊！
Silence it. Introducing your champion. I'm going there. You would be wise to follow. Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Volt SMG here.
Material secured. Attention. First blood. Dibs.
First blood. And so it begins.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 4. Only the best for my friends.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
45 seconds until the ring closes. We've got time, but not much. Found some materials.
Cargo bot down. 30 seconds before the ring closes. Use it well.
Flatline here.
A useful tool.
Let's do some shopping.
Gotta hop up here. Angle receiver. Close to the ring. 10 seconds.
You are coming home with me tonight.
I have materials. There's a new kill here. Just another insect, if you ask me. Dying outside the ring would be pointless.
Capture some
Back
materials.
here. Level 2.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Those care packages likely shift the delta in our favor.
Extended heavy magazine here. Level 4.
I have located some materials. I have located some materials.
Disregard that.
R301 here.
I'll take that.
Optics here. Close range.
Jump drive set.
I can make use of that.
Open up shop and shut him down. Don't mind if I do. Nice choice. You got good taste. Activating jump drive. I'm crafting. Patience.
I am crafting. You irrelevant bacterium.
Optics here. Mid-range.
One moment. I'm crafting.
Jump drive out. Shops open for VIPs only. My favorite kind of loot. The kind that's all mine.
Round 2. Beginning ring
We should inspect that area. I retract that.
Hold on, I need to heal.
Replicator incoming.
Thorough barrier there.
There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. I must confess, it's what I long for.
Fuck.
Pinpointed the attackers.
哇，定得滯，掟牌唔中。
Heal, heal, heal.
Target over there.
Firing on subjects.
I'm under fire. Shooting. Enemy down.
Truck set and waiting.
Recharging my shields.
Shields are depleted. Recharging. We're close
Enemy
to the
right
ring.
here.
We have 1 minute. Blinding them.
Where? I've added a variable. Clear. I still feel it.
Grenade.
Reloading.
Another squad is on us.
I still see everything. Another variable for the lab rats.
Enemy is at location.
Taking fire. 30 seconds to charge.
Reloading.
On myself.
Recharging shields. Healing.
Target here.
10 seconds. Evo shield here. Level 3.
Let's put you in mind.
Hold on, I need to heal.
Dying outside the ring would be pointless.
Enemy here.
Fire. Recharging shields.
Let's see what we have over here.
Care package incoming.
哇，爭少少啫。
Reloading. What a pitiful squad. Even killed.
Got it.
Bound by my hand.
Placing gas trap. Recharging shield.
I spy an enemy.
Find me heavy ammo.
Taking fire.
Taking fire.
Reloading. Deploying variable.
Grenade, move! Taking fire.
My vision is clear. Cracked a subject. Killed one myself.
Recharging shield.
Administering medical aid.
啱啱瞓醒，我都瞌咗陣頭先，有啲攰呢兩日。
Shields
Find me heavy ammo.
Quick, here. Opening shop. Come see the merchandise. Remember who hooked you up? I've got your back. Mama's got you now.
Shields are recharging. Spotted one. Close.
Healing.
Enemy spotted. Far.
We have time to strategize.
I suggest we analyze those grounds.
Perfection.
45 seconds until the ring.
Repairing damages.
Only 30 seconds remain. The ring moves.
Healing!
Introducing a new variable.
Warning, ring closing.
We're all outside of the ring.
Care package being delivered.
There's an enemy near me. Care package on the way.
Firing on subject.
Enemy in the distance.
Gotta hop up here. Turbocharger.
Target spotted. I'm going there.
Zipline here.
You would be wise to follow.
Let's go there. Another squad attacking.
My vision.
Taking damage.
Taking fire.
Enemy on me.
Arc star delivered. Reloading.
Eliminate the enemy.
Find the subject.
Cracked an enemy shield.
Target spotted. I still see everything.
好啦。我以為佢一嘢斬過去添。dead 咗。ALGS 1點。新 low 嘅咩？
I don't settle. I'm not made that way.
Are you paying attention? Good. Ready up. It's go time.
Introducing your champion.
Pick out something nice for me, won't you? I'm the jump master. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Remember, eyes on the prize.
誒，頂啊！
Attention.
Increases rate of
First
fire over
blood.
time. First blood. Tastes like victory.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Enemy over there. Don't let them see you.
Lovely.
The enemy is in striking range.
1 minute. Rings nearby. Shooting. Cracked an enemy. Contact. On my marker.
Time to bind you. The ring is near. 45 seconds remain.
Enemy here.
Eating lead.
We've
Tango
got
near me. Spotted. Double timing it. They got me.
enemy there.
I'm under fire.
Throwing an
Get
arc star.
comfy. Take me down, folks. Enemies here.
Reloading. Sending an arc star.
Ten seconds until the ring
fight isn't
closes.
over.
Grab
Get
what you
up.
need and let's go.
Thanks for having my back. Healing. Watch my back.
Shields are depleted. Recharging.
Movement in progress.
Ring's moving. Giving my shields a recharge.
A phase tear. Use it. Enemy at that location.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Opening fire. I'm under fire.
Oscar Mike, I'm spotted. I broke an enemy shield.
This will bind them.
Package.
Hi.
Give me a sec. Recharging shield.
They're shooting at me.
Hostile. Danger close. Give my shields a recharge.
This way. Let's go. Recharging shields.
Ultimate's ready. On my mark.
I'll keep watch over
I
here.
need shields. Yes.
EMP, get down. I need shields.
Taking hits. Enemy shield cracked. Reloading. I'm down.
Enemy spotted.
有冇阻咗？
Taking fire. Target down. Reloading.
Confirm kill. Reloading. I'm out of heavy ammo. Tango down.
Recharging my shields.
Contact. Contact. Let's go this way.
冇啦，我未補得切。嗨，海晴，又係啱啱瞓醒，海晴都係，我好好一樣。做咗大家都而家先瞓醒。咁晏啲點瞓啊？唔係要返學咩？
All that matters is being the last one alive.
Just give me a shot and I'll shine like the sun.
What do you get for the girl who has everything more?
This is your champion.
No, not this again. Let us begin.
I'm the job master. Don't be afraid. Just close your eyes and lean in. Remember, eyes on the prize.
Enemy touchdown near me.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
I need a weapon.
I need a weapon.
Enemy shield cracked. Reloading.
I have eyes on the enemy.
Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
I need a weapon.
Attention.
First blood.
Round 1. Beginning ring
Jump
countdown.
drive in position. Long way to that train. Lots of ground means lots of treasure.
Taking fire, brothers. Reloading. Oh, I'm down, brothers.
Heads up. New kill leader.
The champion
Just us
has been
now.
eliminated.
The champion. Recharging my shields.
1 minute until the ring closes. Still got time to loot. Activating jump drive. "45 seconds until the ring closes. We've got a hike and I'm in pumps, so let's go."
Need to recharge my shields.
一支槍都
Another squad's
冇。
attacking. Focus. Going to save.
Shops open for business.
Recharging my shields.
Let's even the odds. Grab that banner.
Warning. Ring closing.
Time's up and we're not in the ring. Move now.
救唔到就算啦，可惜。I'm sorry, bro.
Attention. Delivering care package.
點解呢度冇人嚟？唔落嚟呢度先啦，我哋頭先咁悠閒呢度。哎呀，我係垃圾，可以上唔到。
My bad. Evo shield here. Level 3.
I need it.
Setting up shop. Don't mind if I do.
呢個人嚟。
Patching myself up.
我都要睇住時間。而家開始。
Oh, look. Materials.
Enemy over there.
Oh, look. Materials.
走咗咯喎！有次話俾我聽，
I'm crafting. Beauty takes time. Optics here. Mid-range. Let's go here. Welcome to the shop. You are coming home with me tonight.
Need to recharge my shield.
Leader appointed.
New kill leader? Interesting.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
發射基地。
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator incoming.
Knockdown shield here. Level 4. Only the best for my friends. I wonder what we'll find over there. My ultimate's charged and ready to go. There's someone over there. Shooting!
need to recharge my shields.
They're shooting at me. Recharging my shields.
Good, we're inside.
I bet we'll find something good here. Recharging my shields.
Care package being delivered.
I feel good about this care package. Shall we?
Half the squads remain.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
Setting up shop.
Already inside.
哇，冇晒輕彈，好嘢！
Remember who hooked you up?
哦，攞到
I've
飛
got your
鏢先。
back.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Got a replicator coming in.
I'm watching that spot. Eyes on your own. Prepare to line your pockets. My ultimate's ready.
Closing.
Welcome to the shop. I've got just the thing for you.
Heads up. Care package coming in.
My favorite kind of loot. The kind that's all mine.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Enemy there. Target there. Shooting.
Enemy shield broken. Reloading. They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Recharging my shields. Patching myself up. "45 seconds. Ring's close." Less than 30 seconds.
Enemy over there. Enemy that way. My ultimate's charged and ready to go. I hurt them.
10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
Warning. Movement in progress.
Ring's coming in. Let's explore this way. Firing. Arcstar out.
Round 5.
Target over there.
Down.
Not all of us are in the ring. Check your maps.
Enemy over there. I wonder what they found.
Getting shot at. Recharging my shields.
Shield cell here. Anyone up for some shopping? We've got a minute until the ring closes. If you want it, bag it. Mama's got you now. 45 seconds until the ring closes. We've got time, but not much. Shield cell here.
Target spotted. Hostile spotted. Ten seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
Enemy here. We're all outside the ring and a wall of death is coming our way.
Hostile over there. Frag out. Frag out.
Reloading.
Enemy down.
We have 45 seconds. Anyone up for some shopping?
2 other squads remain.
Throwing an arc star. We've We've got 30 seconds to be. Mama's got a brand new bag. Watch out, enemy there. Grenade out. Recharging my shields.
10 seconds. The ring's close. Reloading. Enemy over there.
Enemy there. I see an enemy. Last ring's closing. Move if you don't want to get cooked. That hurt. Enemy right here.
Getting shot at. Broken enemy shield. Reloading.
How kind of you to roll.
Ah.
True mastery can't be programmed.
Business is my pleasure.
Alright, so I did my hair for this. Nothing wrong with looking good in the ring, and I look good.
This is your champion.
I'll break your heart, and then I'll break everything else.
This might be a good place to land, but what do I know? Follow the leader.
Yes.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
Extended energy magazine here. Level 3.
Just what I needed.
Alright, Lucky.
Jump drive in position.
點解會咁嘅？咁奇。
open. For VIPs only.
吓，竟然冇。
Nice choice. You've got good taste. Mama's got a brand new bag. Thanks, beautiful.
We're inside the next ring. Superior positioning.
That's some champion, huh?
Moving. Extended sniper magazine here. Level 4.
New kill leader appointed.
We have a new kill leader. I can't wait to meet them.
Shot a cargo bot.
Pressing jump drive.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
I'm going there. You would be wise to follow.
Loud and clear.
Captured some materials.
Thank you.
Materials secured.
Thank you.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
Opening shop. Come see the merchandise.
Extended light magazine here. Level 3.
Got some materials.
Mama's got a brand new
An
bag.
excellent selection.
Optics here. Close range. Extended energy mag here. Level 3.
Wait. I have crafting to do.
Just what I needed. I changed my mind.
Optics here. Mid-range.
New kill leader? Interesting. I'm crafting. Beauty takes time.
Just a sec. Crafting it up.
Jump drive in position. Half the squads are down. There's a fool killed every minute.
好，打埋呢鋪我哋差唔多準備啦。
2. Beginning ring countdown. Attention, delivering replicator.
Supply bin there.
Replicator incoming. Let's make ourselves something nice. Let's head that way.
Yep.
Ideal.
Jump drive in position. Let's go here.
Loud and clear.
Hop up here. Double tap trigger. Throwing jump drive. Let's do some shopping.
Got some materials?
Arc star here. Shield battery here. Extended heavy mag here. Level 4.
好啦，
Got some materials for us. Dibs.
Jump drive out.
Warning, new movement in progress.
Lucky us. We're already inside this next ring. Thanks.
Valio, beautiful.
Attention, delivering care package.
Ooh, care package on the way. I like the sound of that. I wonder what we'll find over there.
Heard that. Bam! There goes a boozle. Booze. Something. Craver here.
Round 3, beginning ring countdown.
Our whole
哇，
squad isn't in the ring. Correct that misstep.
Craver here.
Let's go there.
Heard that.
Replicator being delivered.
Check out that replicator coming in.
Target spotted far off. Opening fire. I'm under fire. Recharging shields.
Enemy over there.
How about this? Loud and clear. I'm gonna cancel that.
I see an enemy over there.
Heard that. Got one.
There's another squad on us.
Taking fire.
Third shots fired and they're hitting me.
Recharging shield.
Shield cracked. Reload. Downed an enemy. Recharging shield. Faking him out. Getting shot at. Giving my shield to recharge.
Look out! Enemy here. Shooting. Reloading.
Warning. Ring
Throwing
closing.
jump drive.
And they're hitting me.
Pitiful. Allowing themselves to be
Go with me. Over here.
Using the decoy escape.
Enemy landed near me. They just kept. I have eyes on the enemy.
Using a Phoenix kit.
This way, let's go.
Heard ya.
Enemy shield cracked. Reloading.
Attacking.
Let's put you in a bind. Arc star out. Sending an arc star. Taking fire. Recharging shield.
Recharging my shields.
Broken enemy shield. Enemy down.
Repairing damages.
Enemy spotted. They look small.
Throwing an arc star.
Alright, frag out.
Enemy down.
Charging shield.
I had humble beginnings. You had a humble end. Grenade! Taking damage.
Look out, grenade.
Recharging my shields.
Giving my shield to recharge.
I'm hit. Taking damage.
Shots fired, and they're hitting me.
Recharging my shield.
Tick-tock, 10 seconds. Makes the ring close.
I wonder what we'll find over there.
Giving my shield to recharge.
Using jump drive.
Shot at.
Damn it! That hurt. I'm down.
好啊，好難救啊！唉，衝去殺嗰隊就一定係失位啊！唉，呢個圈還是 OK。好，差唔多 ALGS 啊，咁我哋而家就轉翻個線先。啦啦啦啦啦， 我哋就回到1點開始啦。咁我哋應原來 Twitch 官方未咩啊？原來 Twitch 官方係冇直播喎，睇嚟。然後咁啊，大家一齊咁就去翻 YouTube 睇咯喎。原來 Let's go，Let's go。有啦。
This is absolute carnage.
Make a diamond without pressure.
我龍啊，我爭啲。
What are we waiting for? Let's go! He absolutely popped off. All day long. Having a pop-off game that's anything like year 2, it will be a lot at stake here. Surround them, destroy. And only one is taking home the crown. These games are saucy. Win is spelled TSM.
TSM! TSM!
Have done it. The Catalyst Wall and Aurora switches up. This is absolute excellence. This is what separates the good teams from the great teams. What they have just done. Oh my God! He's sweet. Are you kidding me? They're blowing the what a performance! Taking their moment to strike. Clean up what is left.
This wasn't fate. This was the future you made.
TSM 仲有8分幾鐘啊！官方仲有8分幾鐘，咁我去 Kaiser 度睇下先，差唔多。Kaiser close 咗嘅。League Week 啱啱開始啦 ，Stream Start。
寶可夢集換式卡牌遊戲，全新嘅冒險之門即將開啟。
Alright, yeah, ALGS is in 9 or 10 minutes, boys. 9 or 10 minutes. We're just playing this till ALGS starts.
화창한 날씨였.
That's loud.
인간들과 평화 조약을 맺은 지 얼마 되지 않아 저는
아야야.
칼레온 성으로 찾아갔어요. 칼레온에서는 사치스러운 연회가 한창 진행 중이었어요.
Yes，好，仲有8分鐘，7至8分鐘到咁可以落去買個嘢食喎。咁啊，大家聽住歌先啦。大家聽住歌先啦。落去買嘢食先咁，仲有7分鐘。Group Day 1。今日落去之前講多少少。今日係撳錯掣啊！今日係 Team A 對唔係 Group A 對 Group B。Group A 對 Group B Round 1完咗即刻就已經係 Group C 對 Group D， 梗係會打晒嘅，梗係會打晒咁樣 round 先嘅，然之後再分勝負方。 咁就係大概係咁，我收翻細少少咁樣咯。OK。
This is where the greats separate themselves from the rest.
This has been building up. This has been the moment they've all been looking forward to.
And so it begins.
We have our APEX champions.
This is amazing for boys. Look at us.
This puts so much on the line for a lot of these squads that need to perform.
On the fast.
It is go big or go home.
What's a crack? I'm up.
This is absolute carnage. Oh! They need that type of performance. I cannot believe what they have just done. Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
Can we get another goal?
Oh! Everybody has been waiting for this moment.
This is what I was built for.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Apex Legends Global Series has arrived in London. We begin the road to the ALGS Championship here today with the start of the Split 1 playoff. Welcome to the Copper Box Arena, where the stage is set for 4 days of incredible Apex action. All 5 regions are in attendance in the UK here today, and teams from each will be looking to leave this stage on Sunday, having been crowned our playoff champions. We've got incredible players, we've got an incredible stage, and we have an incredible team of people ready to bring you all of the action here today. So without further ado, let me send it on down to the man himself, Rain Day, to get the show started.
Thank you so much, Glitter. Doesn't she look fantastic? And everybody here in the stadium in London, make some noise! The Split 1 playoffs have begun. The ALGS, the global series, has brought together 40 of the best teams in the entire world. Not just
應該喺英國搞，唔喺香港搞。
but to compete for one amazing opportunity, and that is to lift the trophy behind me on Sunday. Well, they moved it actually, but that's okay. It's going to be there. And I'm so excited to be your host as well. My name is Rain Day. I am very, very, very happy to be here with 2 of some of the most talented people that I've been able to work with over this split. We've got Spider Tiff and Genome. Spider Tiff, your first time here in London, in LAN. How's it feeling?
I mean, it's kind of insane, right? Look at everyone that showed out on a Thursday. And I was out there in Champs on the freaking seats with you guys. If you want to be up here on the stage, this just goes to show you what you can do. And I'm really excited to see these teams kind of duke it out today.
An incredible story. Genome, you probably traveled farther than anyone else to be here, man. But we're so happy that you're here for
it was a long road, Rain Day, but it's been that for all of these teams, right? They have to play through so much. They have to go through so much to make it onto this stage. But this is where they all want to be.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the setup here. Of course, we've got teams behind us ready to play, but before we get into it, for those of you watching at home as well, let's walk you through what to expect over these next few days. We start with the group stage. That's today and a little bit of tomorrow. We then end up going into a bracket stage, which is essentially a knockout format. You have to win. Or we're going to start, though, with against every other group, and that will be what determines who goes to losers and our winners brackets. The winners will have a chance to play. The winners of the winners, the top 10, they'll go and wait in finals. They will be sitting to see what happens. Those winners who did not make that top 10 will have to battle through the gauntlet alongside those in the losers bracket. The losers bracket play first, and they will eliminate 10 teams from the tournament. The 10 teams who move on will then play the bottom of the winners bracket who did not make finals yet, and then those 10 teams will join the teams who have been waiting patiently and watching. Rather be them for sure. Match point, of course, on Sunday. It is our epic format that has made Apex Legends my favorite esport and a fan of so many across the world. Cross 50 points, and then you gotta win. You will not be able to do it. And if you do win, though, there's a lot on the line in a big way. $1 million prize pool here in London. I heard some screams. That's right, $1 million is worth celebrating. First place walking up with 300,000 Genome. That's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, look, these teams have already won something coming through their regional playoffs and making it here to LAN, but this is a big step up. This is life-changing money.
Yeah, and of course, Tiff, you talk about life-changing money. This is a big overall road when it comes to it. These teams not just fighting for the prize pool here for the championship, but there's a whole year now of competitive Apex, ending with the championship that they're going to be gunning.
And I love that you bring that up, right? Because you will get those playoff points here at the end of the week should you finish at the top. But much last year, right? Those teams that ended up having to go to LCQs before they could advance to the champs. So just think of where you came from just a few months ago and how you want to improve on that. So many teams have down, hired coaches, isolated their roles, and now let's put it to the test.
Talking about coaching as well, we'll have a chance to mention all of our favorites. But just so you know, this is how it goes. In these playoffs, they will not prize pool, but also for points to qualify for our ALGS championships. If you missed it in July of last year, Gino and I were there. It was an amazing experience in the PNC Arena in Raleigh. We will be having that in London this time around. So if you're here, get ready for that. Obviously, our outside of our top 30, they're still going to have a chance. Last chance qualifier will allow them to get there, and we'll have top 2 LCQ teams per region also qualify for the championship. Overall, what that really does mean is that we've got chances and chances and chances. But to me, this is the championship that they need to be focused on. This is where you are all setting the tone for the rest of the year. And when you take a look at the teams participating who have made it here, what a gauntlet not only to get here, Tiff, but also now that they're here to prove themselves on the biggest stage.
Yeah, you mentioned prove themselves, and that's going to be what a lot of these teams are going to be looking to do, prove themselves. Maybe they didn't perform as well as they wanted to at champs. I'm looking at TSM, 7th place, and Jordan said it himself. He's like, 7th place isn't anything to write home about. So what did they do after? They hire a coach, they buckle down, and everyone is looking to step up their game, and that's why they're on this stage here today.
That's right. Genome, as we were talking about it, of course, looking at these teams, overall, the big picture of who has made it, there's heavyweights all around in every single group.
Yeah, every group, every region here is bringing, something that their fans to cheer for, I think. And certainly Fnatic is one of the teams that I am looking at throughout this weekend to be a contender to take it all out. I mean, those guys, they came 4th in champs. And we talk about LAN, everything's different here. The level is so different, and you need to be playing so much better than you were coming into this if you want to succeed. And Fnatic already showed that they can do that off the back of some amazing performances. One of their stars, Yuka F, I think definitely a fan favorite. Really love how that guy plays. You see him, when he gets a Peacekeeper in his hands, there is almost nothing more exciting in Apex than just watching this guy put people down with that gun.
As well as with the Watson, too. He's playing Seer here in these clips, but Watson is something that I think APAC North has kind of historically brought into these inter-regional matches, and I think, Genome, that's a big thing for people to adjust to.
Yeah, so we saw a lot of that from APAC North last year, but that has definitely bled into the meta throughout all of the other regions now. And when you find teams that are playing a lot more zone heavy, they're playing a bit more conservatively, they're going for those placement points, you will see a lot of those teams picking up the Watson.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you take a look at these clips, you can tell Yuka is going to be a threat. Showing love to our APAC North representatives. Obviously, Genome, you're a personal representative from APAC South. We'll get into that in just a little bit because we got some fans here for sure, but this is who they'll have in their group. Speaking of Fnatic, Group C, and then, of course, one of the best teams in Europe, Ascend, joining them. I can't wait to talk a little bit more about Ascend and Kashera's journey to get here. What a story, as well as Group D, Crazy Raccoon, and of course, how can we not mention Dark Zero, the only team to have hoisted an Apex Legends LAN last 2 LAN tournaments.
齊人喎，今次 Fantasy。
Let's take a look at our schedule, though, as we head into the start of today, because I think this is really going to set the tone. Day 1 starts off a little slower, Tiff. You have a chance to work it in. 6 games only. Both teams playing, all 4 groups playing, C&D on another stream. Then we will go into day 2.
哇，今日打晒 A、B、C、D， 哇，好趕喎。
series, as we like to call it, in Apex Legends. And of course, we'll head into our losers rounds in day 3, our winners, and we will set up for on day 4, which will simply be match point. It is going to be extremely exciting, guys. I cannot wait to do it. And of course, we've got A and B here, but where's C and D? Well, we've actually got somebody covering that. It's his specialty. It has been for the last couple of LANs, and he's got something to say to you.
What's up, guys? Nice week. Hey, everybody. It's Greek, and we are going to be your official B stream casters here in London. We'll be hosting the games over at Wig's Twitch channel at twitch.tv/nicewig.
Yeah, you can go check that stream out on my channel. We're going to be hosting C versus D on day number 1. Those are the groups we're going to be playing. We'll be covering all 3 days, but day number 1, it's going to be groups C versus D. I'll see you all over there.
See you there.
Yeah, I love Nicewig. In fact, I got to shout out my man right in front of us. He's wearing a Nicewig cosplay right here. Stand up for you, man. Stand up so people can see. Nicewig right there. You can see it. The muscles are perfect. I mean, it's completely to proportion. I love that as well. He's going to be covering C&D. Make sure to check out Nicewick's stream. He'll have some guests, and got to give love to the homie on that one. Okay, heading into today, though, and what we've got behind us. It's Group A and it's Group B. A lot of teams here. Quick overview. We're going to dive into the ones we want to talk about, but 100 Thieves, Alliance, Dreamfire, Godfire, Horizon Union, stories everywhere, Tim.
Look, there's so much going on in this group. You've got Horizon Union stepping in for some of the teams that weren't able to make it here as well. And speaking of J-Lings Esports, brand new, they announced their org today. So you've got to be coming in feeling good. They came in actually all the way from preseason qualifiers. So you mentioned the journey, right? Well, they've definitely been on one. And I'm also keeping an eye on Alliance, who unfortunately Effect wasn't able to make it here today, but Mandy will be stepping in.
Are they your ones to watch, Tim?
They are. So
Okay,
I see we've got some Mandy fans in the chat. Stand up. I'm saying.
Okay. What is it about Alliance?
I mean...
Oh, Mandy 打 Alliance，Mandy 落 Alliance。OK。
Hack is on screen smiling. Look at him. He is the IGL of this team, ready to show out. 8th in ALGS champs, but they're looking to start the year off strong.
You know, Yuki looking as good as ever. You know, making me jealous as always. What a handsome lad. Hockey's leading them as he likes to do. Gino, over to you. Who's your team to watch here heading into A and B?
I think I'm going to have to look at XSET, obviously a team from North America. These guys have done fantastically well at LANs before. It was a second in Sweden from them. They had the most points out of anybody, just losing out in the match.
Wow, SS.
Dark Zero.
Nice.
And it was a 12th coming into Rally, of course, nothing to sneeze at, but they want to be back up there, man. They know how it is to be one of the best, if not the best team at LAN, and I think they are trying to prove that here, and they've got every tool in the arsenal to be able to do that. They're just looking fantastic. Their macro is impeccable. They know how to read the zones. They know how to get to those spots, and then they'll pick out the Loba, which allows them to play those spots so flexibly, but also just keep an insane amount of pressure on other teams while they do it.
Nocturnal also is here. He's playing in a safe environment, but he will still be on comms and playing with the boys. So XSET at full strength, even though that share is missing in the middle, but they are certainly, a team that has maybe been the most consistent team in Apex Legends over the past year in terms of placement. Can they get it done when it comes down to winning games? I know a team that has been in good form, not just great form, but a winning form, and that happens to be a team on a redemption tour. We were talking about it a little earlier. That's none other than TSM. I know we usually see fans around the world. I'm not sure if in Europe they have the same fan base here, but they are determined, and I think they are playing better Apex Legends than they have played in a long time. You mentioned the addition of Raven, not only in terms of the psychological impact it's had to help the team communications, to help get those problems solved a little bit faster so they don't get hung up with the personality issues that Hal has said, we've had at times, but also taking it into changing drop locations, helping them pick out zones and how to play it. There's been a whole level of tactical awareness and shifting that's gone down. And in terms of controller play as well, how making the switch on a controller. A lot of people mean for it. I talked with Sweet and Hal earlier this morning, and Sweet was giving him a hard time. We now have TSM MNK, and that's just Rep saying, I'm the only person playing mouse and keyboard at this point in time. But it has worked for Hal. It has actually gone, I think, in his favor. And I think you can see that perspective is going to be one to watch. Of course, all those three teams, very interesting, but you might have your own team you're following here in the ALGS, and that's why we have Multiview, an award-winning opportunity for you to follow the ALGS Split 1 playoffs your way. Follow every single rotation, every team comm, and every moment from the player's perspective and teams that you care about. Have multiple visions of them up at the same time. Just go into the command center at the bottom of Twitch and watch the ALGS your way. Of course, we will start today off on none other than World's Edge. I know that is still showing Stormpoint for you, but we will be on World's Edge to start. Stormpoint is the day, so just letting you know, World's Edge will start, Stormpoint will end, and that's going to be, for certain teams who like to get going, Tiff, there is a significant difference in how they do on a lot of different maps, and that's something you have to pay attention to.
That is something I'm definitely looking into, and granted, this is just the group stages, so I watched a lot of the scrims that's been leading up to today, and I don't take those very lightly, right? That's where you're going to be fighting for those drop spots. You want to challenge and learn how a lot of these teams that might not be in your region fight, but it's not going to mimic what we're going to see here on the stage. These players, I'd imagine, are primed and ready, and who knows, maybe we'll see something kind of get pulled out that we weren't even expecting.
And in a way, we just found out actually that there was a last-minute switch. We will be playing on Stormpoint first. So Mark and Dan will actually be very happy. They're notoriously never able to cast Stormpoint. Now, World's Edge, excuse me, now they will be able to. Genome, just last thoughts here before we get in the game as well. Just heading into today, this is a time to set the tone, I think, if you're a team here joining us in London.
Yeah, so much. I mean, you were talking about scrims, right? We've seen teams try a lot of different compositions, but this is when it matters, right? Have they found something in that practice that they're able to bring to LAN and change here, or do they just go with the tried and true that they were playing throughout the season? We saw a lot of meta shift, you know, a lot more Bangalore coming in towards the end. Newcastle fell off a lot, even Seer a little bit, making way for Bloodhounds. So there's going to be a lot of questions that we'll get the answers to very soon here.
All right, well, thank you so much, Tiff and Genome. We'll be checking in after every single game to give you some analysis, some highlights, and get ready to give our casters a break. But right now, it's time to get them to start talking. I got to throw it up to two of my homies, two of my best buds, and two of the best in the game, Fallout and Vicky Kitty. Let's get it on.
Thank you so much, Rain Day, Genome, and Vicky. And more importantly, thank you to the London crowd for making noise all weekend long. Fallout here alongside Vicky Kitty as we get ready to bring you right into the action for day number 1. Vicky, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm so glad to be in front of a crowd once again. We got so much action in store for you guys all weekend long, so I'm so excited to just jump into day number 1 already.
That's an Legends Global Series, and guess what? We got 40 of the best teams from around the world. And in this competition alone, yes, when we have our ALGS broadcast, we show a lot of love to NA and EU. But we have 11 teams coming from APAC North, South America, and APAC South. You see some of them on screen right now. A couple woos in the crowd here for some of those teams.
It's so great to see everybody come together here in LAN, because this is where skills are truly tested. No ping necessary. You are here in the flesh, and it's going to be so great to see what's going to transcend between some of these squads after seeing some scrims actually go down.
That's right. On screen right now, it's the man Hill, his first LAN competition since Krakow, Poland, and talk about a breakout IGL in this year's season. Talking about Hill and the impact he's made for Oxygen.
It's so important to talk about how IGLs have just been able to not only collect themselves, but not only are you able to shot call and juggle so much high-intense situations. We've seen it in comms when we listen to How, when we listen to Sweet, and it's so great to see other IGLs really come together, looking at Hill and on Oxygen, how they've been able to really bring up this squad together. I've vouched for Hill so many times back in the day when he was on his other former team, Atlanta Premier, and now being able to see them have their success has also been fantastic to watch.
That's right. And the key to that success, well, it was Enemy, 17 or 18-year-old Mexican-American player, his breakout event, his breakout season. But also, as you guys see on screen, little show around Team Burger. Any Team Burger, AK Moist fans in the crowd here, keeping the hype alive from the champ season, where they, of course, slowly but surely gained that Burger Brigade. I know a lot of folks at home will be watching them.
Yeah, shout out to Moist Critical picking up this amazing squad. The Burger Brigade, got to put the burgers down right now, got to rep the Moist out here, sweat a little bit like some of these players have been getting set up with.
Absolutely right. So we're getting ready for game number 1 here in a moment. Dropship's going to be loading in just a second, but let's set the stage a little bit. Let's talk about what we're about to see on screen. If you are a fan of hyper-aggressive, in-your-face, entertaining Apex Legends, you're going to love this event. Why? Because the meta right now, Vicky, has never been more aggressive. Talk to me about it.
Absolutely. You know, we actually talked to Six a little bit, the coach from 100 Thieves, just kind of figuring out what's been going on with the meta between the different regions as we collide now. All the worlds colliding all at once. Lots of crypto coming out. Aggressive crypto play. We've been seeing the Newcastle out here, the Bangalore, and it's exciting since we are jumping into Stormpoint first. What is the verticality going to mean for some of these teams? Are we going to see some Valkyrie-less compositions? Are we going to see much more Horizon out here? What is the option between the Seer and the Bloodhound? So many different compositions that we've been exposed to across so many different regions.
Yeah, speaking of Six and 100 Thieves, you see Six right behind this squad. Former pro player for Ghost Gaming. Such a dominant player in his tenure. Retired from competing, now coaching and making such an impact on this squad. We'll keep a close eye on them. And you hit the nail on the head, right? Some Valkyrie comps. Teams that drop on the south side of the map. Because the north side is so vertical, you got to climb that mountain. Every single one of you that play ranked at home know what I'm talking about. You expect some teams that run south to not run Valk, because her ult's not going to be as helpful going upwards and upwards that verticality. So we'll keep a close eye on if we do see some Valkyrie
Let's
comps.
go, let's go!
What, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 is here. And we got the crowd live from London for the very first time. Make some noise as we get ready for game number 1.
I'm so excited right now, Fallout. We're going into the game, wasting no time, looking at the drop spots that we have here on Stormpoint. Let's see if we're going to have any sort of contentions right now, as all these teams are going to get situated. 100 Thieves landing in Command Center here, or rather Stormcatcher going around over to see where they're going to go from Command Center. Which of these teams are going to try to contest them going from the north?
That's right. Couple teams to highlight here. Well, one is XSET. Has historically been such a dominant team here on Storm Point. They've been looking so solid and so consistent. A big part of that is because of exactly what we talked about at the beginning. Coaches. We have Hodzik, the first coach to really make a notable impact on his team, was super involved in their team play, their team comp, their style, and since then, the rise of the coach, like you mentioned earlier.
And it's so important to talk about the impact that these coaches have. I know on our desk we saw how TSM out here has been making waves, having their own coach, Raven bringing so much to the table for this team, and look at the success that they've been able to have in North America alone. They're looking to replicate that right now, as you can see them looting up on the side.
That's right. TSM had to earn this drop spot in wall, though. They had a little bit of a, I would say grueling, but it was not grueling at all. They wiped the floor clean with KCP in the battle for wall in a couple tournaments. I think 12-0 or 6-0 was the total count there. But TSM did claim wall, and will get their favorite drop spots. Wall here, and then of course Lava Siphon on World's Edge. Meanwhile, XSET, look at this. Sykes and Verholst, two controller players for these squads, are getting a little close for comfort. Is Verholst making a play, right? Is he ratting?
Oh, he's going over to the side. They wanted to fight for the beacon right there, too. You can see Sykes actually just backing away right now. Nocturnal actually trying to provide the backup. That's why it's always so nice to see the side-by-side of where the circle is going to be pulling, the information of the teams and what they want to focus on when it comes to some of these rotates. You could even see maybe a little early skirmish going on in Lightning Rod with NC actually trying to get involved, rotating out of their POI of Thunderwatch. They already have the information of the beacon because they have the beacon right there on Thunderwatch. But you know what? They called it quits and said, you know, we're just going to rotate away. We didn't catch one of these players off guard. It's Alliance, of course, that we're talking about, and they're just going to opt to go rotate on the edge of the circle.
That's right. Meanwhile, down in Jurassic Park, we got Oxygen and Pulverex, the team of two that made some fans with a little bit of long-range poke and skirmish, but Oxygen, kind of typical to their team play and style, not going to take that fight. They're such a zone-heavy team, arguably the most zone-heavy early rotate team in this lobby.
And when you talk about zone-heavy teams, that's when the Valkyrie gets called into question out here, because the Valkyrie provides that extra Hail Mary, that extra second chance that allows some of these teams to get into a better position once they start rotating in.
That's right. Meanwhile, we have Horizon and J-Lings Esports, brand new organization. Of course, shout out to the football player supporting the British boys. Great pickup in VZN, as of course we have VJ coming from Iraq. We'll keep a close eye on this squad, but they're right now just really close for comfort against Pulverex, as you see on map. But looks like, as you'd expect here on LAN, some nerves, not a lot of early fights as we see so often online.
That's so important, too, to talk about some of the players that have to experience the nerves in person. You truly don't know what it is when it comes to some of these teammates that have to get used to those nerves, that don't have the experience of competing on LAN, and it could really affect the way that you play, maybe making some uncalled for decisions that you wouldn't normally make when you're at the comfort of your own home here. Some teams, though, when we talk about playing for End Circle, experimenting a little bit, you gotta highlight XSET out here. XSET has been ahead of the game when it comes to some of these comps on Storm Point specifically, rocking the Seer, Bangalore, and the Valkyrie.
Yeah, I mean, they've been unbelievable. A lot of people thought, would they take a step back? Can anyone fill the shoes of Gildersons, the young god who played on this team? And boy, oh boy, did Sykes fill those shoes and then some. He went from 10s to 13s in a lot of ways with how well he's been playing for this team. Brand new to competing at the top pro level this season. Arguably Rookie of the Year candidate in my eyes. He's been playing so well with this squad. XSET has looked great.
Yeah, making the quick rotation outside of Cascade Falls to immediately into where they're going to predict where the final circle is going to be. We've seen so many circles end up here. Currently see NTH as well. They were actually in the area originally. They were closer to checkpoint, and they also made the quick rotation around, passing XSET, looking fantastic when it comes to their shields here too. Already rocking full purples.
That's right, Satuki Taida and Razy. Such a strong squad. A lot of people are talking about them. Fnatic being two of the top teams alongside Crazy Raccoon. It's kind of the top three teams coming from APAC North. They looked so good throughout the entirety of Pro League, and they're doing it in the kills category in particular. They take top 2 overall in that region in kills, so expect them to play pretty aggressive here. Taida, what a story he was. Obviously one of the top players in APAC North for a very long time. I know you were chatting with him. He took a little bit of a hiatus, as we saw on Wikipedia and elsewhere, and has come back and just dominated once again.
This is a team that I have my eyes on throughout this entire LAN. Definitely make sure that this team stays on your radar. I know you and I were talking to Hal a little bit about the APAC squads and what he's looking for. He's respecting all the teams, and they're specifically looking at not just North Epsilon, but they're also going to be looking at Fnatic as well. Those top two teams from the APAC North, as North Epsilon is going to already go on the high ground. They're already going to stay on the top here. I'm wondering if any squad wants to try to contest the Bridgeway area that's right behind them. There is a beacon right in front of NTH, but they're just going to be able to secure that, deny that from other teams in the area. They won't be able to do that for long, though, with so many cryptos also in the lobby.
That's right. And crypto's been so interesting in current meta. most cryptos throughout the season of Pro League, you all probably know this at home, very, very passive, rotate early type of legend. But a lot of players, especially in APEC North, like to run an ultra-aggressive crypto. They like to play an offensive style with crypto, use that EMP, get early damage, and then fly. So again, this is LAN, a lot of nerves. A lot of people play a lot more cautious on LAN than online, which is why we still see 20 teams alive. At this point in scrims, watching film over the last couple of weeks, we probably had 14 teams, 16 teams alive, even less than that in a lot of ways. But again, this is the competition that you can expect with a $1 million tournament here.
Something else that we actually discussed at one point too, Fallout, was aside from the nerves being a factor into how some of these players play, but it's the confidence coming out of what they did in qualifiers going into LAN, and how some of these players don't perform the same to that degree in these qualifiers like they do when it comes to these in-person events. So looking how that's going to affect how some of these teams also take the rotation. As you can see, Moist have no issue blocking off that entire choke point right there, overlooking a fight, though right now it looks like TSM are coming across Alliance, who actually made the rotation onto the wall.
Boy, this will be interesting here. TSM does not like when people encroach upon their territory, but Alliance is known to make this rotation. Any northern zone, they love that lightning rod drop spot because they can just hug the north side of the map and work an easy rotate, maybe even take some fights along the way. That, of course, is with effect. And an important note here, Mandy playing with this team. They obviously have experience. Mandy was the sub for this team for the first few weeks of Pro League before Effect officially got signed. Obviously, we send a lot of love to Effect, who couldn't make it due to visa issues, unfortunately. But with Mandy, they have a big task ahead of them with TSM.
Yeah, but this is a very interesting approach from Alliance, so I at least take this fight, maybe expecting that TSM wanted to go for a rotate immediately, and Alliance just came across them when they wanted to go a lot longer around to approach from the southern side of the circle. But now at this point, they're facing off against TSM. They're in the ring. Yeah, it's the first circle, so they won't be taking too much damage, but this is not a squad that you want to be circle keeping you already when you want to go through the bunker doors.
Yeah, and if I'm TSM, I'm wanting to take this fight. This is the early zone edge fight that they know no other teams are nearby. This is a clean 3v3, and they get early damage with significant advantage in. So TSM might be pushing this real quick as this fight is happening. We want to make sure everyone knows we are aware of the audio issues and no game sound right now. Apologies for that. It's a technical gremlin that we're working through, and we are on it, all of our resources, trying to fix it.
And while we are going to be able to fix that, we're going to be able to also take the gravity lift all the way down. Huge damage coming in right there. The Skynade just yeeting itself on top of the high ground.
That was the definition of a yeet nade right there. Facts, as they're going to do so much early damage, get TSM down to 20 HP, and Alliance is flying now. They have to take high ground and advantage now in their favor.
This is so good for Alliance right now. They did have the shield advantage over TSM, who started this fight with blue shields, but now look at Hockey's. With the damage that he's been able to put down, he's already at the red Evo shield. You see Mandy going into a nice position with the PK.
I love this. Whoever that is on TSM, head glitching the top right there with confidence. Who is it? None other than Verhul. So sneaky with his movement, so slippery. And now TSM decides to push. Hell with the perfect black hole. That's going to do so much damage. The nades are going to follow, and that's going to give them a perfect opportunity to retake high.
This is my high ground now as Imperial Hal puts down the flag on top of the roof. He's going to try to waver off the team. That Alliance is now going to back off in time. But this is a great spot for TSM because it was the back and forth. Alliance did have the opening opportunity with that Skynade.
That's right. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Hal, as they retake high. But did Alliance use their ultimate from Horizon is the big question. Another Skynade's going to come through and drop on top of Hal, and guess what? His heal's going to be canceled as well. There's the black hole. No, not going to connect, but that will give them high ground again. A little bit of back and forth here. Swinging of the pendulum for both teams. Verholz with the head glitch again. Not going to connect for any damage, though.
Do you smell that, Fallout? Do you smell it? I smell a third party coming up right behind TSM. They got to start watching out, or else this fight is just taking way too long. They're getting the trade after those two cracks, though. They need to be able to finally fully send it in.
And he beams one. Verholz single-handedly knocks one. Can he get the double? Yes, he does. Going for the triple kill to kick off the ALGS playoffs in London.
Welcome to the GG7 out here. Verholz with a hip fire shot. He's looking to take the Alliance. And Alliance is the first one to go down. But in perfect timing, there's the third party that we were worried about. Reps gets taken out.
And immediately, TSM's going to retreat. Wise decision. They didn't get the shield swaps quickly that they wanted. So here comes the push. Here comes the fight. It's going to be Flora. And guess what? Hal says no.
No way. Hal wavering off the third party, moving in. Flora falling incredibly low. Advantage of this.
This is a 2 versus 3, Vicky. And guess what? TSM with an opportunity here. Verholz trying to push one. Holding that off. He's going to push back to high ground. Immediately the flank's going to come through. The G7 scout close range. Going to connect. TSM, Verholz up in a 1v2.
Cheerio out here. Verholz only by himself. He's behind that broken door right now. He needs to rotate around, but he has little to no health out here. He managed to get the one knock. He needs to get one more player who's playing off a little head glitch behind the crate.
Verholz with the 1v1 to keep TSM alive. and a third party. Is that the same seer? Is that a different third party?
No,
it's
the same seer, and he cut off the healing right now. He knows what he's working with. He's slowly sneaking his way around. He pops a med kit in time.
That's not going to be a ton of damage done, though, so both players will back up again. Zone is closing. Decisions have to be made. The knockdown shield can be played. Verholz!
Whoa! Two squads out at the hands of TSM, who wanted to contest them at the wall. Alliance rotating their direction.
TSM!
Who gets taken out. The crowd goes wild for TSM.
And that's a 2 versus 3 for Imperial Hal. Wow! What a play and what a way to kick off ALGS London as they'll get the respawn.
Oh my God.
What's so beautiful about this is not only do they have the beacon right next to them to get reps back in, they're going to be able to rotate inside the circle, but they have to worry about the other squads that are going to be meeting them on the other side who have already taken the real estate on the border of that next circle.
For the first time on LAN, I could say, don't mess with the controller boys here on TSM. Imperial Hal switching over. Reps is going to be rezzed, and just like that, TSM back to full force with 6 kill points to kick things off. That's a great start for the black and white. I know a lot of TSM fans are happy, but guess what? Game Ward going to find themselves in a fight here. The French, Le Cite France former squad with the 2 rookies in YOLO and Aimbot. Here comes the push.
There was a calm before the storm out here, Fallout. There was a lot of no action going on in the first few seconds, and now GameWard are looking to get involved in a fight themselves right here. Playing behind the tree, you can see the scan coming up from the Bloodhound. The Beast of the Hunt has been activated.
Yeah, Bloodhound scans are going to be crucial here. Here comes a big push from Aimbot. He's going to knock one. Hammer Drill goes down. FC, or Fascination Color Destroy, known to take fights basically brainlessly, is what players will say. But here comes the push. GameWard says, don't you dare fight us, as they take out FC Destroy. So far, APEC North falling.
Listen, I don't know about you, Follow, but when I hear that Devo rear up and you know that the turbo's on that gun, that's it. Back away right now. We're also seeing some other knocks in the feed. Exit having their own pop-off moments.
Insert jokes from the chat. Vicky, we didn't hear the Devo. We get again, apologies, y'all, for some of the audio delays here. Again, working to get that fixed immediately for y'all. But more importantly, Northampton, another APEC North team. Again, this region's been very aggressive. Let's see if they can find some luck that their peers did not.
With the Bangalore smoke, so they have some cover just to try to reset real quick before Northampton is actually going to be able to close in the gap right now. They're going to be able to also conceal where they're going to be rotating off to the side. While trying to cut them off, they're going to try to throw out those nades. Great nades to predict where they're going to be rotating because they have no other choice but to take cover inside of the bunker.
If Satuki gets that arc star just a little bit further, that completely cuts off the push, slows them, and gives them an opportunity, but a missed nade, missed opportunity. Meanwhile, they're going to still try and take this fight. Another Bangalore ult going to come here from GameWard. So they're counter Bangalore ult with one of their own. Here comes the fight. Nice shot with the PK right to the chest there. Is going to open things up. 2 members of GameWard go down.
Nice.
Is frying right now. And it's a 2 or 3 versus 1. Last member of GameWard is going to run with his tail between his legs.
The comps coming in from Northampton is beautiful right there. You saw that Satuki actually took a lot of damage, had to back up real quick, and they got the trade between the damage to clean up GameWard. The other squad to go down in this lobby, leaving 15 squads left. One by one as they drop Fallout, we have to see where the circle is going to be pulling out here because it is going to look like a bloodbath.
Yeah, we highlighted the APEC Northampton squad, Japanese team, new names to LAN. We haven't seen them on LAN yet as a squad, so you think would LAN nerds come to play, but no, they show up big time. We talked about them at the opening of the show or the opening of this game. That's the APEC North team to keep a close eye on, and that is why. Let's take a look at the map, though, and show you how everything is settled. A lot of clumping right now going on over towards Cascade Falls. You see 2 Loba ultimates down, I believe.
What's so great to note is the rotation that we saw after those 2 fights going down against TSM, the way that they were able to now get the beacon to the south of wall for free. Nobody to contest them there with so much fights happening in the congestion points in the south right now. Northampton in another fight.
Northampton trying to get 3 more and jump right back into that action here. Taida down to no HP, basically. He's going to connect with the shield. Bat, no, through the wall is going to be Leave No Witness, the Argentinian and Chilean squad. So talk about global competition here. We've seen APEC North, South America, and North America and EU already face off in these early fights.
And talk about the composition that we're seeing, too. You mentioned the black markets that were out on the field already. Panic, rocking the Loba. We've seen the Loba, the Crypto, and the Valkyrie, something that we've been seeing very commonly now at the very end of the qualifiers, has now made its way to bleed into playoffs currently right now. Leave No Witness getting those knocks, though, just trying to confirm that, playing on the edge of the circle right now with another squad to their north.
That's right. Let's see what they can do. Panic, run it tricky. 2 Argentinians on this team. Zalach, the sole Chilean for the Spanish-speaking squad. Their substitute is from Mexico, Jao, as we're currently watching right now. Leave No Witness with 2 kill points to their name. Good start for them. And Northampton, of course, is basically all of them. We'll see if they can find a way to stay alive in this situation. Satuki's our lone rat.
With NMW just playing on the other side of the building from Space Station, who have taken up the building over to their right. It's going to be tricky because if this circle does continuously pull north, they're going to basically be out on an open field unless they want to rotate on the outside of the circle. But if they do decide to do that, they have now less than a minute to make that decision. They have the Valkyrie, they have the Skyward Dive available to them, but remember what happens to these Valkyries in the late game. Basically, you have to take that gamble sometimes when you want to try to get onto the high ground. You have to already assume that there's already a squad closer to Cascade Falls that can be holding that angle.
So, once again, calm before the storm in this late game. Back on with TSM, who made their rotation through wall. But because of those fights that they had, they're going to have to walk their way in now. They could, of course, hit over Holstolt, which we all know. And if you watch Hal's chat, could be a little risky. But we'll see how they decide to play this. Rotate here. Currently not in zone. Either walking in or Valkolting likely will be walking in here since they are pretty much dominating the entire northeast side of this circle here, Vicky.
I think the players that they're looking at right now, TSM between Burrows and Reps taking some shots from a distance, is Godfire in the middle of their rotation, and they're not in that next circle too. So once they start rotating outside of that cliff side, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually make their way into that next circle with little to no cover. They'll be in the line of sight of Pulvrix, TSM. Pulvrix is that one squad, aside from 100 Thieves, that likes to play for end circle with the Loba to actually secure one of those smaller buildings. So looking at those squads that are actually playing a lot more defensively for late game is going to be important.
Yeah, well, I'm interested to see how TSM decides to play this, because guess what? For the first time for ALGS London, we have a listen-in with TSM presented by WD Black.
I'll to them. Are you safe? Good ult, I think. Good ult. I'm safe. I got stunned. I'm batting. I'm throwing ulti on us. Right below me. I'm batting right now. They're getting shot in the back. Shoot the Bangalore in the open. He's low. Low on me. Bangalores one. Dead. One more behind. I gotta reload, Evan. 90 perp. Nice. Another team bottom. Get around the corner. Am I safe? They're not pushing. I can see them. They're not pushing yet. They're gone. I'm resing. You have gold knock.
Oh my god.
Nothing close. I'm gonna pop somebody. Yeah. I'm looking for. I got a Moby. I'm clearing left. Yeah, hold left, Evan. Just hold left, and you can get that Moby down. Can I call this Moby in?
Nobody close.
Yes,
Yeah. Nobody close.
Put the Moby down and drop armors.
Nobody close at all.
Put the Moby down and drop armors.
There's a team on the roof over here that might be able to kill.
No, you're good.
I can't. I'm gonna lose ammo. I'm really low on ammo.
All right. They're trying to angle us.
Okay.
I'm sticking right now. Can you push? Can you please? Like, hold. They can't kill you. They cannot kill you. They cannot kill you unless
They ran back a little bit.
Nice. Good job.
Listen,
I'm popping ulti cell. 30 seconds.
頂住！頭七啊！
Yes, I have ult.
Okay. Can you look right, Jordan? I don't see anything right. I see absolutely nothing.
There's one rock here, but it kind of sucks though.
Nice 啊！3個屁都
You wanna rip Valko?
黐孖筋。
I don't know. I feel like is someone right here? I think we Valko. We Valko here.
Yeah, we have a lot of trees. Are we able to pop it now? Ready?
Yeah. I have zero ulti.
Listen, there's only 7 teams alive, so no one's really gonna fight.
I think we might land on the roof. Wait, can we land on this roof? We land on this roof.
Yeah.
It's open.
This team can shoot us, by the way. They can shoot us. You have to shoot back.
They're not safe though. They're not safe. It's fine. You can LOS them. Come to me. I'm healing right now. LOS them. Be careful of the low.
We're not safe here. We are not safe here.
It's a roof on the building. I'm batting right now. Can we play below left? Can we go left? Is there people below us? Yeah, there is.
Can we stay up
Nobody
here?
right down there.
No,
There's
we
nobody
can't.
down here. Nobody down there right now.
Wow.
Can we go down there now?
Wow.
Watch out. I worked that for you.
And we're back with TSM. 8 kills to their name, almost 2k damage for Verhulst. What a series from them.
What a start too. They immediately were calling out, but immediately getting also bombed was Verhulst now having to back away. He popped the shield back just in time, lost a lot of health in the process, only playing between a
頂得啫！
It's one hell of a nook and cranny.
黐孖筋
I've
啫！
seen in the lobby before. They have
4隊喺度。
that side of the map here up north with every other team just vying
for these buildings and positions. TSM, depending what the zone's pulling, which is fairly central, in a good spot to just head glitch that wall. Great opportunity for Moist Esports to take on Horizon Union, our substitute team here.
5 squads left right now. Moist Esports, Pulverex, Xset, TSM, 100 thieves out here inside of this lobby, and they're trying to waver off all the other pressure that they're getting between the windows. The charge rifles trying to grief, and even a player trying to climb on top of their building.
That's right. Another opportunity. PK in front of them. Gonna connect for a bit of damage here. It's 100 Thieves right below them on low ground. Look, I just predicted who we thought would maybe win this competition. I have 100 Thieves as kind of a risky, bold pick. This is why. They show up when it matters. They've proven it time and time again. All 3 members of 100 Thieves alive and well with 1 kill point to their name.
Absolutely beautiful right here too, because this is their game plan, to play the end circle, play the crypto, to play the Loba. They could finally contest other squads that throw out the Seer ult in case that they have the EMP available to them, but they're trying to forcibly pressure out this squad. They break the Watson fences. They have so many nades right now to work with. Look at Baxon, he's got 3 nades right now.
You think he'd be running Fuse? No, it's a Val Crypto Loba comp for 100 Thieves, changing up. If you watch a lot of Pro League, their Newcastle and Watson team composition, they said there's just too many cryptos in the lobby that basically delete Watson. They actually opted against Newcastle and Watson for champs, or for playoffs, sorry.
It's a nice little experiment here, but sometimes a little risky too if you're out of your comfort zone. The Bangalore smoke, I mean, we'll take that real quick here if you have to get some extra cover, but there's still that squad that's right above you. Another squad also taking the 2nd floor. So there's 3 squads in this building alone with 100 Thieves included.
Yeah, very easy use of nades here. Very liberal use of nades from 100 Thieves. It's PVX, Pulverex on top. One of them's going to go down. Bangalore ult's going to drop. TSM damaged, but again, the head glitching and the cover that they have from that wall is great. Fry, 13 Pulverex is out. Moist and 100 Thieves going to trade kills, but TSM is profiting.
It is a buffet here, but look, they are in the open line of sight of Xset right now. 1v1 between Xset and TSM. Trying to dive on top of them. It's only take out TSM, and are your winners for game 1.
Welcome back to ALGS Xset with a victory in game 1. How symbolic is that, Vicky? Arguably the best 2 teams in the world coming into this tournament.
Xset though nice.
Xset on top. Is that foreshadowing? We'll see.
Remember their positioning at the very late game too, Follow. You saw them though, looking at all the chaos going down in Cascade Falls, playing off the back, Hotsig, having a conversation real quick with the rest of his players, trying to see what they got to do out here because they are looking to stay on top.
You might notice the ghost of Nocturnal here, Nocturnal Spirit. Not on display. If you're wondering why that is, well, Nocturnal mentioned and announced on Twitter. Unfortunately, he tested positive for COVID, so he's playing from an alternate location right now. Yeah. Great that he still gets to play with his team, and great that they still ended up with the win here. Clearly, they are not taking any steps back as a result.
The way you said that too, Follow, is it's just the empty chair. It's like, all right, we are out here, Xset, we are in spirit, but they truly are bringing everything out. Much love goes up to Knocked Out here too, with Xset taking that first game. What a good game though. We gotta talk about the
頭3隊殺頭3隊先癲啊 ！TSM 黐孖筋，先嚼低 Alliance。
We're gonna go ahead and throw it back to the desk. We got Rain Day, Spider Tiff, and Genome. Take it away.
Nice.
What a game 1 to start things off here in London at the Copper Box Arena. That is how you kick off your Split 1 playoffs. Rain Day, Spider Tiff, Genome here on the desk to break it down and talk about those highlights. Tiff, it was a game of many moments that took our breath away. Noticeably as well, a lot of hype from the TSM supporters here in the crowd when Verhulst went off. What a game from him. 6 kills, I believe, in game 1.
Look, as soon as I saw Alliance rotating towards the wall with TSM there, I was like, bro, this is their playground. TSM knows this area like the back of their hand. It's their drop spot POI. They're comfortable there. And the moment that Big E, Verhulst, decides to clutch that up, I'm screaming backstage. Everyone is like, this is insane. But those are the moments that Raven instilled so much confidence in them. Yeah. They are not afraid to take any fight. So they have done the work, and it shows.
Well, they've taken so many contests there in scrims recently that they have like a very polished 3v3 in that exact location, and it shows. They dominate that fight, and then they go on to dominate so many others. The amount of resets that TSM got in that game is just
個 reset 先至靚啊！個槍線拉得幾好，黐孖筋。
Because of the fact that that was such a difficult fight and TSM are so good at it, how well Alliance was playing to counter TSM. It was 51-49, 49-51 for about a minute and a half until TSM finally got that first knock. An incredible moment too as well, but how can we not talk about the team that took over late game? They kind of snuck in there. They were playing with the ghost.
如果我喺現場就好啊。
But they know about it. Xset, a huge performance. Fun, 8 kills on the day. Knock had 6. I mean, Gino, XZ are coming to play.
Yeah, I was expecting to turn up, and they proved me right pretty damn quickly. It was an incredible game from them as well. You know, we were talking about the macro teams, those teams that really love to play for that end game, and you saw why there. I mean, to be fair,
wow,
saw them, Moist Esports, who also drop at the ski lift, that mid-map area. They had very quick rotates in there, so they both managed to read that zone perfectly and get and pull up position there very quickly. That means even though TSM were pulling in there with all of this, you know, loot that they got from there, Exit unfortunately had too much space, and you know, it was just one team too many.
點啊嘅136啊，成排。
Look, I mean, they did exactly what they needed to do.
喂，呢個身法靚到嘔啊！個日本仔真係。
Are you impressed with the team that is doing this? But he's not going to be impressed.
日本仔身法真係好 Q 勁。
Finish on a LAN, and when you open up Split 1 playoffs here, and you get that first map win, you start getting the confidence. You're like, hey, I know that what I have done is working.
Yeah, I mean, to me.
呢把根真係好勁，日本仔身法。
A little bit wrong. You have some adversity. You feel like it's like, all right, we got to pull
together.
Actually creates maybe the little boost that XSET needed to finally push themselves into not just a consistent team, but a winning team. 28 points.
哇！呢隻16 kill 啊！
I mean, massive. Again, Fun with 8 kills, Knock with 6, and I believe it was. Oh, excuse me, that was Sykes with 8 kills. My goodness, Sykes. He needs to be getting that credit. TSM
唔係身法啊，身啊，身啊，身啊，身體個身啊。
That's impressive. Look, I know we started off watching map number 1 with TSM, taking that fight against Alliance, having Flora go in there with the third party. But when did that happen? Because I did not catch that at all. That's 16 eliminations. That's almost a third of the entire lobby. Exit, bro, they're right there, guys. Hype them up because this is insane.
And very well deserved. That is how you want to pop off Atlanta.
佢頭先有一下係跳起。
As we take a look too at
因為
the back half of the
APEX 呢隻槍 game 可以硬場，
These teams maybe have the horror
可以彈走。
A team we think could maybe win this.
咁係一個好短時間，可能嗰度唔夠1秒嘅裏面，去進行可能跳，即係可能開槍、跳起彈牆。頭先佢有一下係咁樣避開咗日本仔。 好有型啊！
It's one game of one series. All right, nothing to get worried about just yet. These teams have got plenty of time.
好有型啊！真係。
Prove it. You know, looking else there, you've got North Eption. We saw them take a fight and win one early on, but you know, as is the way with North Eption, you know, they.
你當係咯。
Carefully in Apex, but you know, North Eption.
身法都唔知係咩。
Stop really.
So also, shout out to some of our South American teams there. Godfire, you got Leave No Witness. I talked to some of the guys on Leave No Witness. Argentinian representatives, Chilean representatives. We got APAC North here in this. We've got teams from Europe. We've got teams from North America.
體術同身法係兩樣嘢嚟
teams
啊。
we talk about are still being talked about, but it's going to change. It is going to be a tournament that I think tells itself over several days, and that's the thing, Tiff, people have to keep in mind. You have to run this like a marathon, not like a sprint.
Yes, that's a really valid point. Consistency is key.
體術咧，成個感覺就好似做彈咁咯。但係身法就係刺客咯。
Notoriously, that's a little different for them. It's exciting, right? But we want to get to that match point Sunday where they can hit that 50-point threshold and get that win there.
Strong starts for TSM. Good looks for other teams hanging in there. Horizon Union. Moist Esports will have a chance to talk with you about that as well, but also of course,
因為開槍加硬場嗰個避係唔容易嘅個操作，仲要準確，仲要喺比賽做出嚟喎，頂有肺！唔係平時自己打積分做出嚟，黐孖筋。大癲啊！嗰下日本仔玩 APEX 咧，啲 pro player 全部啲身法都好勁，勁過啲美國仔啊！真係。 好正啊 100 Thief。Game 2 start， 應該睇到6點啊，有機會。我唔記得佢好似打6場，我冇記錯啊。
WD Black, the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series. One game down, and boy, the set was repped as Xset farms the lobby here. TSM with an insane 2v3 clutch. What a start for North America, top 3 right now.
Gotta talk about Xset. They land in Cascade Falls, and the way that they were able to position themselves outside of the fray, outside of what was going on with the rotations happening on the southern side of that final circle was amazing, because you saw them end with 16 KP to their name, double digits already off the rip after that. Game 1 is gonna be able to skyrocket them in the overall leaderboards.
Yeah, insane. Unless you're watching that kill feed or watching, of course, on multi-view, you may have missed Xset just dominating. We missed a little bit of on screen as we were watching a couple other fights on the map, but wow, 16 kills to start a 28-point game, and right now TSM Xset with a margin. However, we did see Pulverex, a team that is used to playing late game because they had 2 players. They make it to late game, they get themselves some points as well. They're representing APAC North right now.
They're rocking the star trio though out here in LAN, and you love
to
see it out here
現
too.
場
TSM, 100 Thieves, Moist, Pulvereds, Xset, the top 5 squads after that last game. Alliance I love the fan love out here in the audience. Shout out to you guys here, making your way over to London to make sure you guys can support your favorite teams.
Yeah, I see a couple beverages, as you'd expect here in London. Big shout out to everyone showing up on a Thursday. Look, if you skipped work today or school, let me hear it, to be here for ALGS.
Big
shout out to every single one of y'all. Appreciate you on this Thursday. I think that was just all of them.
I don't blame them. I mean, look at the action we already got off the rip after that game 1. Are you kidding me? Also, talking about TSM, talking about what we saw between their fight between Alliance and Flora. They had no reason to quickly rotate out of the wall. You saw that already off the rip. Verhos got the scan on the beacon to their south. We saw that maybe a potential 50-50. You saw Nock try to back him up real quick before Xset just backed away in time. But there was a lot to digest with why TSM stayed there. Alliance trying to rotate behind them, seeing that TSM was still there, and then the third-party opportunity failing for a team like Flora.
Yeah, that's right. We just saw SSG on screen. Space Station did find themselves with 9 kills, so we didn't see much of it on screen or in the leaderboards, but they, of course, are going to sit within the top 7 as well as a result of their performance. South America, though, didn't see a whole lot of them in the overall kill feed. We'll see if they can step up. Godfire is one team I'm keeping a close eye on. We were talking to a few players. I was talking to IG, and they mentioned that Bin on this team might be the most underrated and slept-on player in the world. He is so mechanically talented. They were watching him, spectating in a scrim, and we're just mind-blown at how just truly gifted he is. I'm excited to see what Bin can do.
Also, you think about all the hidden bosses out here, you know, that don't get as much love as they need. Being able to represent their squad in LAN, this is their moment to shine. As we take a look at some of the other competitors, also got to say, love the banter that I usually get to see before we load into that next game between a lot of our players who are having a good time out here. Just happy to make it out to LAN.
That's right. Moist Esports picked up the Team Burger squad after a great run at Champs. Well, they're sitting in the top 5, representing APAC South, a region that has been the quietest, best region in the world. If you look at placements on LAN, that team has performed and that region has performed the best. Talk about Dark Zero, back-to-back wins. They're, of course, playing in North America now. But with that said, here's one thing that's important to understand is based on performance at this tournament, there's a weight that will carry over to Split 2 playoffs and Champs in terms of how many teams are invited per region. Right now, APAC North gets 10 teams. APAC South gets 5. Should that be flipped? Should that be different? If APAC North does not perform and APAC South does, they'll be awarded more spots and more invites for future tournaments, which is amazing. So keep in mind, you're not only representing your team, you're representing your entire region.
Yes, it's a lot on the line. It's not just money that we got to talk about here, although, of course, money is really nice and all, but it's about the points to make it into the other lands that are going to be happening, so that way your team has more of an opportunity to not only showcase their own skills, but to also take home some extra money in their pocket. As we get to see the 100 Thieves boys out here, another one of the squads that made it into the top 5 in that final game. I believe they got 3rd with 3 KP, playing a lot more passively.
That's right. You know, I know 100 Thieves is like basically an apparel company, but you got to switch your jerseys every event. I swear to God, they have new swag, new jerseys every single event. Last year, of course, it was the kit. This year, all reds for 100 Thieves. Big shout to this squad that just continues to be slept on every single event. because they don't have that controller player, they're not like a super aggressive and fancy style of play, we don't talk about them a lot. People don't put respect on their name, but you have to remember, they are the champions of the ALGS in North America in year 1, 3rd place in year 2. Let's see what 100 Thieves can do here in year 3.
Gotta put some respect on their name, as they're also one of the teams rocking the Loba, Crypto, and Valkyrie. I love the composition diversity that we're seeing between so many of our teams. Exit, of course, won that with the Seer, Bangalore, and Valkyrie themselves. As we get ready for game number 2, I don't want to waste any more time, Follow. Let's dive right into it.
That's right, Vicky. Game number 2 is here. The dropship is flying across Storm Point, baby. Let's get ready to
Let's
jump
go,
right
let's
back into
go.
the action. Game 1 found Exit dominating.
Game
First place
2.
win, TSM farming on edge against Alliance and against Flora from APEX North. We'll see what game 2 has in store.
What's so important to note too, because there was so much action happening between mid to late game, was the importance of the replicator there. You heard it in the comms with TSM. They had the mobile respawn beacon that they were able to craft up in the replicator. They took their time. You saw the fight with Burhals with the G7. So with a lot of other teams utilizing the replicator, taking their time, either boosting up their Evo shield and making the rotate, that's definitely something to note, because as you can see right here, we got the mobile respawn, the purple knockdown shield, and the purple extended heavy mag, and the 2-time scope right now in the replicator before it changes.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's why you saw them kind of just chilling in wall.
Yeah.
You saw Hal and Verhulst with the G7 Scout, which they crafted. But here's the thing. They don't got a replicator this time around. They are going to get a hot zone, though, so they'll get some great loot, some great purple and gold items. No G7s to their name. And, of course, Sykes going to scan beacon. They get a beacon as well. Verhulst is going to rotate south, scan that beacon. They'll get that intel as well.
Look at the patient play, though, between Sykes and Verhulst once again for this game, too, just kind of eyeing each other down. Sykes is going to get that information first, but another similar circle. I could predict the circle going probably way more south than we saw before, but this is going to be really interesting to see how other teams they approached when it came to the rotation from the last game.
The Integrity Gods are certainly blessing us right now, because we have some very fair and central circles to kick off London. Another one is going to be here, the last one, and then Cascade Falls, which is why you really saw TSM and XSET be able to dominate, right? They're able to be in zone, they have early rotates, they have good positioning. Obviously, they earned it with a lot of fights won and a lot of kills as well. But this time, we're going to kick off with XSET here. Longbow in the hands of the controller player in Sykes.
Yeah, Sykes just making his way right back to his squad after scanning that beacon. Exit coming out of a huge game number 1 win. Look at this, Rick starting off with 28 points. They're feeling themselves, of course, now just trying to force their way into seeing what they want to do next when it comes to those rotations.
Making his way downtown, back to his teammates. Sykes going to find himself with an R99. Decently kitted longbow, does have a purple extended sniper mag, so won't have to reload that baby. And XSET, well positioned. Early scan's going to show. Take a look at the top left of your screen. If we can showcase the map here in a second as well, that'd be great for where this zone is pulling, which is going to be fairly south and west of where it pulled last game. As we do see a potential antenna finish. Those finishes are grueling, Vicky, but likely instead going to be right within the bunker by Jurassic Park. Of course, the zone cannot finish in Jurassic Park based on the AI, the prowlers that are there. So it's going to be likely either north or just southeast of that.
You know, if this circle does continuously, though, pull towards the east side, I'm wondering how that's going to fare for the squads that are going to be rotating from high to low ground. There's a little bit of cover in that beacon no-name area that's to the north of Launchpad. So with so many squads trying to play for final circle positioning,
有排搶啊呢度啲位，呢個圈。
or even the Loba, of course, like we've seen some variations of the Loba. Teams like Pulverex who like to play for final circle positioning
將會很黐線嘅一場。
that already beat them there first. As you can see, Saku already taking some shots by the triple take. Ooh, F-Chat?
黐孖筋未行到過去冇血啦。
Early rotate team that did not get nearly enough kills in Pro League. They were outside of the top 8 in kills. They qualified from placement. That's their play style. Take a look at the map here. You'll see a lot of teams starting to clump already just north of Jurassic Park, right through the bunker tunnel. And that's where most teams are predicting the zone to pull. Of course, most teams already got the first zone info. Apologies, it's not showing the first zone or second zone right now. But we do know from looking at the POV from XSET earlier, it will be just southeast.
大家都知道收嗰度咧，他黐孖筋。
area I was wondering how it was going to get contested, because if you rotate here, especially if you're Pulverex right now with not the best shields, you are in a very tough position. You only really have the natural land formation of the rocks to just try to get some extra cover. But if another squad is going to try to contest you from the left or right and then pinch you in that situation, you basically have nowhere to run other than in the line of sight of Moist. As you can see, they are to their north right now. Moist have no issue taking control over this building, looking at their team comp. This is one of those other squads that like to play for final circle positioning, making sure they can bunker down with the Watson fences. They have the crypto drone here too, so if another squad tries to boot them out of this location alone, they're going to be able to also answer back with an EMP.
That's right. On the flip side, we do have quite a few teams playing edge. Look at Northampton all the way at the northwest side of the map, still at North Pad, where they drop. They actually drop southeast of North Pad and rotate and loot late at North Pad, which is a good decision. It means they can clean up all the extra loot that maybe teams might try and steal or take. Meanwhile, big fight going on here. TSM likes to be aggressive in this building here. Hal down to 20 HP.
They got the first knock though right now. They have the number advantage in their favor. You see Reps going crazy out here. Already has the purple Evo shield. He wants to try to finish off that knock. Just playing patiently around. Ooh, huge nade over by the top of the stairwell right now too. Reps finishes off that one knock, and as we dive right into this fight, here comes that EMP. Verl's falling incredibly low, and he's right there in the mouth of the stairwell.
That's right. We're playing against Leave No Witness, South American team. As Verhol's down to 5 HP, going to be scanned as well, so they'll get the intel here. This is their opportunity for Leave No Witness. And the risky thing about this fight is it's so third-partyable. Expect some teams to come in and try to join the fun.
This would be insane, especially from the squads that are going to rotate outside of Cascade right now. You can hear the rest
都係
coming
大
in.
出彩
Playing right
嘅。
outside the doors. Reps doesn't have a shield bat. He's only got 5 more shield cells to work with after he pops that one. Hal also having to forcibly play with slow heals. It looks like all of TSM are working off of slow heals.
Yeah, that's a great point. Reason being, well, they didn't have the replicator, so they're not going to be able to craft themselves early shield bats and med kits. They're going to be down to just cells. Looks like Reps is the last one with the bat. Passion is going to get taken out, one of our substitute teams. That's an all-Finnish squad playing with Urban from the UK. They're going to get taken out. So does Crook from Oxygen. So another slow start here for Oxygen.
And it's Exet on top of this roof, actually looking at the squads that are in the middle of rotating through the southern side. Playing on the outside of that building that we just saw TSM in. There's another team right to their north. Like you mentioned before, Paula, this is a very third-party location to be in. But with Exet, they are rocking the Bangalore, so they are going to be able to at least make up some cover with fun actually out here on this year to reveal the other teams that could be coming in from their 6.
Yeah, I love the fact that Bangalore's stock has risen. As a day 1 Bangalore main, I was just waiting for that day.
Exit 之前線下賽其實已經打得好好。
viable. Little did we know Bangalore would be one of the most played legends in today's current meta. TSM still just toying with their food here. It's
wow, 拋晒喎
Hell. That's it. Hal's gonna break ice, but says I didn't do enough. That got reset. Let me heal up.
It's very interesting. The drone acted like a little shield almost real quick, and the player thinking he has a shot, holding different angles as Reps, but then he gets hit from the outside of the building.
Yeah, Reps has another battery here, and the reason they want to take this fight
quick
is because they need the loot. They can use these shield bats. They can use this loot. They're gonna get it.
Yo,
Shield for them available as well. Leave No Witness from South America eliminated. TSM also able to thwart off any third party. 100 Thieves wanted it.
Now, there are no more witnesses out here. Maybe thinking that they have a shot right now. Scurry taking one shot with that longbow for backing up. He got pinged probably by Exit. That's to their south.
That's right. I mean, technically 100 Thieves was a witness though, so there's one more witness. One more witness still out there. It's 100 Thieves. As we're going to see the Loba ultimate come through. You saw a team that really started the Loba trend in a lot of ways on this map especially. Well, it was Exet. Not running Loba though. It's Nocturnal on Bangalore instead. But a lot of Loba comps here for late game, which works, but there's not a lot of other Loba comps on the map because you don't get your loot stolen.
Reception in another fight between Game Ward. Black Hole getting heated from across, not going to land on anybody as Northampton is just playing off the low ground right now. The Seer ult just to make sure they know where the other squad is going to try to approach them from. They're pinging them down. You can see them. Nice little shot with the wingman right now as Taida is just going to be playing off the rooftop.
That's right. A nice defensive Seer ult's going to keep them away. And the reality is that was a wasted Horizon ult in my eyes. A little preemptive, maybe some of the nerves again, kind of just yeeted it across the map, didn't really do a whole lot with it, and now they won't have their Horizon ult to work with.
It's kind of like a 1-1 trade-off too, because then you also use the Seer ult too at the moment where the squad wasn't going to push in general, but at least for the use of the Seer ult, it's to prevent the squad from having the opportunity to push in. And now you can see as Northampton actually are taking a different angle. Game Ward says, all right, you know what? We don't like this trade right now. We're just going to drop to the low ground, but is it dropping a little bit too soon with Psychop falling incredibly low?
Yeah, that's right. Our Game Ward says, yeah, we're good. And I don't know if they know it or not, but wise decision against the Northampton team that likes to push, such a kill-heavy team. Top 1 or top 2 teams in all of APAC North, a very aggressive region in kills, and that's how they qualified. The vast majority of their points did come from kills. So Game Ward's just going to back out and reset here. If you're not familiar with Game Ward, well, they are a team that dominated the second half of Pro League in EMEA. Started really, really slow, and again, you wonder if it was because Aimbot and YOLO were competing for the first time, but Psychop, one of the longest-lasting competitors, a veteran in our scene, former Le Site de France champion. He won multiple online tournaments and multiple events with Le Site de France, took a big risk, picked up these 2 rookies, 18 and 19 years old, and it's paid off.
Oh, the young legends out here, so much young talent, just being able to showcase their skills right now and land in game ward with the rotate, opting to call it early because they wanted to actually wrap around this landform so that way they don't have trouble getting into that next circle. If we could see where that next circle is going to be pulling, because it is going to be insane to see the squads exiting out of Cascade Falls. It is in that middle area that we saw Pulverex originally in earlier.
That's right. Again, the combo for the Storm, 18 squads left. You saw 2 teams kind of eliminated. One was center map by TSM.
哇！係呢條啦，度射過去，大癲！
To J-Lings picking up this squad, a great pickup. 2 dominant British players with VJ also on controller. The 3 roller boys have looked so good throughout Pro League, especially in the second half. They were on fire. The big question with this team is, though, Vicky, they're young. A lot of them are playing on LAN for the first time. You wonder, nerves and other factors that might play into effect here. But again, I've heard that story for the past 15 years. Online Warriors, they're not going to compete on LAN. And guess what? Every single time I've seen the Online Warriors dominate on LAN and become the best players in the game, something tells me the future's bright for these 3.
And I know it's stereotypical out here, but VCN is also one of those teams that ramp up with confidence. They get that momentum very quickly, and when they are feeling themselves, you could see it rolling into the next games. It's just GG, go next. And they got the RE45 in their hands, too. So that basically counts as another player out here. Call them cheating. I mean, RE45 goes absolutely crazy. But J-Lings are just looking at the squads that have already taken control over the buildings right to their south, trying to make sure that they can gatekeep any other squads making their rotation to the north.
That's right, especially on controller. Give me that RE45, I'm a happy person.
Goes Bird.
Yeah, and you go Zane, obviously the biggest rookie on this team. VJ and Nags do have a lot of experience. VJ did play with Ascend and had tons of XP with them last Pro League. And of course, Nags as well, played at Element 6 for a while and played with a few teams before then. So we know this team has some experience, has what it takes. We'll see how they will perform, how they'll translate to LAN, though, as a team of 3. Meanwhile, TSM with 21 points to their name. Have picked up 3 kills already, still in the same exact building, same position. They like their spot, they earned that building. And they are going to now continue to use that, though, but we're not exactly sure. They don't have a beacon, they don't have the intel as to where the zone's going to pull.
I was looking to see what their weapon loadout is looking like here. Usually you see reps with a sniper in his hand, but that's not the case right now. Hal either, too. So they're just looking at the squads to their north. I heard the Beast of a Hunt get activated right here in Jurassic Park. I mean, how scary can it get when you're playing off of Antenna? Oxygen Esports in some trouble, losing out on Crook, but does get the crack over to the south. And the Missile Swarm gets the knock onto Gameward.
Despite the Valkyrie nerf with the Missile Swarm just in a recent patch, a recent season, guess what? Still gets the knock on YOLO, evening things out at the 2v2.
哇，多人到。
Through Hill and Enemy as a duo, what can they do?
But it's not going to be enough. There's also another squad trying to grief him with a charge rifle to their south. It's a 1v1 play right now. The third party comes in to wipe up the Oxygen Esports.
Enemy! A 2 versus 3! But for now, FC Destroy will come through and farm and clean up. A great play from Enemy. We've been seeing that all season long in Pro League, but unfortunate for them and unfortunate for Oxygen fans, FC Destroy's nearby.
They had no choice. They saw the charge rifle come in, and they knew that they had to fully send it to at least confirm the KP to their name, but they couldn't live long enough before the third party cleaned them up. Another fight now. Makes a rotation into the TSM estate.
That's right, on board right now.
Wow!
J-Lings who wants to fight TSM here in this first and initial. RE45 is going brap, brap, brap. He's going to get the first knock. 2 players alive here at the 2v2.
2v2, VJ falls incredibly low. It's up to Nags. He gets the offense. TSM wiped out, dropping out in 16th. J-Lings now with a third party moving in the EMP, only leaving Nags. He won't be able to get the rest easily.
What did we tell you? J-Lings can fight in a pound-for-pound 3v3. They win over TSM. But 100 Thieves has been watching and waiting, commiserating.
講唔講切啊？講唔切啦，補唔切啦。
They were waiting for a while. They looked over TSM trying to get into a third party at the very beginning for that first fight, and now they found the opportunity. Patience pays off when they were able to wait by the end of that.
稍為打耐少少咋。
Tuki from North M Xing going to find himself 2 KP. They're in a fight against Godfire, one worse than the new player on this team. Needs to make a play and a half alongside Bin, who is an absolute demon, by the way.
我話打到7彩啊，收呢個圈。
First elimination on Razy alongside FC Destroy. All 3 members of Godfire alive. Keep in mind, big story of Bin, he was a Dota 2 player, didn't touch an FPS until Season 6 of Apex Legends, became an online warrior, a ranked demon. They found him online. They said, hey, you ever thought about competing? You ever heard of ALGS? And wow, he's one of the best players in South America now.
That is so crazy to have that backstory too, to show that you could be good at multiple games out here. You're flexible, literally a professional ditto. As we look at some of the other players now coming in, Moist Esports playing up the high ground. They have not let go of this building as they should. They've been holding it down the entire time because with the crypto drone, they've been able to get the beacons information this entire time. They know that Pulverix has been playing underneath them too, and I believe that Space Station that's playing right below them. So in this vicinity, you've got Pulverix looking at Moist with Space Station playing right underneath them.
That's right. Moist Esports on high ground. And just one quick note on that Bin play and the J-League's play. We wrote the script here. We were foreshadowing. We hyped up Bin a while ago. He shows up big time in that fight. And of course, we hyped up J-Leagues. They won the fight against TSM, off to a good start. Perhaps the opposite of the Caster's Curse. Death to the Capture's Curse here as Horizon gets the final elimination on Satuki. North Eption out again, so another slower start for APEC North. 2 teams eliminated.
Godfire making their way actually right here over to the south side too, getting involved in a lot of these fights now as Eggset are still inside of that building. A lot of action happening as Horizon are looking to clean up the last 2 members of Godfire.
Oh my god, the best placed ultimate. Wow. It's to the Eggset. They want some of the knocks. Can they get it? Oh, yeah! Genji of Horizon. Oh, he's gonna get taken out. Everyone.
但係冇用，後面仲有一隊。天啊咁！
Dreamfire substitute.
呢個圈真係難打到。
Dreamfire splacked that last kill there too. It looked like at the very end that player was one shot. Eggset still on the rooftop, still looking at the action happening right to their side. They have to start making moves though to see where they wanted to rotate. They want to rotate long because they got a minute and 20 seconds, some time, but they got to make that decision soon here if other squads are in their way.
That's right. 33 points for Eggset. Are you kidding me? What a start for them under the new banner. One team behind them. That's likely 100 Thieves who got the eliminations on TSM and rotated back to the same building.
Thieves playing off that little lip of the high ground too, but there's 2 other
squads
way if they want to rotate over to
into
that next circle. Yeah, they got the black market out, but I believe it's Alliance and NC also to the south of that. It's E36 who have control in the middle of this circle, as you can see right now with the map side.
八弟佢哋冇事喎，喺條河度。
He's looking to fully send it on the squad. You have nowhere to run, little Loba, as she tries to toss out her bracelet. She gets taken out. It's Alliance who are out of this lobby.
Yeah, Alliance eliminated in 10th. Another earlier exit for Alliance than they'd like. 100 Thieves showing up again. Top 9 as it currently stands. 4 kills to their name. Crypto, Loba, and Valkyrie. One of 2 teams, I believe, in 2 cryptos in this lobby so far. Great start for them. They got to now get through NC. If you're wondering who NC is, well, it's NorCal Esports. Picked up the South American team of Frogs, the Ser, and Azazel. Now, 100 Thieves wants this one as well. The Crypto Ultimate is going to come through. Early damage done.
Beautiful actually
哇！華心家最強防守。
Up to the side of Zell actually in a really nice off angle. That EMP completely negated when Amu really wanted to try to push in.
That's right.
係有啲難 push 真係。
Hey, remember that team copy you used to run? We can still do it. Let's go ahead.
梗係華心家。
He knows a thing or two about breaking this setup.
係咯，都只能夠飛啊！真係坦白講，你點 push 到佢哋啫？
There's fucking trees. All right, look for maybe here. No. We want to go here, I think, and then third backwards. We can land that spot. Remember? Wait, land.
當到嘔啊！你落邊度
I got a bat right away.
OK， 揾到個 cover 位。
Yes. Almost back down. I might go down. I'm good. I just need to get this bat off. On me. I need to get this bat off. The broke EMP. Sear's dead. Sear died. We're gonna get thrown in the back. We have to wipe this. On me.
黐孖筋，頭先廖卡崇加華心嘅。
Turn. Thanks, crack. Thanks, one. Thanks so fucking.
捱埋得住咧 ，Anthony。
Hey, nice try. Made the best
of it.
Your body went flying.
I'm done.
Body went flying. I couldn't get the armor swap.
And 100 Thieves is going to be eliminated to the hands of Eggset right there. A good Valkyrie ult, and they of course did everything they could in what was an absolute battle.
That's the scary part too when it comes to some of these Valkyrie ults when you try to get into the fray or you actually get out of a difficult situation when you're playing by the edge. It's E36 that have been holding on to this position though since the very last circle. See the missile swarms coming in from aimbot. He lands on all the 3 players hiding behind that rock.
boost 得啦。
Force 36. You saw aimbot earlier. You might be getting some deja vu. Well, it's a battle of the aimbots in this lobby. A beautiful.
靚炸彈。
Here comes the push as he broke ice. He wants it.
唔 boost 啊？
His team's gonna call him off for a second.
仲唔 boost？
For a moment. Is that enough time to heal up? No.
好悶㗎啦喎，咪咯。兩下搞掂 PK。喂，唔中喎，靚。靚嘅，靚。咪咯，頭先一嘢就可以 boost 啊。
Just ever so slightly, just make sure they had the time and
仲
space to be able
等
to do this.
Biggie, does Exit go back to back here? Are you kidding me? Top 5 right now.
They're in the best spot.
個炸彈咁
They
靚。
gotta get through Moist, and they are in a great position. Zone pulling right to them, and they have all the head glitches and cover in the world.
It's actually beautiful too because it's not only pulling in their direction. I say best spot because they are not only in the circle, but they know that their backs are cleared. Moist, although they do have the high ground right now, and you can see that their view is getting blocked out by the Bangalore smoke. They have to make the decision. Are they going to try to fully send it to the team fighting to the right?
That's right. It's gonna be SSG that decides to push this 3v3. Good shot. The damage is gonna be done. 2 members gonna be knocked.
輕鬆一行。
On Yundi, and just like that, SSG takes out Enter Force 36.
Space Station being able to take that one member though means that E36 have to play this.
哇 SSG 今次又
Moist
打幾
also
好。
playing off the south and Polbrex only having or rather a duo only too. So we got 2 duos in this lobby right now.
Look at Exit farming. Here we go, another opportunity here.
哇 S 真係好識攞分啊！
It's gonna be
由線下賽嗰陣時開始。
Moist nearby as well. Polbrex is ratting. Moist is gonna go down. 2 members eliminated. 1v1. SSG wins. Again, but Xset farms. Xset is dominating.
Enter Force 36 get taken out. 3 squads left, and it's Polbrex playing this as a duo. Are you kidding me? Shunmi's like, nobody, nothing to see here. Don't call the exterminator. Fun gets one knock onto Space Station currently right now. This is the only other squad that has all 3 men alive.
They're not even fighting. They're just saying, let's just rat as a team of 2, and it's working. Polbrex is pulling a trick out of their own bag from Champs. Rats their way to a top 3, potentially top 2, but Xset is dominating.
Saku says, nothing to see here. Don't look at me. Don't look at me one bit. But Fun is on the seer. He can look in his direction with the heartbeat center, but they got other plans right now with Space Station right in front of them.
哇，靚啊！
Polbrex gets second. He's trying to not give them the kill point. They'll get it anyways. Xset goes back to back. Are you kidding me?
靚啊 ！S 真係。
What did Xset eat this morning? I want some Cheerios, whatever they had with cereal. I want it right now because Xset are on a different level. Their positioning for these final circles are insane.
They're unbelievable. This team is unbelievable. Former Team Liquid roster. You wonder what the heck Team Liquid, how could you let them go? Best team in the world, arguably on
咪咯，
Pro League, the way they perform.
點解要放佢走啊，大佬？
Well, and keep in mind, they are getting very favorable center zones, which they love if Cascade falls. But nonetheless, you got to give respect where respect is due. Fun, Nocturnal, Sykes in his first LAN, his debut, dominating.
This is actually beautiful
前
too,
team
because
力
they
平
also made the right call to make the decision
而家係
where they
SS
wanted to rotate after being behind those pillboxes. Look at their faces.
Soaking it all in.
They're so happy. I mean, honestly, also with a gigantic smile
哇！
on his face.
雖
Well
然
deserved
冇
to
所謂
this
嘅，
team.
少
Taking 2
數。
dubs back to back.
後
What
廿
a
名就得㗎啦，
strong
分
way
數。
to open up for your team day 1 here in the ALGS playoffs.
Toxic, the big brain, oldest man in ALGS. I think he's like 125 years old.
Oh, 分就可以。
Former pro player for the Pittsburgh Knights turned best coach
先
in the game. In my opinion, he's so incredibly talented. It's showing. Well, hey, that's gonna be it for us for now. Let's go ahead and throw it back to the desk to break it all down.
What a game number 2, and it's kind of like we just replayed game 1, although a little bit of different style. Xset takes 2 in a row. I gotta say, I haven't seen Hodzic that happy in a long time. I mean, he basically has to calm himself back down to go back into the coach demeanor of Hodzic, which, you know, we all appreciate and love. But Tiff, what a performance from them. They're on the board in a big way here to start London.
Yeah, it's really interesting because Vicky was like, hey, what do they eat for breakfast? Well, they definitely made me eat my words when I said, can they do it again? So I love to see that. I love when people prove me wrong. So can they do it again is the real question.
And it's no fault to you because Xset has particularly been a team that has had difficulty in going back-to-back with big wins. They're consistent, Gino, but this is almost like a new version. Is this their moment to kind of say, hey, we are here to win this tournament unequivocally and show the doubters that we are the real deal?
It looked pretty consistent to me. I mean, you know, they won and they got 16 kills, and they won again and they got another, I think it was 14 kills in that second game. So, I mean, the real thing, the real difference I think there for me though was yeah, they are winning these games with a massive swag of kills as well. And that means, you know, it's not like, you know, the Moist we're seeing, I guess, where they're getting to those late game circles, very few kills, playing it really, really safe. They're getting there by rolling through other teams and just picking up a swag of points. And, you know, when it comes to the end of the tournament, that's going to be important because that's how you get to match point first.
Yeah, that's the one thing that teams typically have a hard time jumping into, getting that win off their back, kind of saying, okay, we can do this and finish strong. That is something XSET does not have to worry about. But other teams who are still trying to get there, a few teams playing zone pretty well. I thought we saw Interforce have a pretty decent game. We saw Pulverex do some good zone play, which they're known for, some of the stars of championships. And we've seen Moist Esports as well, Tiff, really stay involved. Even if they haven't won, they've been making themselves known.
They definitely have, and as I was walking back to the stage, just listening to the comms and seeing how engaged and locked in they are, that is a joy. That's the best part about being on LAN and being able to witness this. But we just got to see a clip from J Lings where they eliminated TSM, and they went in super aggressive. Sure, TSM with a little split there, and they saw that as the opportunity. But what came next was really exciting with that 100 Thieves move, right? They lurked outside that building TSM was in for a
1點啊，開始咗好耐啊，啱啱完咗頭2個 game 啦已經。
TSM mirroring each other a little bit though.
準備 game 3
of game 2. There was a lot of up kind of points in terms of XSET dominating, taking a lot of the kills. It's just the zones going well for them, or do other teams need to be a little bit more aggressive?
I mean, there's certainly some aggressive teams in there. We're seeing a lot of them. They're definitely running into each other early on, right? North Eption going out pretty early, as well as a couple of others. Think Leave No Witness come to mind as well. But yeah, those zone teams really are playing it very well. But as you mentioned, we have had 2 fairly central zones, you know, to start off with. And when you play zone and it comes towards you, like generally that works out pretty well. It's the more interesting one is almost like, you know, when you get the zone and you're an edge team and you have to think about, do you sit there or do you actually rotate out and try and start gatekeeping people and playing a little bit differently? Are you flexible as a team to be able to do that?
Like I mentioned, here is the top 10 for game 2. XSET again top the leaderboard with 26 more points, 14 kills. Pulverex right behind him, 9 points in terms of placements. No kills for some of our fan favorite teams here in Pulverex. Space Station, though, getting 6 kills, 7 placement points. That's a solid performance from them. It's got to give them a little bit of confidence. Talking to Frexens and Nile a little earlier today, as well as Drop. They're feeling good and ready to go. And Interforce, a team representing APAC North, I think has a chance here to start making some move. 5 kills is promising, but again, Tiff, the story is XSET. We can't not talk about it. 2 back-to-back. Now the question is, can they win 3 in a row and head into World's Edge? Essentially, almost guaranteeing that they're going to come first place today.
Exactly, and that is a great start, right? You want to get all the points, and too bad this is at like Sunday, right?
Yeah.
They'd already be on match point after 2 games, so that's where things are going to get wild. So they just need to carry that in. Now, granted, that lobby is going to be totally different on Sunday, but we want to see a different zone and for them to run it back. But they have to be feeling confident when you go into those engagements, because they're not just winning with minimal eliminations, right? They are farming a third of the lobby every single time. So let's shake it up.
You know, this is LAN, though. I mean, it's a different environment. Yes, you do well, and you get the hype of the crowd, but the same way, if you don't do well, you get the absence of the hype, and you're like, hey, this is the real deal. Let's talk about 11 through 20, Gino. What's standing out from you from these teams right here?
Well, obviously, we saw TSM get eliminated early on this time. Sure, they got the 1 squad wipe in the meantime, but, you know, that's it's not the best for them. Looking around, you've got other teams there who, you know, most of them picking up some points, actually. This one was a little more spread out than the first one, with only a couple of teams down the bottom posting a donut. But yeah, there's a couple of them that have been on the bottom 10 both games in a row now, and they really need to start picking it up.
Well, let's take a look at the series results. After 2, XSET. Man, if this was Sunday, as you mentioned, Tiff, they would be on match point after 2 games. Looking like pulling an ESA in North America. I'm sure the rest of the world would not be happy about that. Everything else, though, pretty central. Space Station 22, bottom 10, Dreamfire with 8, Tiff. So anybody's ball game in that second half.
That definitely is. You can start strong, right? Yeah, maybe you get some good wins in the first half, but maybe you're stronger on that fan favorite World's Edge, and you just know it. It's so tried and true. It's been competitive for a very long time, so maybe you'll find some more comfort in that, knowing. So the back half of the set might be better for you.
Let's take a look at that final circle one more time. The way XSET managed it, you thought, okay, this looks like an opportunity. Pulverex doing what they like to do, which is kind of hide out and make sure they play smart. But Gino, walk us through this last moment. I mean, Sykes, he's been playing phenomenally and such a great addition to XSET. After losing Gildersons earlier on in the split, and it almost seeming like it spelled trouble for them, they've adapted so well with Sykes.
Yeah, interesting. You know, Gildersons was such a strong player, but you know, to come out ahead of that roster change and still be, you know, doing this well is honestly pretty amazing. But yeah, this was honestly one of the easier final circles you'll see to play. The other two teams didn't really seem to have a beat on them at all. You can see here they've got high ground. You know, once space station goes down, we've got Pulverex just wall jumping around. You know, APAC North, they're known for their amazing movement. Those guys.
That is true. Ross?
On the M&K,
oh
yeah.
My God.
But
watch
like
out.
honestly, as a region, just like next level with that kind of stuff. And you know, they didn't get any kills, right? I don't know. Maybe they just like, you know, had their weapons stowed away and they were just like wall bouncing around. Just that's how they made it into second place. Who knows?
But you know, I like a plan. I like a plan. Even though they didn't get kills, they wanted that placement points. They got 9 placement points, and that's better than a lot of other teams have to do it. Game 2 has just finished. We've got one more game coming up on World's Edge, and it is a doozy. Can XSET go back to back to back? We'll find out in just a minute. Fallout, Vicky, what do you think?
I think yes, personally. They have what it takes. Listen, Rain Day, they've been playing out of their minds, man. It's been fun to watch. Vicky's losing her mind. I'm losing my mind. Vicky, it's day one. We got to control our voices and can't lose them this early. This is a problem.
It's so difficult, though, when you have teams like XSET just out here winning not only back-to-back, but with double-digit KP. Like, are you kidding me right now? Like, it's actually insane to see how successful they've not only been on the rotations, but it's kind of what you mentioned, too, before. They really like those central circles. Yep. We were kind of wondering if it was going to pull more towards a launch pad area, maybe in that direction, towards the east side, but it ended up still pulling more to the west in that rock formation where, you know, if you're forced to transcend through that river, you're basically out in the open, and XSET made sure that there was no competition in their way. We had 2 duos also playing at the very end, minus Space Station Gaming and XSET, so they knew that they had a nice clear path before cleaning up the remaining duos that was left.
Can we take a moment to talk about the Chicago Bulls jersey, though? You know,
yeah, right?
Chicago Bulls, Chicago represented, even though this guy probably has never been to Chicago. I still love to see it, but no, yeah, you're spot on. Here's one thing that's interesting. Despite all the meta changes, despite all of the years that have passed, the new characters added, the one thing that's been a staple since the very beginning in competitive Apex meta, well, it's center map drop spots tend to do well. I mean, you look at TSM early on and Kings Canyon, they dropped Cage, they dominated. They won the first 3 LAN tournaments. You look at them dropping Fragment East originally, they dominated. The reality is, XSET's doing the same thing, dropping Cascade Falls and finding success. But guess what? It's one more game here on Storm Point. The drop ship is flying. We're loading in. One more game on Storm Point. Can XSET go back to back to back? Or will we see the likes of TSM? Maybe even Alliance. They need a big game here. Will they show up? Will they perform? So
we got to see that consistency, Follow. We got to see it happen. And this is the final game on Storm Point before we make the transition into World's Edge right now. You want to be able to start off strong, and that's exactly what XSET has done. Like we talked about before, they land in Cascade Falls, and what do you know? There's a beacon right to their north. So they're going to have that information immediately, too.
Now, where's the beacon? I don't see a beacon.
All the way to the side of the Cascade Falls. Yeah. Yeah, you see
northeast. All right. Because guess what? The wall beacon that they've been scanning is not going to be there. I see it. There it is. The wall beacon that they've been scanning is not going to be there. So here we go. Drop zone, or sorry, hot zone again. Going to be in wall and a crafter this time, but no beacon for TSM early. Meanwhile, we're looking at teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboards that need a really, really big performance. You're looking at teams like FC Destroy. Oxygen has had a slow start. Flora in North America, APAC North, Alliance with a very, very slow start. And of course, all the way in dead last is going to be Passion, the Finnish squad. They need a huge game here. This is kind of the middle point where you either stay with the top or fall way behind.
And it also puts things into perspective on the squads that just do better on World's Edge, too. Maybe they had a slow start here on Storm Point, but can that transition to World's Edge benefit those squads that are on the end half of the overall leaderboards? As we tune into Moist Esports, they're going to be able to loot up here. Another one of the consistent squads, we got to talk about it, too. Moist has been in the top 5 for both Game 1 and Game 2. Yeah, they've been able to get some KP, and it hasn't been as loud as we've been able to see from XSET out here, but this is another team that has been pretty quick on their rotations. Of course, since they have the crypto, they can get those beacon scans without having to overextend themselves.
Yeah, Moist, another team that does well through early rotates and positioning. Kind of like the guard of APAC South, if you will. You know, obviously you have IBG, Ironblood Gaming, former Chicken Sandwich. That's the exact opposite. They like to fly at everything they see, play ultra aggressive in that region. Well, Moist does it the good old-fashioned way. Rotate early, and look how fast they just rotated those 3 buildings. Obviously, it's not a named POI. There's not a whole lot to loot, but they're still going to walk out with purple shields in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, you guys saw it at the very beginning, seeing where the circle was going to be pulling all the way towards the west side this time. So I'm expecting a lot of rotation coming out of Checkpoint, leaving through Cascade Falls like we see from XSET. They and they actually may run into Moist here. You can see Moist actually look in that direction, depending on how quick exit is with that rotation, but they'll probably also opt to stick on the high ground from the rotation away from Cascade to overlook the action of those two buildings that usually gets hot real quick.
Yeah, that's right. On the flip side, expect the teams that are far from center zone here to just take their time, play edge. And that's what you like. You like seeing teams that can play both and kind of change their play style based on what's in front of them. Godfire dropping fish farms. They have a replicator and a beacon. They're going to, of course, craft up, take their time looting all the southeast. I think they get Gale Station as well. TSM up in Wall will do the same thing. Alliance up in Lightning Rod are going to take their time. So you're going to have those three teams play a hard edge here. Same thing with SSG, who unfortunately won't get themselves a replicator, but will continue to take their time on rotate.
What's really interesting about this rotation, too, seeing that the circle is going to be pulling all the way towards the west side, is going to be the squads that are going to be able to find their comfort in the edge of the circle uncontested. Looking at Cenote Caves, leaving Barometer, already a fight happening, though, towards the southern side of Mill right now, too. So a lot of action is going to be happening from the teams leaving out of Down Beast, as well as these buildings over here, because sometimes there is a beacon on these buildings, but there actually doesn't look like there is one right now.
That's right. We got a couple teams nearby. We got Leave No Witnesses, Jailings, and Moist on the rotate. The potential three-way affair, three-way fight. Will any teams decide to fight, or will they just respect the positioning? Good information is going to be gathered here, while he can from Leave No Witnesses. Meanwhile, Moist right below them. They want to pick a fight.
And they thought this would be clear already off the rip because they were so quick on the rotate, like you mentioned earlier before, but Leave No Witness right now have been inside of this building. The EMP has been unleashed, and they want to take advantage right now, getting the crack already off of one of the Moist boys.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Moist got away with murder right there. I'm surprised they're able to escape and survive. Despite every team being able to focus them, they get away with no knocks and no downs, just a broken shield for Valkyrie. And it looks like Moist is going to have to take their slightly north rotation. We'll have to be careful, though, because they're playing a pretty unfavorable choke with teams that could come all the way from checkpoint on the late rotate. Obviously, teams like Northeption, TSM might be coming through.
What's also really nice to know is with the squads that are inside these buildings to the side of Mill, those squads are not going to be moving anywhere anytime soon. Also wondering the squads that want to take control over Pride Rock, that's to the north side of the Mill here, looking at Oxygen, Pulverex. Now, as you can see, FC Destroy now in the middle of that fight. They're already going to so they have the advantage to clean up Passion just as quick, and it's not the results that you wanted to see fall out.
That's right. Passion with 0 points right now. Guess what? They're going to keep on enjoying them donuts. Going to get eliminated early. Fortunate start for them. We'll see if they can bounce back on World's Edge. Meanwhile, Hammer Drill. Going to be Hammer Drilled down to 5 HP. Talk about a gamer tag, man. Let me just take a look at tools and home repair and then get some inspiration from that and come up with Hammer Drill. I love it.
Sometimes you just got to make sure to hammer in the point sometimes when it comes to making sure that you leave a statement out here. And
drill in the placement.
Come on, you got to. Especially playing off the southern side on the outskirts of Mill. FC is going to be able to look at the other squads that want to rotate away from Cenote Caves. Moist just landed on the southern side away from Mill, which is why we saw them with a quick rotate when they landed on top of those buildings. But now they're kind of forced out of that vicinity as the farming has continued with these charge rifles.
That's right. He'll keep leveling up that Evo shield. Meanwhile, I'll keep contemplating changing my gamer tag to Wrench Nail to maybe start a clan with my boy Hammer Drill on board with Yuka and the rest of FC Color Destroy. Meanwhile, Moist finds himself a good position. They go from being in a really good spot at that unfavorable choke.
TSM
exactly where TSM came, so that's what we mentioned. TSM Northeption there. Moist, though, was able to make it under bridge. And as weird of a position as this is, we've probably all been there and ranked, and you're like, this is awkward. It's actually a favorable spot. You have a lot of cover and a really beautifully designed bridge. I will say it's some good civil engineering from the Apex Legends level design team, because those ramps that lead underground give you a lot of cover, a lot of ability to head glitch, which, by the way, for those that are maybe new to Apex, head glitch is not a glitch, it's not a bug in the game. It basically refers to using cover for line of sight where only your head is showing, and you can see basically their entire body. They can only see your head, which makes it very hard to hit you. So
yeah, hiding your hurt box, it's absolutely huge out here. We saw it actually a little bit during that first game we were talking about in that final fight. TSM with a quick rotate away from that choke point is a smart decision, as you can see the gold knockdown in the hands of Reps right now, just making the swap with the gold helmet to give that quick lead of Verholz, maybe wanting to get the Skyward Dive just in case out here. But playing off this choke point, they made the rotation quickly because there is a beacon in checkpoint, so you can expect other teams to maybe try to get that information if they fail to get it on the way there.
Interesting rotate from TSM, though. I mean, it's the right decision, but now they're going to have to face a couple teams. Game Ward right in front of them, and the long-range poke from Northeption is going to give them the intel. I don't know if they know that Game Ward is there. And
好 Q 多人喎呢邊。
That's the benefit of Seer right now. And now TSM going to take some good positioning, but need to be cautious because the third party will come. This is like the Pro League match where we saw Designful and G2 ape them, and then they ended up all getting third party and getting taken out. You don't want to get in a fight right now because the third party will certainly come from Northeption.
Saw how quick Aimbot was running real quick to the rest of his squad. They saw that there was another team taking shots at TSM with the 30-30, but now they have the high ground, they have the positional advantage, and it's difficult to be in this position if you're TSM because you're playing up the low ground with GameWard right on top of you. They also have to get moving soon, but this is going to be a lot of noise to let the other teams that are already made their way towards Mill, that are already inside those buildings on the outside of Mill, that you could see Psychop actually ping, kind of getting a whiff of that fight, maybe trying to circle keep them too.
Yeah, right now it's No Decay. We got Dreamfire and Enterforce 36 nearby. So a lot of APEC action. APEC North versus APEC South. Dreamfire, of course, the substitute squad. Again, Dua United Esports not able to make the competition, unfortunately. So Dreamfire takes their spot. A talented team, though. We've seen what Roy can do. One of the most underrated players in the APEC South region. We'll see how they will fare right now with E36. Our only Korean squad in this lobby aiming down sights.
The Missile Swarm, maybe trying to find a hit on the Seer ult tier 2. They get the hit on some blue Evos, so that's some nice information. Nice Arcstar toss there too. Getting another hit. They have no idea as I'm playing outside the circle.
These nades from point, and here comes the push and the damage. This is
靚啊，其實如果佢唔係知頹廢獵獸嘅話，可能更加好。
I got it. It's like speaking a different language out here, and when you got the purple shotgun bolt too, you know that Evade's gonna go crazy getting those 2 knocks. Dreamfire.
好慘啊，八弟。
How's the Evade go though?
太靚啊！逼佢哋向前。Next team is coming.
They want to join in with some of their shots, forcing Enterforce to actually just go around playing on the outside of the circle.
That's right. Now, it looks like Xtent's going to potentially do the same thing to E36 that
they
just did to the unfortunate Dreamfire squad. And they're going to be gate capped in zone right now. Xtent
有咩事一律建議飛走。
Not letting them re-enter, so they'll have to do 2 decisions. They either fight Xtent or they will try and rotate far west. It looks like they'll take option number 2. Rotate's going to be called. We'll take a look at the map here and show you guys exactly how the action's going down. And guess what? TSM with the fight against Flora.
好遠喎
rotation too from E36 just because they opted to take the KP that they already got and wanted to go for the safe rotate instead of putting themselves at risk of getting third party. I mean, Godfire did hear the fight going down, but they didn't want to overextend just yet. It looks like they actually may come across Space Station right now off to the right side. We're going to see how that's going to go down as TSM are also looking to rotate away from those 2 squads that were shooting at them.
收圈啊！
Yeah, TSM's going to back out. Reset, good decision here.
梗係 back out 啦。
Japanese squad featuring Pinator, who was a kind of big story going into the champs, but unfortunately wasn't able to compete due to testing positive for COVID in that event. So I'm excited for him here.
嗱，後面係 keep 住追。
Literally told me I sent a survey out.
前面就到啦。
information about them.
睇下點打啊佢哋。
Another universe. So expect him to.
哇冇 cover。
And okay, I thought he went down right there, but it wasn't him. Someone else went down. And now
咁戇居冇 cover。
that first kill, take this 3v2. Well played from TSM.
跪低咗一件啊！即刻。我話點解喺嗰位冇 cover 打㗎？
Now you're going to see Flora just trying to take some shots with the charge rifle, only landing a 3, brushing against
走錯位，
Legacy is going to be able to
即刻俾人用咗。
Yeah, it's going to be a tough situation now for Flora. Northeption is nearby, on the map. They're in checkpoint. Might take an opportunity to third party this, but TSM with a very favorable push right now, taking the 3v2, and GameWard is creeping up on them. Right behind them is GameWard right now. So you got to be cautious right now if you're TSM. You might think you have clean on edge, but you know there's teams nearby. And there's the game one. The 3-2-1 comes through, and aimbot uses that potential aimbot for success.
真仲追。
Lots of furrows of all players here too. They're pinched. This is a terrible situation for TSM. They end up in this lobby going down in 17th, and one of our
後面成隊撲緊過嚟喎。
earlier right now too in this game. So it's nice to know with GameWard now making their move, they can try to clean the floor if they have that opportunity. Or is another third party going to come in?
有少少不智啊！
TSM got 2 tunnel vision on those final 2.
做乜咁想 push 咧
？Confident about the edge fight and didn't know that GameWard was just creeping up on them. Maybe no head in a swivel there. Not sure exactly what happened, but I think it was a surprise attack here. A 3-2-1 from aimbot. TSM is out in 17th. No placement points for them. Only 1 kill point. Pinator now.
好啦，世界邊緣見啦。世界邊緣會舒服啲嘅。
Needs a bad. Missed a couple shots though.
All right, but the Bangalore smoke gives them the insurance that they need to try to get away in time. Flora is unable to get the banner for their fallen teammates, so they're just going to call it quits, going to start rotating around because they know that with so much noise that they made, not only is that team already out-rotating them, but there could be another squad waiting for them as Alliance also trying to take this fight right now. Hockey's falling low.
That's right. It's going to be a lot of damage done off the rip here. NorCal Esports going to get knocked by Pulverex Shunmi as well, the new member of this team. Hockey's going to push up. Great angle, great play from Hockey. He's beaming. Just the initial damage. Can he get the knockdown? Just trying to burst right through this new castle.
Oh, so one literally right now. Alliance knows they have the advantage. NorCal get taken out, and currently 15 squads left in this lobby.
And this is where Alliance shines. They love these fights where they can take up a lot of space. They're the best team in the game at doing exactly that. Playing big, playing wide, taking angles. And when they're given the opportunity to do that and kind of farm around the lobby freely, they dominate the game.
J-Ling's also cleaning up another team out here, actually taking care of one of the members of Exit Fund going down out here.
That's right.
That only leaves Nocturnal, I believe. I did see another member of Exit go down. I believe that was Psych, so Noct being the only one alive.
Noct currently alone in a building, alone from his team. See what he can do right now, as he's going to be ratting his way to a top finish if he possibly can. Here he is, getting focused by the lobby. Not looking good for Nocturnal.
Trying
to keep him alive here, but nice job right there for J-Lings to take that fight, get some knocks. No pun intended.
孤狼作戰計劃正式開始啊 ！Exit。
3 times not the charm, it looks like, out here for Exit, though, just leaving Nocturnal up and alive. And little to no coverage, just playing on the other side of the rock. A lot of other teams still coming in from the north could see him in their line of sight after the Bangalore smoke runs out. Wondering whether they want to rotate here too, because Alliance have control over this high ground right here by the hill, and the circle is going to be closing into their back in less than 5 seconds.
Yeah, this is a really important game for Alliance. I actually would go far enough to say a must-perform game. 4 points to their name total, in a favorable position right now, but they're going to actually, I thought they just walk this in and kind of play their space. Instead, they're going to Valgolf. So an interesting decision here. Instead, they decided to roll the dice a little bit, and they just go to the other side of the rock.
Okay, well, they are not making their way downtown, all right? Not this time around. Playing on the other side, though, is going to be that squad that was inside that building from the very beginning, I believe. It was the crypto squad that we saw that tried to get landed on its northception now, making their way to try to take this fight.
It's like flying from London to Glasgow. You know, you could have easily just drive there, but instead you're going to fly. Why'd you do it? You could have saved money on the airline tickets. Instead, simple little rotation there from Alliance, switching over to Northception. 10 points to their name, 11th place overall. They've been able to pick up some kill points throughout the first 2 games. And right now, find themselves with an opportunity to make it in the top 10 if they possibly can. Let's take a look at the map, though, and see exactly how things are shaking up.
Ooh, this is very interesting. Obviously being in the middle of that circle and where it's going to be pulling. Now you got 3 squads. It looks like actually 4 squads with Pulverex making their way inside the mill, trying to share that same building. Oxygen, Alliance. Potential fight that's going to allow Space Station to actually poke at them from the inside of the building.
Yeah, look how many teams are clumped up right by Pulverex, Space Station. So many teams you can't even see. A Godfire and then one other. So many teams you can't even read the names on screen right now. That will be an interesting fight on the east building of Mill. Meanwhile, J-Lings has done such a good job just bullying and maintaining control. They're currently the only team sitting on the west. And the zone's pulling towards them. J-Lings is in a very good spot.
Let's talk about the edge of the building that Moist is also holding. It's an amazing spot that Moist is going to be able to hold on to. Especially since I believe they are running that crypto squad here too, as Alliance still on the high ground. Oxygen get taken out thanks to a nice little shot out here from Yuki.
That's right, and this is exactly what I mentioned. This is a favorable game for Alliance. They're able to play big, they're able to occupy the entire south side of this ring, and they're doing it very, very well so far. Sentinel in the hands of Yuki. A lot of players have been opting for the Sentinel over the Charge Rifle since the update with 1 cell required, which means easily just stack cells and have a charged up Charge Rifle quickly. Yuki's one player in particular that has opted for the Sentinel instead.
Love the way that the Sentinel sounds too once you let it rip out there with the charge shot. Alliance now dropping down from the high ground. They got to make their next move with less than 30 seconds on the clock. They have to start rotating into that next circle. But there is another squad in their way in the direction of the rotation that they want to go in.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the kill feed, Godfire decides to pick a fight with J-Lings, who I mentioned was bullying and maintaining the west side of the mill. Well, guess what? They're going to be the big boys, as they're going to be able to get the first kill. A dominant all-controller team from EU, VJ representing the Middle East. The only player, I believe, from the Middle East in this competition from Iraq, holding it down right now. Pulverex takes high ground.
And remember, Pulverex was on the other side of the building that's not inside this next circle of milk here too. So them taking control of the rooftop is going to allow them to see where the other teams are when they're forced to make the rotation outside of the circle. Jadeling's in the safety of his house, though. They got the RE45 in the hands of Sane, and we know how crazy the RE45 goes here for the former squad, BZ, and Jadeling's out here.
Yeah, they're going to swap helmets right there to help with abilities put instead in their teammates' hands. And you're right, RE45 is exactly what we saw in their hands last game. They've been prioritizing supply bins and using them to their advantage. Meanwhile, Alliance rotates here, decides to fight against E36. One of them goes down already. E36 below them. Moist right in front of them. This is a tough fight for Alliance.
With Yuki down though, they're going to play off of the side of the knockdown, see if they can get the res. You see, Mandy's going to be able to try to take some of those hits, try to actually allow them to just get that res, and it looks like huge here as they not only put Mandy incredibly low, Hockey's too.
Yeah, they have a minute and 18 seconds though. Crypto drone's going to fly through and try and continue to damage them or get some intel from Moist.
I like that decision.
Ult's going to go down.
They called in the mobile respawn to make up some extra makeshift cover right here, playing on the edge of this building to at least, if they can, play behind it if another grenade gets tossed in their direction.
That's right. Good decision here. Will allow them to use some additional cover, maybe a little head glitch if they can. You see a lot of teams obviously do that with the Moby. Wise decision from Alliance. Yeah, because they have time to be able to get back to full. So Alliance will reset, and I think they're in zone there on that high ground, so that's actually a great Valk rotate for them. And a good job of staying calm under pressure there. Moist is not going to push that, because if they do, E36 beams them. So E36 was Alliance's best friend right there.
Playing this as a duo and playing on the edge of this building. They, again, know that there's already a team that's right above them, but it's about where they want to go to next. Especially since it looks like their exit routes are cut off right behind them here, too.
That's right. Waltzy, MT, Pricey. Waltzy, one of the few controller players in APEX South. For whatever reason, that region, more than any other, a significant amount of mouse and keyboard players. Waltzy's a rare breed in that vicinity. You wonder why? I know Xbox, PlayStation, really popular in Australia. I wonder why that kind of happened. And that was the case. The EU, one of the most, also second most mouse and keyboard heavy region. Okay, for now, y'all loved him at champs. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in as Waltzy, speaking of the lone controller player, is going to beam. But let's jump into a listen in with Moist Esports.
Can you jump my armor, maybe press you? 1 sec. Yeah, just swap with me, Waltzy. Just swap with me.
Just swap with them. I'm gonna climb roof, maybe.
They're underneath us. Be careful of somebody landing us. Be careful of somebody landing on roof.
Right now. They're landing on me.
One landed roof,
72 on B.
Yeah, on roof. Two teams. One died. Nice. They're dropping.
I need a heal.
I got the kills.
Let's spot him.
Look here. They're in on the drop.
I'm healing.
Okay. Team.
I'm chilling. Okay, there's a team on the backside. The team on the backside of their building. Get a fence bottom door, Pricey.
Yes,
get a fence bottom. Get a fence on bottom door, Pricey. Pricey, can you hear me?
Yeah, done.
Yeah, get a fence. Wait, they shoot that roof. I need heal. Careful. One team dead. We're still top 5.
Didn't they?
I think so. My drone's broken at the moment. There's a team on the roof. I don't know how many. There's a bank team. Full team bottom.
If that was the best rotation that Moist could have asked for, Pulverex drops on top of him, gets beamed by the lobby, and Moist is able to get all the loot in the world. A poor rotation right there for Pulverex, but they really had no other choice likely. Nice job for Moist to capitalize.
It's the risk that it comes in with the Skyward Dive, but served on the silver platter for Moist Esports to capitalize from. Again, I talked about it earlier, but they were in the best spot. Look at this little cheeky angle. Yeah. If the window doesn't work, then you take the gravity lift, the alley-oops, try to get on top of them.
That's right. And actually, I think it might have been FC Destroy, not Pulverex. But nonetheless, nice job from Moist. Alliance still alive. We talked about how great their rotation was, the opposite of the FC Destroy Valk rotate there. First team to do it, find success. 5 teams, make it 4 teams remain in this lobby. Moist, Alliance are 2 of them. Would love to see who the others are. I believe it's North Evshin, and I think E36 with the team of 2.
Yes, Enter Force 36 out here too, as a team of 2 playing on the edge of that circle. Moist Esports now trying to catch that player, taking the cheeky angle on the high ground right now. It's Reception that's actually trying to contest him for this building.
Yeah, right now you gotta think, Moist has the best positioning of the lobby. This high ground, the zone's gonna be pulling central, but they can absolutely fly everybody else in the lobby until then. And there's another knock's gonna come through. E36 out. Alliance only have this fence to work with. They're gonna get beat with nades.
呢度俾人哋，哇！4個飛鏢， 黐孖筋4個飛鏢，燃燒彈炸彈咩料啊 ？Mandy 頂啫！黐線4個飛鏢啊！咩料啊？
Eat the grenades and get heals, but Moist is going to fry them, Vicky. They're done for.
Oh my! But okay, they still got the tick. I was gonna say the Jen could have eaten up those.
要落去啦，要落去啦。
Still playing off the edge of the defense line, but they're gonna be forced to drop down before they can recoup.
哦，完啦。
Moist now looking to clean up the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, Alliances are going to use that lift from Horizon. Norception going to get some damage on MT. It's a 2v2 for the bread. Voice drops. Waltzy's alive. Trying to go around the wide left. It's all up to Waltzy in a 1v1. But Norception does it instead. Japan on top in game number 3.
It was Moist that had
nice.
on Alliance for so long. And Norception was like, please drop on us. Don't look at us. We're going to clean up the rest of this game.
What a finish for APAC North. You didn't see a single North American team in the top 4. It was APAC South, APAC North, and a lone member of EU. Alliance did everything they possibly could, but in the end, Norception plays low ground so well. Moist takes second with quite a bit of KP as well.
And Moist still continuously staying consistent the last 3 games. They've been top 5. Game 3, I mean, you gotta see, you gotta give up the hype out here. You like the energy?
The double thumbs up move.
Yeah.
I like the double thumbs up move. I'm a big fan of that. I want to see some more flexing, you know, from Pulverex.
Gotta give it to the
pop-ups. Until then,
pop-ups.
double thumbs up will be okay. Nice job. As you see, Japan, such a controller-dominant region.
Ooh.
Yeah, nice little skin there.
I like that controller.
Me too. I'm a fan. Well done, well played from Norception. Again, they were in 10th, 11th place, maybe 12th place. They needed a performance. Talk about showing up in game number 3. That'll help them significantly. But look, that's going to be it for Vicky and I. Of course, Onset and Gaston will be taking over in game number 4. But before then, let's go ahead and throw it over to Rain Day, Tiffany, and Genome at the desk to break down Stormpoint.
London Copper Box Arena. Make some noise for Fallout and Vicky Kinney. Great cast, great set.
Nice.
We'll see you a little bit later. Always got to show some love to the friends and the co-workers. Not too hard of work. I mean, it's hard, but we love being here. Norception very, very happy as well. 2 thumbs up. Japan making some noise, representing in the house. You love to see it.
上次去世界賽得2個人咋，好慘啊！
跟住齊3個人啊，佢哋追到。14 games long, but you can see that they know what it takes to win, Tiff, and that's something they proved today, even over a very well-performing Moist Esports.
Look, I'm so excited. I was asked earlier what my teams to watch were on Twitter, and it is NTH, straight up, through and through. Fire Beavers tweeted out as well that they are in support of Norception, and I could not be more excited to see them show out on top. Now, I know Genome has been waiting to roll me on my POV of this.
Look, I believe in Norception as well, right? If they're taking a team fight, I think this is going to be one of the times, one of the rarer times actually, where they'll make it to endgame like that and be looking that good. Because I swear to God, this team is allergic to the zone, right? They run in the opposite direction to it as often as they can, because they always want to be fighting someone. They would prefer it to be in a nice isolated spot at the edge of the zone. And as a result, they just seem to take fight after fight, and it's rare that you'll see them, you know, in the end game like that. But you know, we can see that if they do get there, they can play it smart. You know, they were underneath Moist there, and you saw Moist were just waiting, hoping that those grenades would finally finish off Alliance so that they could worry about the team underneath them. But unfortunately, they just managed to hold on just long enough, and then Norception kind of had the cleanup from there.
Waltzy so close in finishing it off. It was Norception with a win in game 3. But overall, we thought it might be XSET going back to back to back. Not this time around. No TSM either. Alliance, though, woke up. And again, I kind of want to go back to you, Genome. I've been talking about Moist Esports. They didn't win there, but this is a team now. I think they've almost put themselves in a position to be 4th, 3rd place heading into the final 3 games. That is a strong performance from a team that had a lot of fan favorites back in Championship, formerly Team Burger, now representing Moist Esports very well.
If I'm not wrong, I think they got top 5 in every single game so far, and that just shows how good a zone team they are, right? Their comp is tailored from that. They switched over to the crypto partway through Split 1 just to really solidify that play style that they have, which is really that hard zone play style. They are, I mean, if you put all 40 teams at the LAN on a spectrum, right, from you know, the most hardcore edge teams to the most safe zone teams, Moist would probably be in, I'd say, the top 5 teams who really like to just bank it straight for that end zone and then sit there for as long as they can to capitalize in a game exactly like this.
I mean, Tiff, I'd love to see them going up against Ascend, another great zone team that we are waiting to see. They're playing in C&D now, but overall, I mean, looking at this, yes, we've seen some damage at the top, but this was a game where some teams who needed to step up and get some points found a way to do it, and heading into World's Edge, that's got to give some teams a boost as well.
Yeah, I think that the teams that kind of warmed up this game are doing exactly was how it mirrored their performance in ALGS Split 1 Pro League.
Right.
Alliance, you know, they didn't have the best match day number 1, and it was a slow burn. Then they started heating up and getting more comfortable. They came back one match day number 2. Yeah. You look at North Eption, they came from the preseason qualifiers. They won the second preseason quals, go into Pro League Split 1, and I mean, just look at that. Look what happens when they start heating up. 23 points there. And that's exactly what you need to do. And you talked about Moist Esports making it the longevity, right, Genome? But not getting the eliminations. They actually picked up quite a bit because they were able to hold that high ground.
Yeah, I'd say 6 for a second place team is like, it's okay, right? But you don't often see them pick up those big bags of kills. I mean, you know, seeing an Exec come out on top and getting a 14 kill or a 16 kill, that is a lot rarer for a Moist Esports.
And that's the issue, too, I think you're bringing up as we head into some of the teams on the back half of this board, 11 to 20. Some of the problems are if you do play so zone-heavy, Genome, and when you win, you only win with 16 points instead of the 28, instead of the 32, match point, it's still going to be difficult for you to break into that threshold.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a group stage you're talking about, you know, winning is probably enough to get you through anyway, if you're looking at that on average, right? But yeah, as you say, when it comes to match point, you need to get there quickly, and those kills become a lot more important when you're capitalizing.
頂住都係1分。
50 before you go for gold. So, yeah, the teams in the bottom 10 here, obviously, you know, not right on that pace right now.
You know, Tiff, I want to talk a little bit about TSM. They started off really strong. I think they were almost ramping up. XZ then took over the Thunder. And it feels like since then, TSM have had a couple of difficult fights. 1 point there leading out in Game 3. World's Edge, will they be able to pick it up? I know a lot of people talking about them being #1 in the world, but now they've got to prove it here in these last 3 games.
Well, let's just talk about Lava Siphon. That's their drop spot on World's Edge. They feel incredibly confident there. They've been chowed all throughout scrims, and they have defended Lava Siphon. And teams like IG, which are, you'll see them competing against them later, tried to split Lava Siphon with them, and they eventually just kind of held strong. That is their POI. But you're right. They were in the bottom half of match number 3, and I feel as if they make kind of some small mistakes, or they go the distance and pick up everything. It's like something simple that they're like, oh, that was a misstep, and then they go out on their first fight.
And I honestly think that Lava Siphon is the most overpowered POI, single POI on either of the competitive maps that we have here in competitive play. So yeah, I think the change from going, you know, from Storm Point over to World's Edge is going to be a massive boon for TSM, because you know, you walk out of there with like 3 purples, like gold attachments. You've got a, you get the hot zone half the time. This place is just insane.
You walk out there just looted, booted, ready to go. Let's take a look, though, at the final circle after the loot was done, and it was just about hitting your shots, which, as we do have to remind you, sometimes it's just deciding who wins the game. It's not always all the tactics and all the great play and where you land. Somebody who just hits those prowler shots might end up winning. It was a little bit more complicated here because Alliance was threatening the other side of the circle, but they were also low. And it forced Moist Esports to actually pay a lot of attention to Alliance when Northeption ended up being the big threat.
Yeah, so Moist were playing on the second floor. They did well because there were a lot of teams in this building to actually get that high ground towards the end of this game. And then with Alliance continually peeking their heads out there, they had to pay attention to them. But unfortunately, they just couldn't finish off. We saw them get that 1 res towards the end, which just unfortunately made you know, Moist pay a little bit too much attention to that and just left it completely free for North Eption on the bottom floor.
I think Alliance, though, actually Moist end up taking a better trade there because they get the 2 kills of the knocks that they had for Alliance, and they get the extra 2 points from going from 7 points you would have gotten in third to 9 points that you'll get taking second place. So I think it was a good call versus taking on a full Northeption team, but ultimately it is something that, you know, you have to make decisions in those moments. I think Moist will be happy with their performance through 3. Heading into World's Edge, though, guys, I want to start talking about this because the maps changed significantly. Will we continue to see, well, let me ask this to you. What will we see here in this transition?
Oh my gosh, this is the first time we're going to see World's Edge on land, so literally anything can happen. But when I think about World's Edge, this has been in competition for so long. The POIs themselves are closer together. You don't have those big, long, open rotations where if you're running a charge rifle or a sentinel, you can kind of get some farming damage. You may be able to look and get a good chunk of information because you're going to see further, but you have smaller rotations. So I think that's going to be favored. So maybe the people that play zone are going to just hit it quick.
Certain teams like Pulverex as well. I'll get your thoughts in just a little bit, but Pulverex actually having a 60%, 57% to be accurate, win percentage in certain areas on World's Edge. So hopefully that improves, as well as some of the teams that desperately need the points. We're coming back and we're taking a trip, not from London, we'll still be here, but to World's Edge in-game. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
WD Black is the official storage partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs. And as you can tell, the accents are a little bit more local. You've got Onset and you've got Gaskin in the booth. London, you are sounding beautiful, by the way, and it's our turn now to take you through what is going to be the final 3 games of today. Dan, let's talk about what we've seen, though. Storm Point, done and dusted. It's time for us to move over to World's Edge.
It is, and that means it's far more comfortable for a lot of these teams. Actually, 14 of the 20 teams in this lobby statistically were far better throughout regular season when it comes to World's Edge. So we're going to start to see maybe more traditional rotations, more traditional setups, a lot of late-game fights that are going to come right down to the wire, and a few teams that might be able to pick up points in those big moments to try and progress in this table.
And I mean, starting off the day, we were on Storm Point, obviously, and we were a little bit worried it was going to be NA all day, with Exit going back-to-back, TSM having that big game one as well. But we saw a little bit of international flavor come back to the fore with Northception with the win, and of course, Moist just in behind them in second place. Dan, great to see the universal kind of Apex community coming together there and seeing a little bit of those different regions popping up when they need to.
And I think we needed it in this group. We couldn't allow one team to just start running away with it. Otherwise, then teams are looking at, you know, maybe we can pick up points at second place. Maybe we have to go over to World's Edge and hope that something's going to happen to Exit. Bad news is that Exit actually very good at World's Edge as well. They had so many points in the regular season, so it's not like they're going to drop off suddenly getting into World's Edge here. But I think the bad news for Exit is everyone else should now be getting far better, and maybe those land jitters are going to be starting to fade away as well.
100%, that's a big thing, right? We always talk about that, the land jitters, you get those out of the way. Game number one, it seemed like TSM really didn't have any with those big fights that they won, but everyone's starting to grow into this lobby a little bit. Like I mentioned, you saw Northception with that win in the last game, a lot of KP to go alongside it as well, which is certainly going to boost them up, those overall standings. But like a pair of comfy old slippers, you don't want to get rid of, we do go to World's Edge now. And like you say, a lot of these end zones, you have more places to coexist. We know these teams know their rotations a little bit more. We see everyone's a little bit more comfortable on the stage. I think this is where we're going to see the best Apex legends that we're going to see today.
Yeah, I'm very interested about drops, right? Where are people going to be landing? We've had changes, teams were dropped out, so now we have teams replacing them. They could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works here. We believe we might see contests down in Thermal between Alliance and Flora. We know full well that Alliance have dominated Thermal for the last few years, right? Suddenly someone coming to try and take that drop spot off them, they are not going to be happy about it, so we will keep an eye on the southwest side of World's Edge and see whether that does go down.
We've seen Alliance holding off a few contests in the international scrims at the build-up to this event as well, but we'll have to keep an eye, of course, like you say, on Thermal Station to see if that fight does go down. But looking across the teams that we've got on our stage here, you can see 100 Thieves, they're going to be ready, but a little bit quiet from them so far today.
It has been a little bit quiet, and perhaps that can just be down to maybe poor performances on Storm Point throughout the season. It's not exactly comfortable for them. World's Edge should be better, but when you look across this whole lobby, you can say that for so many of them now, you can't really rely on one map. As we progress through this tournament, through playoffs, you've got to be good on both, especially when we start to talk about match point later on Sunday. You can't just be good at one, because let's say you get onto match point and then you go over to Storm Point, things are going to really be struggling for you. So you've got to make sure you're consistent across both, and it is certainly a good way to start the tournament if you can find said consistency during the groups.
And we have seen that consistency start to come to the fore for a lot of the teams who are at the top of those leaderboards across their respective pro leagues across the world, because we have just played more games on Storm Points with more competitive lobbies. And as you see those strategies develop, you see the teams who want to hit certain rotations, what spots they want to hold, whatever it might be, and even to a point where teams giving up early zone saying, wait, we can't get hit to this zone. If you're dropping down on the south, we know how hard it is to rotate to the north, and going, this is going to be a KP game for us. We can't expect to win it. We've got to play for points and see if we can get out of this situation.
And you speak about playing for points, and we can look at, how people achieved points. Was it via kills? Was it via placement? Two teams I want to point out in this lobby that I think are going to be a big factor on how the lobby actually plays out is TSM and J-Lings. And the reason being is they are two of our highest kill percentage teams in this lobby when it comes to World's Edge. And traditionally, we wouldn't necessarily think of TSM as a kill-heavy team, but we know now, as a kind of flex edge team, they like to take these fights now. Ever since kind of Raven came into the mix, and they've completely changed how things have gone, they are destroying these World's Edge lobbies when it comes to kills. And that's going to make things a little bit more difficult for people on their rotations, right? If you've suddenly got TSM and J-Lings running around just trying to kind of collapse on you, that rotation is not going to be comfortable.
That's very, very true. And of course, they've managed to completely and utterly own their POI as well that they drop at. Now TSM Lava Siphon, we saw a couple of maybe teams having a look at it. We saw Dark Zero have a little pop. They backed off of it in the international scrims. We saw a couple of other teams. IG had a little bit of pop. They're not going to be there anymore. So they have complete dominance over one of the strongest POIs on the map, which is why we are seeing such a big point return from them across these lobbies. But there's a couple of other teams that I want to keep an eye on here as well. And SSG are one. SSG we kind of never really talk about at the forefront, but after one game, they were at the top of the leaderboards, a little bit quiet in the next two, but I still feel like there's something to be proven here for SSG. Even if you're kind of hearing the mumblings and the rumors, this team is here on LAN. 3 players sat next to each other that played together for such a long time. I want to see him prove a point here.
Yeah, I mean, you can go into mumblings, you can go into rumors, but at the end of the day, everyone is still competitive and will focus on the task at hand, and that is getting a victory. Because regardless of what might happen afterwards, as long as you can actually get something done here and now, you could walk away as champions. And then, maybe those mumblings and rumors might suddenly dissipate and won't actually happen. I will say for SSG, when it comes to their landing spot as well, I feel like they should have a pretty comfortable rotation into the center of the map. Mainly because when you look at teams that are around them, they're going to be rotating quite quickly as well. As will a lot of this lobby, it has to be said. And back to TSM and their Lava Siphon drop, they also have quite a comfortable rotation when it's in the middle of the map as well, because they'll be next to Pulverex. And we know Pulverex are such a zone-based team. You even saw it in some of the games on Storm Point.
Yeah.
They weren't even getting kills. They were just getting to that final 3. They want points, they want to get into the finals, and they want to make sure they are there on the last day.
And speaking of Pulverex, God, it's good to see them with 3 players on
Oh,
that
it is.
stage, isn't it? I've got to say, they were the heart. I mean, there was some amazing teams at the ALGS Championships that we had in Raleigh earlier in the year, but earlier last year, I should say. We were in a new year, Dan Gaskin. But it was, I mean, there was one of the biggest stories coming out of it, wasn't it? It was the Pulverex heart. They were the heart of the tournament. They were the duo. They almost got to that finals lobby as well. Just came up short. But now they have that 3-player lineup. They're going to be here looking to cause some problems. And speaking of problems, this man's caused a few so far today. Sykes on your screen. I mean, he has been beaming as we take a look at some of the highlights that we've seen from XZ so far.
Yeah, considering the hardships that XZ have had to face so far this tournament, it doesn't seem to have phased them whatsoever. In fact, some might say they look even a little bit better. They look even more comfortable. But honestly, incredible the first 2 games that we saw on Storm Point. Okay, it was quite favourable for them in terms of where the circle was going. It was a very central location. They dropped very central at Cascade Falls as well. But you look at the team fights, you look at how they achieved some of these games. It is not an easy victory that was presented to them. They had to fight hard to make sure they won these games.
They did, and they put up a huge amount of kills alongside it as well. And that man on your screen, fun is fun to watch today. And one thing that I saw him, I'm not very good at lip reading, but this one was pretty simple. After game number 2, saw him turn to his right, just go, too easy. Too easy. That's how he's feeling right now. And to be honest with you, my question to you, Dan Gaskin, is that seat in the middle is empty. Nox seems to be playing pretty well, calling some pretty good zones, you know, marshalling the troops in the way you want an IGL to. Do you think they're just going to keep him in isolation for the next couple of days without their playing?
I mean, if they keep winning, keep him there. That's all I'll say. Don't change what is actually working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I will say, though, in terms of like saying, you know, it's so easy, we're getting back-to-backs, confidence, everything. We talk about it so much in Apex Legends, whether it's going into a fight, whether it's calling a rotation, whether it's making sure that you have the right zone locations. You always need to be confident in every decision you make. And if you are going into those fights thinking, yes, we can win every single engagement, people are going to run away from you. Because you can see it in people's movement. If someone is literally beelining towards you, you can very honestly tell they are going to try and kill us. And sometimes you just got to try and get out of that because you know how difficult it is when you're on the back foot in some of these engagements.
Yeah, and I've got to give a shout out as well. Hodzik behind them, obviously one of the smartest minds that we have in all of Apex Legends, making some great calls for them in the build-up to this, preparing his team in the way that you would want them to. I've also got to say, really excited to see XZ picking up that Prowler, because that has been a sleeping giant. A little bit of a buff recently that we saw, and let me tell you, if you've got that in the hands of Sykes and he is in a 1v1 engagement, it's not going to take him too much time to put someone on their back.
It's also very quite entertaining to watch that as soon as a gun gets even the slightest of buff, every player seems to adapt and instantly is a god with it as well. It doesn't seem to matter what weapon is going to be the best in their hands. They will always find a way to pick it up and put it to good use. That being said, if you do find yourself maybe with not one of the best weapons, we are still seeing players actually getting kills because, you know, it's a pretty balanced style in terms of this game. Every gun can do some damage in the right situation at the right time.
And even that little shift, right, moving certain weapons into the crafter, you know, the car was at the front end of all of the SMGs when it came to whoever was picking it up, especially if you had the roller in your hand. You were picking up that car. Now that that's put in there alongside this scout, it means there's a little bit of a change up in some of the longer distance weapons that we're seeing. Some of the chip damage, the Evo shield, kind of boosting weapons, if you want to call it that. We're seeing the 30-30 come to the fore a little bit more. Of course, the charge rifle is still going to be big in those long-range battles and engagements. But it's interesting to see the Volt coming back into the fore as well, Dan, as that lead SMG for a lot of these players.
Yeah, it is, because otherwise, you know, if you get too stuck and hell-bent on playing one particular style with one particular gun, you are going to get to a point when as soon as these changes happen, you don't really know where to go. So that's why these players are always making sure they are picking up every single weapon. They are at the very best with anything that may be in their hands. And it's incredible to see the consistency from players regardless of what they're using.
Well, it looks like we've got a little bit of an issue on stage at the moment, a technical issue. We're going to try and get that sorted as quickly as we can. But in the meantime, we'll take a quick look at the wonderful faces here in the Copper Box in London. But we're going to take a break in the meantime. When we get back, we'll have that game ready for you. We'll see you in just a moment.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ALGS playoffs. Split 1, of course, is done and dusted, and when it's time for us to wrap things up, then hopefully we can get into the game as soon as we can. We've seen some Storm Point. It's time for us to go to some World's Edge, and we've kind of had a little bit of time to discuss what we think we're going to see, but let's talk about leaderboards. Let's talk about who's performed. Let's talk about who's been a little bit quiet so far today, Dan. We've seen Exit obviously popping off a little bit, and I'm sure that everyone in London has enjoyed that as well, but who are the teams you've got your eye on? Who needs to step it up a little bit as we go into our final 3 games?
It's not looking great for Oxygen, for example. Oxygen have been somewhat underperforming, haven't really been able to get into those late game situations, and have not been able to replicate the success we saw at regular season on Storm Point. And it doesn't get much better when we look at World's Edge, because Oxygen really underperformed in World's Edge throughout regular season. I mean, only 39% of their points were actually from World's Edge. So they have to find something different here on LAN. And it's all well and good for us to talk about the teams that are successful on World's Edge, the teams that are gonna be good on World's Edge. But actually, I want to look at the teams who need to be good on World's Edge, because these guys know how to play it, right? This is not a new map for them. Yes, they may have struggled. Yes, they have not found a victory on this map yet throughout regular season, as well as 4 other teams in this lobby have not found a victory on World's Edge. But it can all change at LAN, and that can very much change your momentum.
Yeah, if you get to LAN and you get that first win, then you're like, I don't care that I don't get any Pro League, to be honest, because these are the ones that matter. These are the kills that matter. And speaking of Oxygen, you can see them on your screen right now. You got Hill in the middle, the IGL, the man who's making the calls for his team. And I gotta say, I spoke to him earlier, I said, Hill's looking trim, man.
好，世界邊緣啦，翻返去，對對對對。
Trying to look more like you, it would seem. Just trying to.
Never try and do that.
No, never tried. But
No,
he's
you
looking
just end up losing all your hair. It's
almost as big as you. But I will say that when you look at these teams who haven't found wins, I'll call them out, all right? I'll be honest.
All right.
X, Godfire, Oxygen, FCD, and Leave No Witness. None of these teams won a single map on World's Edge throughout regular season. That would suggest that they are all going to struggle when it comes to World's Edge. But if we suddenly see them get, a top 5, a top 3, you start to get that belief back in your system that, okay, maybe we can win these team fights. But we've seen throughout regular season, top 3s are great, but actually suddenly your composition is very important once we get to that late game.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. And we are seeing, 100 Thieves, for example, we were talking in the build-up, discussion among ourselves, why they've had so many kind of top 5 placements, but not being able to convert those into wins throughout the season. And we were kind of looking at Newcastle as a pick in their composition. Does that offer offensively on a Legend what you need to be able to win those engagements in the end game? And it seems you saw them on Storm Point, a little bit of a change from them. Maybe they were thinking the same kind of thing. And we'll have to see if that does develop and if that's going to bring a little bit more success to them in those end games. Well, thank you again for joining us. This is where we find ourselves. If you're just joining us, where have you been? We've only got 3 maps left today. Down in 3 games to get through, and you can see the winners of our first 3 games there on Storm Point. XS with the with the back-to-back. Northception though with that win in that game at number 3.
And that will give Northception now so much belief going into 4-6 that they can make a difference in this lobby, and it's not going to be a cakewalk for Exet. And I think other teams now, seeing finally a different winner, will say, all right, okay, it's not just going to be an Exet walkthrough. We can match them. What did Northception do that was different to what we've been achieving? Now we've got a new map as well, so we can really change things up. And we're going to have to see whether anyone is just going to take this game by the scruff of the neck, because at the end of the day, you're not going to get that many games to prove yourself here, and then suddenly you could be dropping into the elimination.
That's a big thing as well, isn't it? You get to this stage of the LAN environment, you've been waiting for this time, you arrive, you fly in, all of this, and all of a sudden 3 games have already gone here in group stages, A versus B. Yes, there's a lot of games to go, of course, but you would be surprised as a player how quickly those games can disappear in front of you. All of a sudden you're like, oh, we've just arrived, and then you're like, wait, we've had 2 groups already done. Like, we've got 1 more opportunity. We could be in the elimination bracket. All these things start to catch up with you extremely quickly. So every single game that we see here at the Copper Box in London is massive for these teams. You cannot take your foot off the gas.
Yeah, 1 minute you're asking for ammo, the next minute you're asking for another drink from the air hostess, and you're back on the plane. It is that quickly getting in front of you, and we'll have to see whether any of these teams are just going to grab this game, and they are going to make the difference, because otherwise you just go home disappointed, and you have sleepless nights where you say, oh, well, I wish we had done X, Y, or Z. Never leave yourself in that situation. Put your best foot forward. Take risks at times. We do certainly see very different performances from teams on LAN compared to online. On Storm Point, we were seeing teams share buildings for like the first time.
I was like, wait, people are coexisting?
Exactly. It just didn't happen online because people were maybe a little bit more confident in their fights because they don't have that extra pressure of the extra prize money, of the people watching them. But then suddenly everything changes at LAN.
Well, the great thing is as well, you got to remember, this is not just a LAN environment, this is $1 million. And speaking of cool stuff as well, Look at these beautiful chairs we've got on stage as well. Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs are being used at today's event. Check out the new colorways on Embody Gaming online. The new colors have a white base with Galaxy and Amethyst. I can't say that word properly. Upholstery, but I tried my best, Dan. Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series, and I gotta say, those things, they look comfy.
They are comfy. I sat down on one and my back, I think, was instantly healed, and I realized that how bad my posture has been for the last 28 years or so when I started gaming. But very excited when this eventually gets under the way. These guys, I've been waiting a little bit of time now, and I'm sure they're going to be hoping it gets underway soon too.
Yeah, I've got to get one of those chairs, by the way, because I've got to that age now where when I stand up, I make that noise. You know that noise? And I didn't mean, it's like an unnatural, well, it's become natural, but it's not a noise that you make when you're 22 and below. Let's just say that. Anyway.
It's a noise that your parents made and you always made fun of them.
Yes, exactly. And now I'm feeling drafts as well. But now I'm hearing in my ears, everybody. You can hopefully hear us talking about some gameplay pretty soon. We're about a minute away from the game starting. It looks like the players are starting to get locked in. And we've got 3 more games today, everybody. It's been amazing that you've turned out on a Thursday to see these 6 games. So I need everybody in the copper box to give me everything for 3 more games of action. I can't wait to get into World's Edge, man. I love World's Edge, you know me.
Also, a lot of you were here before 5 o'clock, and I will question, why weren't you at work? It doesn't matter though, because you're here. It's match number 4, it's World's Edge. I'm ready to get in. I'm sure the players are now locked and loaded, and I will remind you of the teams I want to look out for. Dreamfire, Gamewood, SSG, XSET, TSM, and J-Lings all performed fantastically on World's Edge throughout the regular season.
I'm getting them going, Dan. Well, they're getting me going. Here we go, the copper box is starting to pop off because they know the dropship is about to travel across World's Edge, and we get to see some guns firing and some bodies dropping.
And are we going to see that contest happening in Thermal Station? That's the big one for me, because if it does happen, then suddenly we're going to see all hell break loose. Are Alliance going to be challenged? Will Alliance then take Thermal really by the scruff of the neck?
Hey, we've got a couple of people flexing in the crowd there. I'm going to say that Hummel shirt is pretty tight, but anyway, let's look across at some of the other people that are here enjoying themselves, and shout out to you, London. The next 3 days are going to be even bigger and better. And I tell you what, 3 more games today, Dan. I gotta say, it's great to be back on land, brother.
I will say, UK crowds never disappoint. It doesn't matter what the game is, they always turn up.
We're not biased.
But the Apex community always manages to turn up and do it right.
Well, here we go then, everybody. The wait is over. To the left-hand side, I can see that drop ship is moving. And it's time for us to get into this game. Let's take a little look at where we're going to be dropping early on. We're not going to see too much that we wouldn't expect. But as you say, eyes very much focused on Thermal Station.
Yeah, I want to see what happens at Thermal between this contest. Alliance and Flora are both heading that way, and that means there very much could be an early gun engagement. We didn't really see it in Storm Point, but it could very much happen here and now. And whoever wins this one, it's going to set a precedent for the next 3 games.
Well, hopefully we can see that fight going down as quickly as possible, but this is where the players and the teams are dropping. This is where they're spreading out, and no surprise that we're going straight over to Thermal Station. Hackett, he's found himself a Peacekeeper, which is a wonderful thing to find on drop.
It's a very brave thing to walk into Alliance's territory and to challenge them. And I tell you what, they've already got 1 blue shield to work with, and you can see they are just going to spread out the loot here to make sure they can fight against Flora here. But in terms of weapons, what have they been able to achieve on the other side would be my big question, because Alliance is enough. I mean, an alternate can do a lot of damage in the early stages of this game.
Like they're trying to juggle a couple of armors outside as well, and this could be big. Looks like the plan might be to queue up all together, take this fight, get some damage down, and then if they have to fall, there's an armor swap waiting there for them to try and stabilize for a few moments. But this is a big moment for both of these teams. Like we said, every game, massive hit.
Arcstar on one side, and then the lift comes up the other side, and this is the engagement they want. The longer this fight goes on, the less likely these teams are to win this game, because you are just delaying your looting possibilities here.
Well, you saw that Manny took damage, so he had to think about taking that Horizon Q a second time. They decided now is not the time to push, and now they have that on cooldown. They do not have that ability to take the high ground. You ask what the weaponry is going to be like on the other side of things, well, you can see just an L-Star to work with here for Pinnacle.
Yeah, I think ammo might be a bit scarce for Flora here, so they will have 1 opportunity, you'd imagine, to win this engagement if they choose to take it. But considering where they are in Thermal right now, if they try and escape, if they try and run, they're instantly going to get shot. So this is going to be a huge decision from these IGLs of when they want to take this fight and how they want to take this fight. Of course, Alliance will be waiting for the next Horizon Graviton lift here to make sure they can get up and they can get involved again.
Well, is this going to be take 2? Is it going to be more successful, or is it going to be a case of just waiting this one out, waiting for some opening damage? But a lot of pressure actually coming in, of course, from the substitute, which is going to be Mandy. He's the man who's playing Horizon, and you can see that Yuki's trying to cause a distraction here. He's going to hit the Jets and try and get up high. Now the fight comes in. Flora trying to hold.
Flora trying to hold up will slightly push them back. But I don't think they can get up again, and now Flora will get the opportunity to reset once more. Did they do enough damage? It doesn't look like they feel they have done, because if they had, they would instantly be dropping here, Flora.
Question is here.
鬥多資源嘅啫喎，呢度真係。
Smarter game plan than we're giving them credit for. Doing damage, knowing how many meds are going to be at the top of that central structure here, the drill structure inside a thermal station. If they can burn through the meds, chip away the damage, it means that Flora at some point on that high ground will be sitting ducks or forced to fight, and that looks like what Flora are trying to do here.
Yeah, they have dropped, they want to get involved, they have a lift of their own. Mahakis is going to go down here, and suddenly Flora have taken the advantage.
Now you see the pressure, headshot going to come in with
慘啊，
Yuki and Mandy. Got it all to do. There's one. It's a 2v1 now in the favor of Alliance. Mandy on his own. Hardly any armor to work with. No swaps here. It's a 1v1 with barely any HP on each side.
Both of them are so low. Mandy, though, gets some cells off. That could be massive. He has the advantage in terms of health right now.
Mozambique here. Also got the ultimate, but no, he bounces off the back of a player's head. Big moments here. Good news for both teams. No one in the vicinity to try and third party this fight, so this is a completely isolated 1v1, but you have to say the advantage is surely with Manny, the sub. It's filling in here. Alliance looking to go off.
Flora win the great battle of thermal station, and the entirety of the is now theirs, because everyone else on the map has now rotated, because that fight went on for so long. We are going north with this circle. We are going all the way up to Climatizer. About 10 of our teams have already found themselves within Climatizer, but it is going to be Flora who get point number 1 in what is going to be a very interesting battle across these next 3 games.
It's great. That fight went on so long. I didn't even look at where the zone was, to be honest with you. And as you can see, it looks like it is going to the northern side here of World's Edge. Not be too surprised to see a survey camp finish here. A lot of teams already backing on that. Some maybe even thinking about an ending even more north than that, right on that respawn beacon. But it's always a good idea to look at some of these teams, our hard zone teams, and see where they are. 100 Thieves already set up right in that respawn beacon area that I talked about.
Yeah, the survey camp move from Climatizer for a lot of these players was so vital as well, to make sure they can actually get in a good position, as Gamewood now are going to be getting in an engagement, will get a couple of knocks, and Leave No Witness get eliminated. Gamewood still surviving, but it looks like a third party's on the way.
TSM are in the vicinity. And TSM are looking for blood here. They're looking to pick up the pieces, but also SSG very, very close. So both teams have to be extremely careful. And look at these shots coming in from Verholz. Big E is stepping up today.
As I mentioned, 58% of TSM's points came from kills on World's Edge throughout regular season, and you can see why. They like to push their advantage. They like to try and pick up the pieces of teams that might be weak nearby when they play Edge. They've also got beacon information, which is going to be very handy. But of course, a lot of teams are going to be looking to get that beacon 2 information a little bit later. Godfire also get eliminated, and we're down to 16 squads.
16 squads already, like you say. We see 4 teams already fall out of this lobby. Alliance the first to go. NorCal Esports out. Godfire and Leave No Witness all will have to wait for game number 5 to have some sort of effect on their leaderboards and how they're going to look. But TSM, you can see them at the moment just surveying the area. They know there's a couple of teams around. They also know there was one player that did stay alive from Game Ward, so they're going to have to try and hunt him down. If they can find Psychop, who's just scarpering away there towards Climatizer, there might be a little bit of KP on offer for them. But for now, it's about finishing the downs, grabbing the extra loot, and continuing on that merry, merry path.
And we've seen TSM play a circle very similar to this throughout regular season, where they do Valkyrie in late, try and find one of the priority positions, and they've already got the kills as well. They've already got that KP. But it's not always as simple as it may sound, especially when we see this many teams already north of Survey Camp, and we're having one heck of a battle in the train tracks, as well. Exet looking to try and take advantage of maybe a position they found very early in this game.
Nocturnal on the Bangalore as well. He's going to be putting some smokes down, and the good thing is he's got a little bit of a digi threat to work with as well, so he's going to be able to see through the clouds and force that team back, so they have complete and utter control of this train tunnel now, and looking to do a little bit more damage here with a 30-30. And look at that thing. You could not ask for more. Maybe a little purple or a gold mag, but that thing is looking pretty much as good as you can get it.
And the 3 teams who kind of drop in this area, Exet, 100 Thieves, and we're going to see several others that are also going to be able to really make a difference in where they were dropping on the northeast side as well. Well, I would say Exet and 100 Thieves, the 2 teams that had priority right from the get-go. They had free choice of where they wanted to be moving, and they both went train tracks way. I do think you're right. I think it's most likely going to pull out towards that beacon, and it is going to be very difficult for people to actually try and push if someone already resides there.
Well, damage being done already by Fun. You can see he's only 6 damage points away from getting that Evo shield all the way up to purple, and Exet already looking for double purple gold, and that is a good way to start the game. It gives you a little bit more confidence when you go into those fights, knowing that you've already done the work to give yourself the HP to survive and certainly thrive towards that end game. But it looks like I mentioned, they've got complete and utter control of the train tracks now. They've forced both teams away. They now can take a little bit of time to establish what their next step is going to be. And it's going to be interesting to see what that zone does pull down. Is it going to be towards that beacon? Is it going to pull a little bit more further away towards survey camp? We're going to have to see how that progresses.
By the way, Flora still haven't moved outside of the red. They are still making their journey from Thermal Station after winning that elongated fight with Alliance. So they're going to be arriving very late. It's whether they'll be greeted by some edge teams when they arrive and be completely punished for how long that fight went on. But it does seem like they were able to loot for a long time without any sort of contest because people move so quickly to the northern side of this map up towards survey camp. It is a circle that people can heavily bank on the north, and that's why we saw so much movement.
TSM still just holding down the ridge, overlooking Fragment at the moment, trying to pick off any teams that are going to be late rotating behind them, making sure their backs are clear is such an important thing to do as that zone, of course, starts to close in a little bit. J-Lings Esports, they're in a great position. This is one of the priority positions, I would say, for either of these zones. You can get up on this high ground, and you can control these big rocks that, like you see here, they can control any team who's making a northern rotation towards them. That's 100 Thieves who are going to be down in this compound, but also towards that end game. You have such good lines of sight of the teams who might be stacked up inside of Epicenter or, of course, survey camp.
Yeah, you can pick off a lot of free kills as well. And for a team like J-Lings, who are so kill heavy when it comes to regular season, they'll be looking to try and replicate that now here on LAN, and I'm very excited to see it because when they were VZN, now J-Lings, they loved getting involved in a scrap. They were a fantastic 3v3 fighting team, but sometimes would be a little bit too aggressive and would find themselves getting third-partied. But it seemed like as the season went on, they matured, they started to learn, they started to adapt, and it seems like the perfect time for them to find form.
I mean, it's a great story, this team, right? J-Lings Esports, like you mentioned, started the season as a duo.
Yeah.
They had to work through, managed to get the thirds, managed to find their way towards LAN, and now, of course, representing Jesse Lingard's esports team, J-Lings. So a great story, and I'm sure they're looking to keep moving on that trajectory and maybe get towards that finals lobby and see what they can do. But look at Nax now, threading the needle with his charge rifle. He's only got the 2 times on it, but he's finding some bodies to play with.
Yeah, those teams who are going to be arriving late are going to have to be careful because there are charge rifles in a lot of different positions. You've already seen the beams flying across the map and making noise across of World's Edge. So you've got to plan your rotates accordingly. You need to make sure that you are watching certain angles, but also have a direction of where you want to end up. What is the end goal from your movements? You can't afford to be wishy-washy with your decision-making.
Well, speaking of decision-making, J-Lings Esports have been inside of this building, one of the prio buildings, I would say, potentially towards one of these end games. We've got an option to jump into a listening, so we're going to take it down.
Crypto drone here. I don't see it. I'm even going to waste ammo on that, bro. I'll be real. You're good, you're good. I don't see him right now on bridge.
Maybe get ready to fuck out next. Get ready. Like maybe, you know?
It's,
yeah. Every
it's
time
the train
closing,
zone,
get ready to fuck out.
They're coming, they're coming.
Yeah, I see.
They're closer, these guys want to fight.
Yeah, they're coming, they're trying to come to us.
They're going back, they're going back.
They're not back anymore. I think they're waiting for zone.
He went all the way back, I guess they thought it was free. Then, it paused. Remember the Nasky, this is fine.
Yeah, this is fine, this is fine. But we just need to hold it back,
Yeah.
No, we're good.
43 purple on fear.
I'm not picking them.
They're Valcourt. They're Valcourt, that's good. They're the Valcourt. They're blues.
The bridge team's still there, by the way, careful.
This is even better,
Zane, can you watch her? I'm gonna look.
We just need to watch bridge team, okay? Bridge team is looking right now.
I'll just watch through the door.
We need to force them to Valcourt. For the bridge team? Yes, the bridge team. Do they have a Valk? Yes, they do. Thanks, 60 on them again. Valk, then.
Guys, we just play there late, like we did before.
Yes, the same as Nasky, remember?
Yeah, we just hold the back,
They're pushing out, they're trying to push. Okay. Any angles?
Yeah, they're trying to push careful.
They're gonna push off of that, but that's fine, I can cheat on them. They're gonna push off of that. Yeah, they are.
60 on 1. They're gonna push.
Remember, 100 on him.
I queued one.
Missed on him.
I good shot.
Well, it's J-Links. Try and hold off the push that's coming in. It's going to be TSM who are trying to force their way into this fight. TSM have recognized this is an isolated fight, and this is where they want to try and thrive.
It's North America versus the United Kingdom. I think we all
Oh,
learn from this crowd.
push up,
during this
push
fight,
up.
But TSM have done a plenty
Wow,
of
hell,
damage.
go
But they are
up.
consistently now pushing up. They are getting closer. They want this. You also heard J-Links were
真係
considering
佢
walking as well, but I don't think they're going to
真係
have time.
佢
They're going to have to take this fight.
Purple versus purples. No one with the HP advantage. Who can get the damage
真係佢
advantage?
真係佢真係佢
Who go in first? There's the knock.
哦 down 咗， 哇！接他
All TSM have to do is push in and finish this off, you would think, after Hala's done that damage.
Oh, but then you're going to see the ult come through, and that is going to throw a spanner in the works ever so slightly. But TSM still with a very big advantage here. Rip through that shield. Utilize your own shield to stay alive.
Third party 啦，真係要咁搏咩？ 黐孖筋！
One player on either side has been knocked. With this noise that's going down there, is anyone else in the vicinity to try and cause some problems here? How hasn't been finished yet, so they might be able to stick the res here now.
Stick the res because Passion are in the vicinity. You are completely right, but Circle is
靚
going
啊！
to be
黐
moving,
孖
which is very
筋！
much going to speed up this
咁
fight as
樣
well. But
咁
TSM
樣爆
back
落
up
去
to 3. I think they'll be very happy with that. They forced J-Links away, and now they should be able to reset here. A successful
硬
fight.
推，俾你成排卡定
TSM
到
going to be able to move up a little bit,
咧。
as you see. 15 squads now remaining as they walk their way towards zone. But now what's the next step in this process for TSM? Who do they try and fight? Who do they try and take a spot off of? And J-Link...
贏多場啦 TSM。
He's probably thinking, we need to fight the team, we need to watch our backs. He was hoping it was anybody but TSM in that situation.
Honestly, TSM might just be able to walk into this circle, but they've just got to be careful of what's coming in from behind them, because there are a couple of teams in the vicinity.
Ooh!
And suddenly Urban gets hit to the floor.
黐孖筋！哇！ What the?
You're a maniac!
What a performance from Zayn in the
What
1
the
versus 3.
fuck?
Catches them off guard. He avoids TSM, he rotates wide, and he completely catches Passion off guard.
3 clips, 3 kills for Zayn. That's about as good as you could possibly ask for, and now you can see
黐
not only
孖
is there extra
筋！
points, but he's got a pretty good spot to overlook some of these teams rotating in with how he's shooting at the moment. Anybody who steps out from behind cover is going to get hurt.
But J-Links might call it a hat trick, but it certainly was a 3-piece that
What
I want
the?
to see over and over again. But now it's about where you go from here. 13 squads remaining. You can see you can rotate north and try and get on the kind of cheeky side of this circle, but there are going to be teams in that vicinity. There are going to be teams that will make it awkward. If we can see the map, you can see there's a lot of teams. Look at everyone just building around the middle side here.
Well, SSG taking some damage. Notable kill, though, in the kill feed there. You saw a member of TSM going down to exit. The North American powerhouses exchanging a little bit of a fight, but here's Flora now. Fresh off the back of that win, of course, over at Thermal Station, but now flat on their back, one of their players looking to try and turn this one back into their favor, but this is a fight on the edge of zone. Are they going to be able to stick the res? It looks like that is the call, but then a little bit of an audio cue might allow the team on the low ground to push.
Yeah, and now you've got Sia coming into the equation as well. SSG drop, looking to try and lead the charge, do some damage, but they're also very aware Circle is going to be closing, so they've got to speed this up. They need to get into this fight quickly and can't allow this res to get off.
Resi is going to be stuck, and now you're going to see SSG in a lot of trouble. They do forward. Flora win another team fight here. And that'll be at least 6 KP for them. And Mike, I mean, he's got 6 KP himself.
Yeah, 7 kills across the board, and that is going to give them so much confidence, but they have to move very quickly on the southern side. TSM in a spot of bother as TSM eliminated in 12th place. Unfortunately, they weren't able to comfortably walk into this zone. So many teams on the southeast side of this circle, Mark, and the teams that have been able to get up to that beacon we were speaking of, they are sitting pretty.
Northception, who of course, who came off the back of the win on our last game that we saw on Storm Point. Looking pretty good in this one as well. 11 squads now remaining, but they've got to force their way into zone and taking some damage as they try to do so. Tide is going to get that exhibit down. That's going to give them the information. Now they're going to try and move forward as well off the back of the Bangalore smokes, but there's a lot of teams stacked up under this building.
黐孖筋，有幾多人喺度？
There's a lot of teams that not enough space. Northception, they get eliminated. FC Destroy also out. As now Oxygen, they will claim this building. They have a little bit of time to relax. But as I've said, there are about 5 teams all around Oxygen right now. However, Exet, Dreamfire, Pulverix, they're the 3 teams that have got the priority positions.
And who are the teams that
Dreamfire.
maybe find a little bit of form in this lobby? You're looking at Oxygen. Oxygen are involved in this last fight. You're 100 Thieves. They're just about inside of where that zone's going to be in that truck as well. Moist Esports, who had a great game last time we saw them out, and now hoping that Wolsey can pull off a little bit of a miracle. Oxygen hold their ground.
Does this open things up for 100 Thieves, though? They were right above Oxygen. I think Oxygen are well aware. Crook tries to get out of dodge. He wants to escape. He wants to elongate his life so they can get as many points as possible. 100 Thieves will claim that building, which is going to be the kind of most advanced building towards the circle right now from this southeast side.
Interesting to see. No one inside of that zone. The zone's going to be finishing way out in the open on those high rocks, like I mentioned. So if you are a team who's at the northern side of this zone, you are going to have fun. Who is that team? It's the heart of the Apex Legends Championships. It's Pulverex who are up there, Dan.
And here we can see the lay of the land. Pulverex on the north, Dreamfire just west of them. Those two teams are going to have to fight on the northern side. And you could argue in a very good spot to win this game. It will really depend on how much they damage each other. But down south, who knows what's going to happen down there? Exit are going to try hold everyone out. If they have success, they might have free reign of that south side.
Exit trying to make the move. You can see Nocturnal moving across a little bit towards where that zone is going to be pulling. He's trying to scout, and he's trying to pin these two teams in, which are down on that southern side. If they can find that position to do so, then maybe they will be able to hold these teams out and pick up the KP. They send them crashing back down.
Exit 已經63分。
Looking to pick up free KP. Flora eliminated.
Flora, they did so well in this game.
黐孖筋。
Managed to do so much damage as now Exit will push up to the south side. They've got the smoke for cover.
哎呀，分
E36
分跌低
Still trying to
咗
move up
啊
as a full three-man behind the last two remaining members of Exit here. Exit have to be extremely careful, and the question is, are these smokes going to be enough to allow them maybe to turn this into a 2v2 situation?
E36 are going to be in the vicinity, and they are not going to allow Exit to get away.
Wow, wow, still alive!
He gets into the top 5.
Zane is in.
Oh!
What did you have for breakfast, Zane? I want some as well.
It's going to be a full English. Surely Jay Ling's into the top 4, and now Zane the kill leader.
孤狼嘅戰鬥啊
Quite some time, and he's still going. Still hitting shots, but has to calm it down. He wants to try and get to the top 3 here. Still has to think about placement.
孤狼嘅戰鬥。
I think he just wants to kill everyone, Dan. I don't think he cares at this point.
頂你仲要係
He's going to shoot it, and he's going to make it fall. The only thing that can stop him, Dan, it's got 9 bullets. He needs to find some light ammo.
We've still got Dreamfight. We've still got Pulverex. Those two teams I was talking about on the north side, but now E36.
佢先係最強 back door 啊！
Kind of in this area are going to be able to make a real threat.
哇，會唔會贏埋啊？如果佢贏埋，
spotted that Zane might be a solo here.
Doesn't matter. Zane in a solo. Zane is a Terminator at the moment. And anyone who's going to challenge him, well, they're certainly going to take some damage. Look at this. Zane's like, do you know what? I'll take you all on. He's going to throw the black hole down. He's going to try and finish off one kill. It's another one here for Zane. Surely try.
哎呀，會唔知？
Not going to
哇，真下咋！
valiant effort towards this end game.
And here comes the battle of the north. Dreamfire and Pulverex are going down on this northern
Crazy.
side. Are getting involved. So much damage.
Crazy.
Things up for E36.
Well, it looks like Pulverex have given up that northern spot, though. You can see now they find themselves down to a 2-mate. Shumbi's going to go down as well. Pulverex eliminated. We're down to 2. And it's Dreamfire versus E36 teams who are holding down the very northern and southern tips of this fight. Dreamfire are going to get the
掂啊掂啊，台灣爆低，台灣爆低！
And I said Dreamfire back.
轉快啊！
And they're going to try and carry it on, but it's not done.
後面後面一隻！
Now it is. Dreamfire step up. And our first game on World's Edge. And I tell you what, I've missed this. A massive win for them. As we have our third winner.
Nice.
Throughout the regular season, Dreamfire in this lobby,
Woo!
the best World's Edge team when it comes to points secured.
Woo!
I'll tell you what, you deserve a little wave to the crowd because what a victory it was. The way they held the northern side of that zone, the way they kept Pulverex back as well. They were both fighting for those priority positions, but Dreamfire, the damage they kept outputting made it so difficult for Pulverex.
I think, yeah, the thing that you mentioned there, Pulverex, they were the team who had the option to maybe stop Dreamfire, but Dreamfire, we talk about taking risks and taking important fights towards endgame, deciding to push the team in the prior position because they had the opportunity to do so. By doing that, they control the entire end circle. They have that height, they have the opportunity to rain down the fire, but with all due respect to them, massive win, congratulations. I feel like there's one player we need to kind of highlight here, Dan.
Yeah, you can't really look at that game and not talk about Zayn and what he was able to achieve from Jay Lings. They were pushed by TSM.
Jay Lings
He was
died.
left as a solo, walks around, destroys the entire team of Passion. We see him then put down more shots. We go away. We don't know what's happened. Is he still alive? We come back and he's doing it again. To be able to score that much points on your own for your team is worth its weight in gold, and really could be the difference between you getting to kind of finals or not.
Absolutely insane. I mean, that's game number 1 done on, of course, World's Edge. Game number 4 overall, and we've given our thoughts. It's time to hear from the guests and see what they've got to say.
There's only one word to say after that one, and it starts
What
with a
the
Z or a Z since I'm here in London. And it's Zayn, baby. The crowd got hype. I felt a tingling in my body watching some of the things that I saw Zayn do. I didn't think it was possible. I know Dreamfire won. Congrats again, another APAC North win, but Zayn stole the show, Tiff, undoubtedly.
I mean, look, is that the buff of just announcing your org today, Jay Lings Esports? They had been sitting on that for a bit. They announce it, and to come out in such a dominating performance, right? Usually, if you're going to be the last member alive, you want to salvage some placement points. Bro was just sending it. He's like, oh, what? There's 3 of you? I'll take it. I don't care. I'll take this any day. And you know, like, he made it look like they were standing still.
我想快啲睇 highlight 啊
Single player performance
Jay
that
Lings
we have
嘅
seen, you know, in LAN, let alone on this stage this weekend. That is going to be in
What the
highlight clips for years to come. I mean, yeah, incredible tracking. You know, taking them out all one by one. Just wow.
Shout out to our producers as well. You know, I'm begging, can we see this again? Get tape, guys. Can we get this back? I need to see some more Zayn. It all started off, though, in a very interesting fight with Alliance and Flora, Tiff.
Look, this contest I have been watching happening in scrims over and over. And I
太
was
黐線啦
50, right? Usually
Jay
Mandy
Lings.
gets opening kills and it'll turn the tides. But Hackis chows for that tower and usually the guns that are sitting on top. Well, this time they had Flora sitting up top, right? They didn't have a lot of resources, and I thought they were going to have the upper hand when Flora decided to flank. Now, when I got scared was when I saw Mandy with that Mozambique in his hand, because I remember at the beginning of Pro League, he once told Hackis, my beak go crazy. It did not, in fact, go crazy in that moment, but overall, we'll see how it goes on the next map.
Something to be worried about, Gino, but then it became the story of TSM going up against Jay Lings, and that was when Zayn started.
先就係哇呢個偷襲真係
For its accuracy, and he certainly put that on display for the first soup. Then he switches over
黐
and
孖
says, you know,
筋
look,
真
I'm in
係
that firing range. I know how all these guns work, and he does not miss a bullet.
You know, and there was a little video on Twitter where people were saying, you guys thought it was wall hacks, you thought it was aimbot, you thought it was all this stuff. He's doing it at LAN. I think it was Nags actually recording it saying, no, this guy's the real deal. Quite possibly the best aim at LAN. Quite possibly the best aim we have seen in Apex Legends. What a moment from him. Xset making it into the top 7 as well. Zayn, a little bit of magic here to end the run there.
黐孖筋真係黐孖筋呢度
It ultimately be Pulverex and Dreamfire
爭少少咋
take the win, which is a
佢換得切如果佢唔換甲係可以 lock down 咗先成
Yeah, which is exciting for them, right? Now, granted, they came in
但係其實冇分別啦當然
last minute. I believe they had 29th at ALGS Champs this summer, and this has got to feel really good. I think they were here maybe for 20 hours in London, so maybe they need to warm up a little bit. You can see the vibes. They are on top. Let's check it out. 17 points for Dreamfire there in match 4.
And look at that, though. Interforce Gino, I'm sorry but to cut you off, but 18 points. I mean, they actually did better than Dreamfire.
SS 就冇問題啦已經
Yeah, I mean, you saw Roy
Jay Lings
getting the love.
12分
He
已經
deserves
過
that
TSM
guy.
啦應該
You know, look, along with Zayn, I would say, definitely one of the most
哇好好
mechanically
睇啊
skilled
黐下
players,
線呢
out there. And, you know, of
Day
course,
one 已經
this isn't the full Dreamfire roster, right? We've got Ems and Pete not able to make it over here with him, but we did see, you know, these guys
都有
go back
5分
champs before.
keep 住都有分
I've had some
TSM
experience, weirdly enough, you know, pretty much only together.
好慘啊 Alliance
with Bolin and Tao.
You know, a big moment there for
睇嚟 Alliance
step things up, and that's
要
why you
喺
see
負
Game
方
4
打
is
翻
kinda
上
like
嚟
that transition
如果就係
game.
咁
Game 5 now, it's kind of do or die, because if you're not in a position to really challenge for first, second, or third, you're not going to be able to have enough time with only game 6 away. TSM notably in the bottom half alongside Alliance, who take another 0. Let's take a look at the series standings as well. I think we have those available. It is Xset still on top, 65 points. They have certainly done the play to start off their tournament. Interforce though,
SS 就應該冇太大問題啊差2場
just last game for Northeption with a win as well. Moist Esports, notably, and J-Links, 2 teams outside of in the top 5, but without wins yet.
但係後面其實好近，一場就可以翻盤。
Moist incredibly consistent so far. I mean, they've been consistent in always making that final day of LAN, and if they keep this up, you know, there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to be doing that again.
Yeah, and Tiff,
Oh
Dreamfire
my
sitting in
god，
10.
黐乸線真係好好
Actually
睇。
surprising, considering they just won Game 4. It kind of also tells you the story of how they really did need to step
最
up.
強孤狼作戰計劃啊
But now heading into Game 5 and
！J-Links
6, is this the start of something new? Or is this really, you know, just maybe a once shot in the dark here for Dreamfire? What's your anticipation?
I'm going to give it to Gaskin, right? He's our stats man. You heard him say that they have one of the most winning percentages on World's Edge. So this was map 4, first game on World's Edge. What do we see? Dreamfire takes a W. They
佢
could just
係
have
啊，
better
剩翻自己一個之後
and it's clearly showing. So I don't think
，Oh my god！啱嗰隊，佢哋分開咗嘛，分開咗企啊嘛，諗住附近唔會有人嘛，之後嚼低一件，嚼低兩件，嚼低三件，黐線。
You have to be able to win not just on
孤狼
World's Edge,
作
but
戰
on
計劃
Dreamfire, because they just won. Great performance, but on Stormpoint, it was non-existent. So how do they correct that? How do teams go
太
about
黐
looking
線
at
啦
that
呢
and
件事。
identifying it, Gino? Is it just time?
Right.
But, you know, what's your take on the fact that you've
Right.
got to have that consistency on both maps to really get it done?
Yeah, it's really hard when your landing spots can be so different and they can dictate so much of how you play, right? You know, both
So
loot
much
quality
so.
and you know your rotation paths can just be completely different. So I think for Dreamfire, you know, having those differences between the two maps, sometimes it's a little bit hard. You know, sometimes. You know, you've been playing for a spot for a lot longer, and you just have so much more experience there that when you come to LAN, you don't necessarily get the POIs that you have in your home region where you're always going to be one of the stronger teams.
Right.
It can be really hard to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, I have to, you know, talk a little bit about KCP. You know, looking at the other side of it, they are sitting at 0 points after 3. Going out in 20th place, contesting every single time. That is kind of the challenge of the wild card of the group stage, because now you're playing AD, AC the next 2 games, and everything shifts again and again. It actually becomes a little bit more consistent for these teams once we get into the elimination brackets and the winners brackets, because you kind of know what you're going up against if you don't have to adjust that much.
That's true, but we got to get there first, right? You want to make your way into that winner's bracket as quickly as humanly possible. So starting here and now is exactly what they need to do, and XSET is poising themselves to do exactly that. And I mean, yeah, if they play this consistently throughout the groups, it's going to be fine. I said it earlier.
Yeah.
Consistency is key. You have 6 games in a series to make something happen, and they've really extended their lead, and no one's really able to chow for that.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, the play level that you have, you know, in the group stages versus that final lobby, completely different. You have to be a much better team to succeed on the final day than you are right here. But also the tempo and how well you need to do, right? I mean, at the moment, it's, you know, the top half are going into winner's bracket, bottom half going into loser's bracket. So you only need to be in that top half. It's very different to Sunday, where everyone is playing for that first spot.
Going over a little bit as well into our other side, Group C versus D. It's actually Fnatic, a team that you had mentioned earlier, leading that group. A team that notably got 4th place at our championships. Has a lot to prove this time around, certainly doing well. As well as IG International, a team with a LAN winner in JMW, who substituted for Dark Zero when they were missing out in Sweden. And now Jin Burton back, obviously has done very well with Graceful, being able to kind of put that team together. I mean, Tiff, this is obviously a lot of teams we expected to performing here, so the competition is only getting better.
Yeah, you mentioned Group D. The first thing I saw when I looked at that was there are a lot of edge teams in that group, and I was curious how it was going to start affecting it, because IG is one of the zone teams in the Group D that's stacked, and I was like, okay, if you're saying that they're performing incredibly well, it makes sense, right? They're playing their positioning, they're doing it well, but Fnatic, that is going to be exciting, and I think it's really cool. In the back of my head coming into this, I really wanted an APAC North team to win this at the end of the week. I don't know why. Look, I really did, and if my hunches are right, I'm getting a little excited.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure Europe's going to be happy.
PS5 睇下先。
Take home the championship. I mean, but we had it in North America. You know, we expected maybe a TSM, maybe something like that. NRG, there was a lot of talk about Optic, and then all of a sudden, you know, you look at it, it's Dark Zero yet again, which still is undethroned, has not been dethroned from winning and hoisting that trophy as well.
IG are doing well though, so I don't know, home ground advantage.
It's possible.
Discord voucher is coming to
I mean, how about Alliance? Let's talk a little bit more
PS5.
about them.
Oh,
Obviously,
nice!
the most positive.
Nice!
Quick point on them. How do they turn it around? Is it any ideas?
喺度
It's
停
what's
一停
interesting
先
that you know, yeah, having a look at those contests that happen throughout scrims and how that's already
點解我會咁興奮咧 ？PS5 係可以用到 Discord 咧，係因為咧，如果你有 PS4 嘅話咧，你會發現就係 PS4 本身有個光纖位噶嘛。咁個光纖位其實就係 for 你 headphone 可以有呢個 party chat， 你打機嘅時候，特別係譬如我做直播緊嘅時候，我都仲可以用到 party chat。咁但係 PS5 咧，佢就 cut 咗個 party chat， 即係佢唔係 cut 咗 ，sorry， 佢 cut 咗個光纖線，所以其實某程度上咧喺直播緊嘅時候，如果我唔用 adapter 咧，或者用另外一啲 adapter 咧，或者 3.5mm 嘅線咧，其實我係用唔到 PlayStation 內建嗰個 party 傾唔到偈嘅。咁因為我嘅 headphone 就要插落電腦度，就唔插落去 PS5 度。係啊，咁就係你插落電腦度啊嘛。咁正常 PS5 梗係 detect 唔到你嘅 headphone 啦，所以就用唔到個 party chat 啦。咁你電腦大部分人都係用 Discord 噶嘛。係啊，咁如果 PS5 support Discord 咧，咁以後就唔需要驚啦。以後就唔需要有光纖線同 adapter， 都可以用 party chat 啦。PS5 做得好 ，good job。聽下先，趁佢休息緊，仲有38秒。睇睇先。
Well, today is a shockingly big day for the PlayStation 5 because we just learned of a new update, some new sales numbers which are kind of staggeringly freaking gigantic, and this video and subscribe to update to the console about 30 days before it officially comes out. In this case, it sounds like this is going to be the very big rumored update that's been talked about options for. I was kind of impressed because honestly, freaking the tweets are blowing up. People are incredibly freaking excited. People are incredible because honestly,
try a Discord voice chat. Okay. Upload game capture to PS app. Easy access your PS4 save data on PS5. Okay.
Freaking the tweets are blowing up. People are incredibly, but it seems like very simplistic. It's just going to be a menu you can.
Oh my god！ 可以咁樣啊 ！Oh my god！ 可以咁樣開啊！喂，好好多，做到嘢啊 ，Sony。
If you see here, the way it's actually going to look is very, very simplistic. It's just going to be a menu you can pop up in the middle of any game. You can easily access it. Joining voice chat.
以後唔使傾唔到偈啦，打 APEX。
Setting up your Discord app and getting it so that it will actually run on your PlayStation 5 seems to be incredibly freaking seamless. It's just going to be a matter of syncing up and freaking playing these games and easily being able to join calls or even adapt it so that people can actually see when people are on Discord. Your friends list will see what PlayStation.
OK， 大概知啊，我哋後續再看。
Hate it, and I hate it here, and I want to. No, I love it, and I love it. I'm sure Jay Links will like it as well. But
back
Alliance
to
now,
the.
it's a 2 versus 2. They should win, but sometimes that can add extra pressure, right? Sometimes you can maybe get a little bit too antsy.
而家應該係 highlight 啫。
Flora are going to make them wait every second. They are going to try and frustrate them as much as possible. But there will also be the thought process for Flora here of, okay, how do we get Miak back on his feet, right? How do we actually get back to a full 3? Is it possible? And this is why we're seeing Sia utilize with the heartbeat sensor just to get as much information as possible.
Well, the thing is as well, you got to think,
you're
hoping Alliance make a mistake. If one person walks out a little bit too far, 2v focus fight, you're turning into a 2v2, and all of a sudden the pressure's back on Alliance, right? Just to keep you a little bit more abreast of what's going on in the rest of the map, because last time we completely utterly forgot that zones exist, Dan. We're going to talk about where that zone's going while this fight goes down. It looks like landslide might be an option. Countdown of course, is going to be there. But a few teams moving towards staging, which is interesting. Maybe an end towards there.
Here comes Alliance then. They are going to make the push. They are going to make their way up. They don't want to wait any longer. They waited for the death box to be out, and they get involved in the fight. And it should be simple from here. There's a lot of damage. Hackers will get the second knock.
Hackers gets the second one. One player left alive then on this high ground. Alliance looking to answer back, and Yuki looking to join the fight as well. A finish is going to come in as well. And let me tell you, that's BM, brother. He's not just looking for that armor swap. He wants to let them know that this is still Alliance's playground.
They're still alive though, and is managing to get a shield swap, but it looks like it's going to be the end because there are no bullets. You've just got fists left as it is going to be tied up. Alliance, they will win Thermal Station, and it was far quicker this time as well. So now they can start to think about moving towards the circle. It's also a far closer circle than the one before. As you said, people moving towards staging. We've got about 6 or 7 teams that have already rotated early, so this is going to be a good opportunity for those teams dropping in those areas.
Big fight already breaking out as well, and it's involving Moist Esports. You can see it on your screen, and it's SSG who are trying to push them as well. SSG managing to stabilize. They haven't lost a player. Nobody is on their backs for now, and Moist Esports in a lot of trouble here. Just one player left alive.
Yeah, SSG have moved pretty quickly all the way from Lava Fisher as well to make sure they can try and hold down this staging spot. It looks like with the knocks, they should be able to hold this area, but it is going to be a lot of area to try and hold.
The good thing here for Space Station, you're wondering why it's such a popular area here staging. They do have that beacon information as well, so they'll be able to have the info on where that zone is going, which is why you see them in the position they find themselves in. They're trying to get that gen down, trying to find a place to put it where it's not going to be in the line of sight of too many teams, but it's being a little bit fiddly until Frex finally finds somewhere to make it feel comfortable, make it feel at home.
It's going to be difficult for SSG to get any beacon information. Being down here is the issue. Like, they're giving up the height. They are instead playing down low, and at the moment they are setting up for it. But they can comfortably set up. They just need to be very wary of what teams may be arriving after hearing all that emotion. Moist do eventually go down. They tried to escape, but they were quickly eliminated.
Another fight breaking out. TSM making a little bit of a quicker move this time towards the zone. A little bit better prio for them, you could argue, from Lava Siphon towards staging. A lot of teams are going to be rotating in front of them, which might even give them that information if they don't have beacon themselves. But Leave No Witness do have a beacon and do have the information on where we're going to be going. So even though you can see Renner Tricky is very, very low shields at the moment, priority number 1 is getting out of danger, finding somewhere to reset for them.
Interestingly as well, Pulverex, who drop Harvester, they got out of dodge very quickly, avoided TSM, and now are actually in a position to hold off Alliance down towards Thermal Station. So a very interesting rotation for them, considering they are very zone heavy. It's whether they will actually consider taking the fight versus Alliance, because now Alliance, because the circle is so close to them, Mark, they can afford to be very patient here. They can loot up, they can make sure they're prepared. It hasn't been the best of times so far, but they've still got plenty of time.
Well, Alliance's game plan is never really looking at a zone-based game plan. It's all about picking up KP on edge and trying to force their way in, pinch a couple of teams, and kind of weave their way through the traffic, so to speak. So no surprise to see them just taking their time to loot up, making sure that they're ready for those fights when they do break out. But 3 blue shields isn't the best circumstance to find yourself in on edge at this point in Apex Legends. You usually want to be crafting up to purples, maybe even a red at some point if you can do a little bit of damage. Because if you get towards that end zone and you haven't had the opportunity to do damage, 3 blues, even though maybe a couple of months ago might have seemed quite good, at this point in the game, you're just going to get fried.
And even though we saw a lot of movement in the early stages from these teams, and they were trying to get into some of these priority positions you speak of, now we're going to see a minor pause where all teams are going to kind of wait on their rotation, wait for this next zone to finish so you can get beacon information now from zone 2, preparing for zone 4, and then you move in. TSM, for example, they are hovering around Harvester because they have a beacon to play around. Alliance, they have one in Thermal Station as well they can utilize. Sure, you're going to take a little bit of tick damage, they've got that info now, but they could go back if they wanted to.
Elsewhere on the map, you can see Passion, who fell 1 by 1, unfortunately, in the last game. If you're a fan of theirs, FC Destroy, excuse me, are making their approach towards the west side of Fragment. For now, though, they're going to change their trajectory, and they're going to go a little bit more towards landside. E36 there, though, waiting for them.
And as you can see the map overhead, teams like Gamewood, they've got a beacon to work with. XSET, beacon to work with. TSM, beacon to work with. Like, all these teams have been able to get that beacon information ready for the next zone. There will be a few teams that are fighting over beacon information, and if they don't have the legends to actually just kind of nag it away and make sure they get it with a crypto, they are going to have to fight tooth and nail.
Passion in this 3v3, you can see the Seer ultimate, the exhibit's gone down. That's
咁低音嘅佢講得 Passion
Does Mimu have his available? And will they be able to get into a position where they may have the advantage in this fight? It looks like the answer is no, because they're backing up. They don't have facilities they want to take this fight. But FC Destroy up on that high ground, the 2 times on the wingman, not quite connecting as yet, but there's a little bit of flesh damage. And from the you see the push come in as they've got that knock.
As soon as you get that knock, as soon as you've done that damage, you have to send it in because you've got to capitalize. You've got to pick up this KP and take advantage of these players that are going to be a little bit weak, and of course on that back foot.
They get the finish. Urban's going to be down. A couple of tough games here for Passion.
睇唔到啦。
And now you can see FC Destroy looking to live up to their name and looking to take the last 2 players down to add to that KP tally. Like you mentioned, this fight is completely and utterly isolated as well. Although you can see Jailings maybe up on the opportunity to sneak up on this fight on the triple stack building, the construction building you can see behind FC Destroy. They have to be extremely aware. And whoever's on Seer, that's going to be Yuka Predator, is going to have to be aware and do that little bit of heartbeat scanning to make sure they don't get caught off guard.
Yeah, I think Zane is trying to slide down the hill at the moment, but he keeps being reeled back by the rest of the team, and they're saying, wait for your moment, and then you can start popping off once again.
Did you not just see what I did in the last game?
You know what I'm capable of, let me at him. But I think if Jailings are patient here, they might be able to pick up some KP. Elsewhere, Exet have been able to make their way into staging once more. They are under a little bit of pressure here, but it looks like they found home territory.
Great spot for them to play from as well. You can see maybe the zone's going to pull slightly away from them, and they're going to have to make that Valkyrie redeploy into the sky. The Skyward Dive is going to be the next play, and for X8, you can see they're getting a little bit of damage, tick damage from a couple of teams who are hovering in and around. They don't have the beacon information at the moment, but I think from the position that they're trying to find, they're going for a beacon themselves. That's where they're landing. Maybe they're going to look to hit this beacon, get new information, and then try and move towards where the majority of teams are set up.
Also, providing they've got some ultimate accelerants, it could very easily be a get beacon information, get the ultimate accelerants in, and then you Skyward Dive again once you have that info. So it's smart from Exeter here.
咁你咁都睇到。
In a position which is so contested by so many teams.
我想講係好 Q 完。
Out of fear at the moment.
俾你4-8鏡都未必睇到啊！講真。
Be a risky move once you do arrive late, but we've seen what Exeter can do.
咩
We've
眼
seen
力
how
啊呢個？
successful they are sometimes with their late rotations, and they'll be looking to try and do it again here.
Well, interesting fight might be developing as well. 100 Thieves and Alliance having a little poke and a prod at each other. It looks like Exeter are trying to move in on that fight. So they've seen that there's a couple of teams in the vicinity. If they have the opportunity to third party even from this distance, they might want to take it. It looks like a little bit of a change of plan here from Exeter. Maybe they realize that with the amount of teams that are still alive in this lobby, and the beacon information, a lot of teams, and the fact they haven't seen anyone for so long, they're thinking, there's going to be a lot of teams stacked up already inside a stadium. We need to be careful. We need to maybe work our way around the edge and find some fights ourselves.
And this has been a far slower lobby in terms of team fights that have been happening, because actually it's been a circle that's been a little bit more difficult to predict. Circles, you'll see a lot of teams moving early and naturally fighting for those priority positions because they believe they can truly win a game when they have the read. But without the read, it's a guessing game, and people are trying to avoid those fights. They don't want to be too weak. But speaking of fights, Dreamfire, our previous winners, they're in an engagement again.
Well, there's a wrecking ball on the responding end, though, and that's going to slow things down for just a few moments. Bolin has to be very, very careful in this position. We got the R301 in the hands now of Roy, and he's trying to spray, and now the flatline doing damage as well. It's flash damage, but not that knock that they're so desperate to try and find. But look at the reset. It's coming in. This team is trapped inside of the building.
Yeah, they are going to be able to trap them, but it's how you want to approach this one. Tao's taking a lot of damage as well. Got to be careful. And there is going to be one knock. Gamewood, they're down to 2, but can they respond?
It looks like they're going to have to just try and survive for now. Aimbot drops down to the low ground. Psychop is going to be finished off, and that will be them down to just 2. As it looks like Dreamfire have decided, you know what? We're going to try and rotate as well. We're going to just back out this for a few seconds. We see it's a little bit busy. We think we've got the meds to rotate in and through zone. The heartbeat scan is going to go down, and that's going to clear the way for them, knowing that there's no one there, of course, unless they're just crouched in corners, but you wouldn't imagine that would be the case. That's going to give them a lot of cover here, that head glitch, and they should be able to reset safely.
And as you would have heard from Genome on the desk, a slightly different Dreamfire from what we saw during the regular season in terms of the players here today, but they're still finding the same success they had from regular season when it comes to World's Edge.
Oh, that's
one HP, but the nades are starting to fly in. Dreamfire do get their knock onto Fun.
Fun goes down. Exit trying to reset. They do have the Rolling Thunder that's gone down from the Bangalore, though. The ultimate being used, maybe just to buy themselves enough time to get Fun back on his feet and reset. And damage also coming in from different angles. So Exit do get Fun back up. It looks like they're trying to rotate past them, but look at Sykes. He's got that Prowler in his hand once more. And I mentioned how the Prowler is a disgusting weapon at this stage in Apex Legends. The extra little bit of damage being done could make all the difference. Once again, finds himself on his knees here.
It's not comfortable for XSET, and it's going to get worse. Passion get eliminated. This kill feed is going to explode in the next 1 minute because there are so many teams on this northern side that are going to try and drop down. Either you've got a Skyward Dive, you're going to get over teams, but then you risk just landing into the middle of nothing, the middle of nowhere, the unknown, into a no man's land, and then suddenly you are going to be in a spot of bother. Or you try and walk your way in, but you can already hear the damage ahead of you, you can already hear the gunshots. It's not going to be fun either way.
Speaking of fun, that's fun. Game Ward eliminated
Fun
at the same time.
again.
Fire reduced XSET to just 2, and XSET who have had some fantastic games, 2 wins.
咁你就16隊啊，3圈，黐孖筋。
Sykes is going to have that charge rifle, maybe looking to answer back here with a little bit of damage himself. Level up those Evo shields or maybe get the knock. Think about getting that banner back, but they're more than aware.
2支 charge rifle 真係。
Dreamfire are going to have to move in on them. The zone is behind them. That's why XSET decided to slide down this hill. They want to try and use the zone to their advantage.
And I will say, Dreamfire, with those changes, they do look a little bit different. They were a very kill-heavy team when it came to World's Edge in regular season, but now, we saw from their victory, they only had 5 kills. Their placement, their positioning, their rotations have been on point as 100 Thieves and Alliance. They are very, very close right now. 100 Thieves, they're knocking on the door.
Leave no witness eliminated. The question is, will it be 100 Thieves or Alliance who might be joining them? In just a few moments' time, there's a big shot from Omnu.
Oh!
He takes down Yuki.
Oh!
Vaxalon, one of
Oh!
the players of the ALGS Championship, says, I love LAN.
Blink and you will miss it. Alliance wiped off of World's Edge, and now
Oh,
100 Thieves
man,
have got such a good
PK.
position on this western side. They can hold down this building. Yes, there's shots coming from several different directions.
標準。
They need to be patient now. Round 3 is closing in 25. 4 teams have got to move from the northern side here. That's where a lot of action is going to be unfolding.
100 Thieves will be safe though. They don't have to do too much. Look at that kill feed again. You can see SSG involved once more, but here come TSM. They're on the hunt as well. They're being forced to move. The house is going to take a lot of damage. Black hole goes down.
成日都係咁樣 push 嘅，點解佢哋？
Even though the Prowler is singing the
成日都咁 push 嘅。
And now Reps is left on his own.
搞咩飛啊？
Reps then, a lot to do. The damage has been done elsewhere, and maybe he could be able to escape, but because he pops out, because he shows himself, suddenly he's going to be under fire, and TSM, this could be the end.
Or Reps manages to get the barrier off, but is he going to be able to find somewhere to play? That's the real question here. Multiple teams are looking at him, but even though he's a
Whoa! 靚嘅。
saying I can do it as well as the Roller Boys here. A good spray coming in from that flat line.
TSM really looking to try and secure a bit of KP here. Reps desperate to try and get this knock, try and get this finish. Doesn't look like he could do it in the moment. XSET gets eliminated. Remember, they won back-to-back games on Storm Point. Haven't been able to find the same success here on World's Edge. As for TSM, 10th place at the moment. They haven't really been able to find the same success from earlier. 100 Thieves, though!
Oh! Nice.
Vaxalon is decimating people with this Peacekeeper at the moment.
Peacekeeper!
Every single time he pulls the trigger. And I tell you what, I'm a purist, Dan. I love some big shots from the Peacekeeper.
They just hit so hard, and the rumbles around the arena. The bass feels so good when they connect as well. 10 teams left. TSM do finally get wiped out. Unfortunately, Reps was not able to get a little bit of a Hail Mary play in those final moments. So now we're down to our last 10. It means a lot of these teams on the outskirts, Mark, have been able to find a little bit of respite. They can patiently assess how they want to approach this next circle.
SSG making their move as well to the second level of that crane tower. Let's go over there. The question is now, what is the winning position? Is it going to be that second level? Is it going to be a team on height? Or is it going to be the low ground who can hold off and wait for those teams to engage and have to fall into their reticles? Northception, of course. Winner of our game a little bit earlier on today on Storm Point. After winning most of that engagement, you'd say they got the advantage over TSM for sure. Getting those couple of knocks, now have to make their way in. And with round 4 closing, and that ring about to start singeing away at their backs, they've got to make the play.
And as you can see, Godfire, one of the better positions. SSG still in an amazing spot as well, but there's so many teams moving from this western side. But look at Jay Lings and the southeast side just sneaking into the circle now as Northception with the wingman. That is heavy, heavy shots.
Heavy damage coming in from Tyder. SSG now making their move as well. They're going to be playing under this bridge. Pretty sure that's 100 Thieves there. On the other side, SSG looking to do some damage, and as this zone starts to close, they jump into a listening now with Space Station.
We're good.
Popping optics up, popping
No one's west of us.
Listen,
We're
they hit my fence, they hit my fence south, they hit my fence south. South.
At the crane? Yeah, at the crane, at the crane. They're gonna be getting angled.
Listen, look for anyone that drops here. They're getting bang ulted here. Somebody might drop here.
Someone drop on me, drop on me, on me.
Okay, drop, kill.
He's one.
Another one, cracked. One.
Nice.
I'm gonna try and go back up.
Yeah, I'm just watching. Get up here. Look at us. We just play under bridge. We play under bridge here.
I'm gonna loot that.
Wait,
Yeah, loot it.
Bro,
I'm just gonna loot it.
I need to third something, bro. No cap.
No, chill, bro, chill.
These guys are hard fighting.
Are they fighting at the fucking crane?
Hard fighting here.
I'm going back up.
Listen.
They're getting shit on here. One dropped right here. Drop.
Yeah, bro, they're rezzing above me. I can cancel res. Brothers, you wanna kill these guys?
Where are they?
Above me at the cart.
I don't. How do we get there, bro?
You zip up. We zip up.
Okay.
Can we just play our shit?
Fine. I'm
Look at
just
this.
coming down.
This guy's a solo.
Okay.
Okay. I'm coming, bro.
He got a re-45.
I have an ult excel if you need it.
Yeah, I do.
Climbing. 36.
好難用啊！3030就係你睇下，鋪批都唔可以下下中。
He died. It's fine.
Alright, well this team above us is gonna push us.
Yeah.
Like I low-key think we need to play for fucking. Do we need to play for the height of the bridge or no?
I don't know if we can, bro.
I'm queuing this guy. This guy might. They're not even on the fucking second level. We can play second level.
We can hear the intensity here from SSG, and that's because we are down now to our final 5 squads. 5 squads remaining in this lobby down, a massive moment for all of them.
And it was always my worry with the placement of SSG. They were down low. They can't really regain height. So they're going to have to try and force their way either just underneath and through, which leaves them so vulnerable to these teams on the bridge, or they have to go for that risky play of taking the bridge off of 2 teams, which would be near impossible considering they would be watched from both angles. I will say, at the moment, Godfire in the best position of this game.
真係落去，後面有一隊喎。
It's J-Lings, and J-Lings look like they're about to make their move as well as Northampton now go down to
Wow, so many people. So many people.
Do SSG try and get involved in this one? Yes, they will. Northampton, they're going to be down to 2. Make it
冇
1.
啦，一跳落去就冇啦，
Desperate
真
thing,
係。
similar to what Zayn was able to do earlier. SSG still at full 3, and SSG will be delighted with this. They played it perfectly.
They're going to drop and they're going to get his KP as well.
搞掂。
SSG pick up more. Horizon out of the game. We're down to 4, and that battle we talked about.
追埋。
Well up on that high ground.
Northampton, they escape. One does, and we'll still be alive. We'll still be a solo. We'll be a rat to make things awkward. Godfire, they push out. J-Lings have lost 1, and now Godfire in one of the most commanding positions in this game.
They've held this position for so long here, Godfire. You can see Watson fences down. They've got the gen as well. That zone is going to close, and they are going to be safe for quite some time. The question is, are they aware of the position here of SSG? Do they know they have that ramp? And more importantly, Dan, that hit glitch to play from.
Remember, Godfire drop here at staging. This
Wow.
is their home territory. They would have played this circle 1,000
J-Lings
times.
個位都可以。
You will notice though,
最舒服就係 SSG。
Fantastic news for them, and still 1 member left of Northampton here, really to try and throw a spanner in the works.
Question is, who is going to have to move first?
華心嘅電網藝術。
They've got the Horizon Q available, the gravitational lift, a way to get from low to high, Dan. They can wait for the damage to be done and then pound. Space Station got some decisions to make here, and one of them is going to be swapping out weapons for ammo.
I mean, the fact that we have a rat at 4th, but never mind, doesn't matter. 3 squads are remaining. Now suddenly it really is about who is forced to move first. Space Station can try and dictate the pace a little bit. They have fences to force people away. J-Lings
好悠閒啊！J-Link 喺下面真係。
to try and regain height, but Horizon will be able to do that for them.
上面肯定打到七彩啊！
Wait for some knocks. SSG are aware of the position and maybe they've realised we've got to try and fight
係啊，
this.
上面肯定一齊打。睇下 J-Link keep 上嚟啦 ，J-Link 好。
Godfire's home is under attack. Space Station
J-Link 好上嚟啦 ，J-Link 殘啊兩邊都係啊，唔好等啦，上嚟啦。
Snakes in the grass at J-Lings.
哇！
Just waiting for that opportunity.
一嘢炸爛晒，靚啊！令你咁啱，哇！咁啱真係有，哎嚟啦嚟啦 J-Link， 係啦嘢！ 有輕鬆啊 J-Link 個位，上面嗰兩隊實開打，實唔會打下面線。
It was just a matter of time before they got the victory. As soon as they lifted up, as soon as they saw the damage that was unfolding. And remember, they were knocked down to 2 for a short while.
所以睇準時間上去就輕鬆收皮。
J-Lings Esports to tell you, picking up the players at just the right time. And they're starting to perform here, Dan, at just the right time as well. And let me tell you, that grappling, well, I hate to repeat myself, Dan, but it was at just the right time as well. Waiting for those knocks, waiting for the damage, and knowing there's no way we can lose it from here.
A very different J-Lings from what we saw online as well. They managed to get first with only 2 kills. We didn't see that at all in regular season. They were such a kill-heavy team. LAN changes everything.
It really does indeed. So J-Lings Esports, the local heroes, I will say, take our game number 5. It's done here from the casting desk. It's time to hear from the guys and the girls down on the analyst desk.
Well, it ended with Zane, an incredible performance in Game 4. Game 5, they build on that. J-Lings Esports taking the W, but it was not without a valiant effort on the side of Space Station Gaming. Godfire, who landed at staging, as well as a nice contest throughout with, I think, even Horizon Union up on top. But it ultimately had to be the narrative of J-Lings continuing that push, Tiff. And this is a team that's got excitement around their play
It's
style.
amazing.
That's something that's special here in a live environment. Building off the crowd feedback, it's something that J-Lings Esports is doing better than any other team right now.
I mean, excitement is one way to put it. Let's just go ahead and talk about their journey, right? We're on that road to redemption, that full circle moment here. J-Lings Esports started off as VZN, actually a little bit changes there at the beginning, but they played as a duo in the first match day of Pro League Split 1. They did that, they came out swinging, they bring in Nags, they have really good dynamic as they play together. And we actually got to interview Nags on that broadcast, and just hearing the way that he talks about his teammates and just the chemistry that they have, it's clearly showing that they've been building on it and it's paying off.
Yeah, formerly with E6, K-Switty and Slayers, Nags finds a home here. Genome, though, it's more than a home. I mean, this is a team that seems to be playing off momentum, playing off of confidence, and that's what you need in this type of situation.
I mean, surely, yeah, after your teammates sit back and watch you take that 1v3, you know, they've got to be hyped up for that next game. It seems, you know, almost certain at that point. And, yeah, you're seeing with that performance, they, as, you know...
狗啊，終結人，衰鬼！
When it played out in that final circle, you know, the other 2 teams, they really just couldn't look over the top and snipe them. Even though they were on the low ground, it was very tough for them to get unlocked, untangled from each other, and that just made it really easy for them to come out on top.
It's a great situation for them. They
哇！P 一下標準啊，真係。
We want the KP. Sometimes that happens. As we take a look at the highlights of Game 5, only one more game to go. TSM trying to get going, XZ trying to get going. They've noticeably dropped a couple of near goose eggs here in these last couple of games, though.
Yeah, it's been really tough, right? We were talking about them after map number 2. They had 56 points, would have put them in match point contention if this was Sunday, but they had only garnered themselves 9 points throughout the rest of those 3 games. So a little bit of a falling off, still holding on to the lead, and that's only because NTH hasn't really made a jump up, but they're starting to creep and close that gap there, so it's only a matter of time. But as I watch these highlights, we saw Vaxlon go off with the PK, and I'm like, I was like, name a better duo, Vaxlon and a PK, and then Scurry also had one, so they were just rolling through that end game. But this is the positioning you were talking about, and it's really interesting, Genome, because J-Lings, they were originally rotating in on the side of Godfire when they were bunkered down in that building. They end up on the low ground and play it like a chess game and just wait patiently.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those situations where, you know, if the circle shifts just a little bit one way or the other, you know, the other teams might just be staring right down on them, and it's kind of tough, but that one shifted a little more to the high ground, which actually suited them in that case.
哇！除咗 first game TSM 打得比較好之外咧，我唔可以話佢哋發揮得太差，但係唔係好咯 TSM 之後。Game 5啊，準備 Game 6啊 ，last game 啊 ，AB Group。
Well ahead of where they were in the bottom of the pack, hitting in the bottom 10 most of these games. Space Station Gaming, though, off to a continued great performance. They should be almost tied for third here. My calculations are
TSM
correct, but yeah,
又
we
係
talked
10
about
名
it
得一分，
in terms of XZ, in
零
terms of
Q。
TSM, Flora as well, a team. It's either Flora or Alliance at the bottom. Tim, so, you know, there's a couple of, you know, dynamics that are specific to AB that seem to be really favoring a couple of these teams.
It's really interesting. It's now dubbed the Battle of Thermal Station. I want to give a shout out to Ben, who was like, I'm loving these chess-like contests with Alliance. They're putting some thoughts behind it, right? It's moving a little more slowly, the way they approach it. And in scrims, it was really 50-50. And I know Raven is probably cringing me here saying a contest is 50-50 because there are things you can do to shift it, right? But for the most part, that contest has been back and forth.
One shot can do it. One headshot. Let's take a look at the big overall series, though. Genome, react to this. XN on top.
第十名仲可以。
Space Station, J-Links, all nice movers.
Yeah, the fact that the majority of those points are from 2 games is just
嗱我哋趁呢個時間輕鬆講賽制先啦。而家係 AB 啦，之後 CD 啦，然之後 AC 啦，再 AD 啦，即係打咗個單循環之後嘅。 係計晒3次嘅總得分嘅頭排名20同後排名20，咁頭排名20就係勝方組，後20就係負方組。 然之後再喺勝方組揾10隊同負方組揾10隊再打 final。更新咗嚟。
You said one big game, right? That's all it's going to take for XSET to get unseated at the very top. And those teams that are
我起身之後，應該瞓醒之後起身就。
You know, mid 40s, early 40s, and that is a big game. A double-digit eliminations with that 12 points for placement points. So there is a very valid chance that someone is able to put that down. So if I'm XSET, I am doing everything that I can to minimize that because you want to come out with a win on your group play for the first day.
Yeah, and it's also a very tight lobby as well. You have to acknowledge that, right? I mean, besides XSET, you know, being a little bit further ahead there, but that's it. It's still only 66 points, which after a 6-game series in Apex is not like massive points, right? And I think that just shows that this is a tight lobby. We've got a lot of highly skilled teams here, and we don't have anyone just running away with it. We've got no one just rolling through the lobby, you know, like it's a breeze or anything, because every team here is showing up.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the story throughout all of this weekend. You're going to see teams that have some issues, and they've got to solve them, and some will solve them. Some will get it right a couple times, and then they'll find themselves kind of slowing down. And then that's to me where I say stay focused. It's almost like you have to tighten up at the end of the race, right? You don't want to trip and fall when you're almost at first place. A big win, let's not say it's impossible, a big win, a 28-point thing, if there's a 1-point game from XSET, it is possible Northeption or maybe even J-Links could take first place. And I think that would be demoralizing for a team like XSET who have done so much to get here.
I don't know if it's demoralizing. You think about it, right? Those first 2 Storm Point games, they really had those zones favor their drop spot POIs. So it's only going to take one more zone that kind of favors another team that plays that style.
Well, just to interrupt, imagine this is match point. I mean, this is the same thing that happens. You cross the threshold, then you go nowhere. I mean, Gino, is this a legitimate problem? Am I just making this up, trying to create some type of drama here? Or do you really think that this is like, you've got to be able to show, you can't go 4 games without showing up?
Yeah, I mean, sure they got, what was it, 54 points in,
that's
2
insane,
games
right? That's
or something,
fine, but
right?
You still got to keep bringing it back.
Yeah, I mean, in group stages, I'm going to say it is enough, honestly, right? If you're getting 30, 40 points, it is enough. And they've showed that, you know, especially on Storm Point there, that they are just a cut above everyone else in this lobby.
Tiff, has anyone been surprising to you today? I mean,
I mean, look, I've seen some teams that I thought were going to come out here and perform incredibly different in a better way that maybe are performing a little lackluster. And that could be because we are on land. We have a lot of young, talented players, and this is their first time on a stage. You can't even imagine what goes into the amount of pressure that you're experiencing. You are surrounded by 119 other players that are the best at what they do. So you have to be able to lock it in. And I mean, I believe Verholst, right? He's been practicing in the past week alone, just locking it in, not paying attention to chat on his streams, because you have to have that. We are in a live stage environment. When the crowd starts going crazy, I mean, come on, let's go. We need to hear exactly who you're cheering for today. We want to know, because it's just a different dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about, you know, teams that have been a little bit of a change-up. Obviously, Dreamfire was a change-up. The fact that they're even here with Dewa, unfortunately, not being able to make it. You know, they, as we said, it's a little bit different from the team that we saw during Split 1. Right. They've been playing Bang, Seer, Bloodhound. Dreamfire are known for being a very aggressive team, but they did have a bit of an identity crisis during the split and sort of flirted with playing a more zone-heavy style. It didn't work out for them, and they stormed home in the end with a more aggressive style. So I feel like today, even though their comp is favoring that more aggressive style, we haven't really seen them just taking it to all these other teams, like someone like North Eption. So still, I'm feeling there's like that tension in the team about which style are they playing and what actually suits them.
Yeah, it shouldn't be surprised. I think North Eption, you mentioned that would be the team that I kind of have the biggest takeaway on. How aggressive that they're being, how confident that they're being, even getting into these top 4 situations. But the way they're doing it with the kills, to be able to say that, you know, they're in contention. They're second, third place overall in this lobby. That is an incredible achievement heading into a lobby with what feels like people who could be hoisting up this championship no problem. And so representing APAC North, being able to do that and show, with Fnatic also representing on the other side. It's a strong day for APAC North. We've seen good APAC South performances, good EMEA performances, and of course North America is on top here in AB. So for me, does this make our job easier or harder, Tiff, to figure out what's actually going to happen?
I mean, we're getting such good representation from all regions, right? This is a global series, and they are all showing up. So I don't think it makes it harder. It's just more fun, right? Because it could be literally anyone that comes out on top. We said it best. There are some amazing teams behind us from all of the regions, and it's really cool to see a lot of the teams, such as Dreamfire, that came in last second to find success as well already.
Yeah, I think Dreamfire is a great story. You know, Gino, Moist, I brought them up, formerly Team Burger, now with Moist Esports. Big shout out to them as well. You know, Moist Critical, Ludwig joining in and actually being a part of it. He said, you know, esports, they just basically, the orgs, they just, you know, burn money. And that was what was so funny about it, as he's willingly throwing the money in, because he's saying this is worth investing in, and having that kind of humor go along with Moist, who have a lot of humor, and Waltzy, and you know, great personalities. I mean, this is a great situation for APAC South.
Yeah, it's so fun, and yeah, you know, from that same video, all the trophies that Moist Critical was carrying around one. But guess what? There wasn't an Apex trophy in that pile, and they want one. And look, Moist are looking better than ever, honestly. You know, if there was any of the Apex tournaments, any of the Apex LANs they've attended so far where they could actually be lifting that one, I think it might be this one.
Well, you know, I've got a very special thing to throw to here. Our very own Glitter Explosion, who's been doing phenomenally, by the way, doing a stage host today, is having a very special interview with some members from J-Lings Esports. Let's head over.
All right, thank you very much, Rain Day. I am standing by. I'm infiltrating your space, J-Lings, so I'm very sorry. We got to talk a little bit here, Zane, though, okay? Are you okay to chat for a little bit?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, we need to talk about what we saw 2 days ago. Okay, the crowd was, or two games, not 2 days. The crowd was going absolutely insane with that performance. The 1v3, I mean, what happened?
I don't know. I'm controller. I just shot my gun. That's it.
The roller excuse. Okay, all right. But then after that, then you come out with a dub. All right. How's the squad feeling?
I'm mad because I didn't get any kills that game, but they're very happy since we won the game. So I don't know. It's fine.
Are you guys feeling like you've got some good momentum going on here?
Sorry?
Are you feeling you've got some good momentum going on?
This is probably like one of my best movement I've felt before.
All right, well, I'm getting the vibe, a lot of confidence here. You guys are looking fantastic. Congratulations on the dub. I'm gonna send it back on over to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, Glitter. Great performance. Round of applause there. You know, it feels like J-Lings Esports are locked in, right? I mean, they were giving Glitter the responses that, you know, a typical good esports pro will give you. I just shot my gun. Everyone's like, well, I just shoot my gun when I play. It doesn't work that way, Zane. There's got to be something else. But you can see that they're happy with how they're doing, Tiff. And I mean, that's all that matters, getting into your momentum at the right time.
I mean, do you blame them? That's exactly what you need to do. They're still locked in even after that interview. So I could only imagine. He's like, I'm mad because I didn't get more kills. That is the mentality of a pro player right there, because you're like, oh, wait, yeah, I won, but it could have been better. And that can get to be a dangerous situation, but I don't think for those guys, because obviously they can shoot their guns.
Yeah, you always got to be looking for that extra 1%, right? That's why these guys get on this stage, because they're always looking for every little advantage they can get. And yeah, it's never good enough. I mean, we see teams that come top 5 in the world at LAN, and they're always like, they're just shaking their heads. They're like, we're unhappy with this. I don't care about how much money you just put in my bank account. I want the trophy.
That's right. And you kind of put that into comparison with a lot of teams that are dissatisfied with anything but a victory. And I think in this lobby, we see several teams in that same exact position. Whether it's TSM, whether it's XSET, whether it's Alliance, who have a lot to prove, feeling like with Mandy that's even, have a little bit more on their shoulders, but want to get the job done. You've got teams like Northeption. You've got, Moist, who want to hoist it up for APEX South, which maybe, is Dark Zero APEX South or North America now, Genome? I don't know. You
If we raise the trophy, it's definitely APEX South.
Okay. All right, we'll let Genome decide that and you back at home. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to go up to our casters. You've been waiting patiently. We've got Game 6, our final game of the day, underway. Mark, Dan, let's finish it off.
Let's get it, brother. It's time for us to get into game number 6. And Dan, as the camera swings around, it's time for us to talk about what we've got in front of us, because it's the last game of the day here. We've just seen another region, our third region of the day, pick up a win. The question for you is, are we going to see every single region pick up a win here on day number 1?
Is South America going to get into the equation? Are we going to see every region represented when it comes to wins? Well, on the other side, you've got XSET, who are still first, right? They performed so well in match number 1 and 2 that they have a hefty lead going into match number 6, but because they were very poor in 4 and 5, there is a very small window of opportunity for teams to catch them up and maybe take the most points from this Group A versus B.
And the interesting thing as well is, even though XSET had that electric start, like you said, Genome summed it up perfectly, that's not a huge amount of points after 5 games in total, and the rest of the table is very, very close together, and XSET have kind of been dragged back a little bit in that points tally. First place and second place, not as big as a gap as it once appeared it would be. So to say there's all to play for in match number 6 would be right. It's the final game of the day here in London. Game number 6 is live. The dropship is ready. One more game of World's Edge.
And of course, another big shout out to all of you that have come to the Copper Box, that have got involved on a Thursday here, that left work early. I know you naughty scoundrels were making sure you were here, because this is going to be a big one then. Are we going to see the same fight down at Thermal? Yes, we are. It's going to be the same. Someone's going to win it.
I love how you pretended like it wasn't going to happen, Dan. I respect it. But of course, we're going to see Alliance versus Flora Part 3. Who's your money on?
I think Alliance, as long as they can get the same early frag, then they should be able to win this one. They're dropping low, and they are making sure they get these bids ASAP.
Here comes the fight then. Hackis, good shots with the wingman, but not getting the knock. It's very, very uncomfortable. And it'll be Micah goes down here. Flora find themselves in 2. Flora find themselves in a horrible spot, and all of a sudden Alliance, even though they lost that first contest, it's looking like once again, Thermal Station will belong to Alliance.
It wouldn't have felt right if Alliance had lost it.
Let me...
Oh my god.
Let me rephrase what I just said. Didn't realize there was a Sentinel in play, and 126 is always going to do the business. He's going to go for the res here.
It's a res versus res.
The team's up to 2v2 then. And I tell you what, as crazy as it sounds, how a fight can change with one shot from that Sentinel. And I love this from Yudi. He's repositioning now with that Sentinel. Found a little bit more ammo to play with as well. And now Alliance have got everybody up. But look at that Thermite! It's absolutely burning away those players on the outside.
Yeah, Alliance had the advantage. They could res inside. They could utilize the doorways to make sure they stayed alive. Now they have a huge advantage here. It's a 3 versus 2 again, and they've reset. They've got shields. Surely they can't throw this one away.
I would say normally yes, but the Sentinel is a problem. And it is still hitting some big shots. Mike's going to get some ammo to play with at least. But this Sentinel really is the game changer here. One shot from this weapon, a headshot, and it completely changes. But are Alliance going to try and take that high ground here with the lift? It looks like they have. So Alliance now thinking one step ahead once more. How do we deal with a team who's taking space? We take the high from them.
I think it's also because they've seen the circle. They've seen where it's kind of heading, and it is coming down southwest. Teams will be starting to go towards gunshots and trying to get into these positions down at the southern side of the map, over towards Tree, over towards Thermal. So Alliance, they need to finish this fight quick.
Oh, Mandy tries to say peekaboo. Hackers is going to have that wingman to do the damage though, just to make this a little bit better for them. And Alliance, it's a 2-1 victory. And I can say it once again, Thermal Station belongs to Alliance.
Well, thank goodness. It was looking a little bit scary at one point with the Sentinel coming into the equation.
Got ahead of myself.
But now, Alliance, they need to be wary of what's happening elsewhere. The likes of SSG, the likes of Oxygen, the likes of Godfire. All these teams are moving down to the southern side of the map, the southwest side of the map. This circle is ending down south. Tree, and in between Tree and Thermal is where we're going to be finishing.
And the difference here for Alliance, like you say, with all those teams, it means they don't have the same amount of time to loot like we saw last time. So it's a case of getting a position to play from for the long game here for Alliance. Here is your map overhead at home, or if you're in the arena, so you can see how everybody is playing it, and you can already see the concentration of teams here who are holding down that choke between Tree and Thermal.
Great news for Alliance. They do have beacon information, but TSM, a team that has been quiet today, they're in 9th at the moment. This is maybe not what we would have expected from TSM, but also we know they are a Championship Sunday team. They amp up throughout the weekend, but they definitely are kind of due a game when we look at how they've been performing so far. What a stop that is, by the way. The Seer coming in clutch, and it is just as easy as that. 1, 2, 3, Oxygen go down.
Reps and Hal know each other very well.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
The Hemlock wasn't at the top of the list of guns I would have
其實看落係好用嘅，
TSM
不過
climbing
唔
up the
識用
leaderboards into 8th as they climb on top of the
啫。
building as well, thanks to the grab lift. They are looking to try and take out SSG and quickly finish off these kills so then they can think about their rotation. Right now they're in a great spot, and it looks like SSG are next on the TSM.
Let me tell you, how he's not happy with how the last couple of games went for TSM.
That is
That is his
5個
fifth kill in about as many minutes. How is destroying people right now on TSM? They look a little bit ticked off.
And the desk they were talking about, you know,
發奮啊！
because XF had
有
those
Game
4 games.
6，
When you talk about teams that can pop off, right?
大佬你冇40分都搞唔掂啦
TSM do have that in their locker.
！XS 一早攞咗60幾分，真係輸晒都唔緊要喎，嗰66分。
Couple of teams cohabiting this building. 100 Thieves on the outside. I'm pretty sure it was Horizon on the inside. So 100 Thieves looking for a battle. And maybe looking for some extra loot to do it with. The black market goes down. Horizon inside of the building are going to be pretty much set up for the long game here with the Watson fences down. So this might be one of those fights that goes on too long for both teams. I kind of want to see 100 Thieves maybe make a decision to leave this one if they need to. Otherwise, those other teams are going to third party, and 100 Thieves, they don't have the building.
Outside.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they will want to have the outside mainly just for beacon information, but they can only hold it for so long. You're completely right. Other teams are going to start to hear this commotion. They are going to start to get involved. But 100 Thieves will want to stall as long as possible if they don't take the fight. But they may want to take the fight. If they get any sort of whiff of a low shield or anything they can push on, 100 Thieves will most certainly engage.
On move with a cheeky little angle here onto the train tracks.
Naughty.
Speaking of naughty, Vaxlon has that Peacekeeper as well, and let me tell you, he was hitting some big numbers last time we saw him on our screens. So 100 Thieves probably feeling pretty confident in this team fight. They do have an armor advantage, which is a big thing for them to note as well, but opening damage so tough to push through those Watson fences. You need to be in a position where you're confident in doing it, but an EMP could destroy all of that.
But they're using this for a scouting mission. They know that there could be a possibility that they have to retreat, so they want to check the closest building as somewhere they can reside. Gamewood now making their way on the northern side of this circle. 3 teams are up here, by the way, in this vicinity. So if you make noise, if you go down by 1, you're probably not escaping this side.
Yolu looking to see if he can find some damage himself. The exhibits are going to be exchanged, or I should say it's one down to enemy one they've had to back out of, but look at this. You can see the zone once again being a problem.
哇！嗰邊冇啦，輸俾 S 啦，一定咁樣上嚟。
And they've also got another Prowler in their hands, which is again just dealing damage for fun here.
Remember, if XF were to go down though, if XF have a bad game, it blows this group wide open, and suddenly first place is very much available.
And of course, 36 eliminated. Their game day is done. XSET looking to survive. Fun is going to retreat here and maybe think about getting out of this situation, and certainly getting out of this exhibit, so they don't give that information away to Game Ward, who are holding them. But like you mentioned, look how many teams are overlooking this. You have Passion just inside of the zone, waiting for any damage to jump on it.
I think XSET are well aware that they only need to have a bang average game here and they'll still top this group, and that's why we're going to see them retreat from a fight that maybe usually they would take. But this is what happens when you're just trying to gain points and you're trying to be on the top of things. Sometimes you're going to be a little bit more passive. Passion now, a team who hasn't had the most success today, but you know, they were a late addition. You can understand why they might be a little bit off the pace today, but certainly from what we saw throughout the season, when they were able to finish 12th throughout the regular standings, they have it in them to disrupt teams. And it might not happen today, but certainly tomorrow, keep an eye on this squad full of fantastic players.
Passion, obviously, we're looking for that third-party opportunity a little bit earlier, but now decided the zone is going to be a problem if they don't start getting their skates on. So they're moving, they're grooving, and they're moving towards Harvester here as they continue to move towards where that zone is going to be. Looking across what else we've got, and it looks like a lot of teams setting up on the east side towards Tree at the moment, and perfect stuff from Production to show us that, and for you wonderful people here and at home, exactly where we're going to be headed.
Yeah, we've got 6 teams outside of the circle, so that means we've got 10 teams already within it, have gone down towards Tree, kind of on the western side of Lava Siphon as well, setting up wherever you can find any sort of real estate at the moment. Looks like Alliance might be taking a fight here against Dreamfire though.
Dreamfire taking damage, Dreamfire managing to back up as well. Alliance getting their entry damage means that they can control all of the space in front of them and the pace of the fight. Frag Grenade comes in defensively. Akis holds on to that exhibit for just a moment, and now they're going to get that information, and somehow or other, Hackers is doing his best Neo impression here as the frag grenades are just not connecting. Has to use the black hole to back up as the damage now comes in. You're looking at armor advantage here. You have to say Dreamfire have it.
Dreamfire, they back off. They did the damage, but then they got absolutely shredded as soon as they pushed up. The grenades were doing enough, and the EMP also made a big difference there. But Alliance, they're a little bit worried. They don't really know where they want to go right now because they are being held out by Dreamfire on their northern rotations. Instead, they're going to have to go back towards Thermal, back towards where they were dropping, and look to try and push through elsewhere. And TSM have kind of taken that area off them. TSM are now holding the kind of most western side of Tree, and they'll be looking to finish anyone off that is going to be arriving late.
Yeah, TSM in a really good position here for endgame as well. They do have that height at the top of the train tunnel, overlooking everything that goes down on Tree. So you can see they're holding their backs at the moment. They will have to deal with Alliance, you would imagine, and Exet. You've got Dreamfire still coming from the north as well as Gamewood. So work for them to do for sure, but maybe they can pinch some of those teams and do the damage to force them to score and do the work for them. But Exet,
Exet 喺呢邊入
to a full 3, and that is stage 1. In finishing today,
Dreamfire 同 Alliance 喺後邊，喺側邊。哇，好睇。
Just solidify first hit if there is not a pop-off game from someone. But at the moment, we are seeing a few teams that are picking up KP.
SS 決定走。
Could be a threat to their first place. There's the map overhead again. So as we've mentioned, we're heading down towards Tree. There will be some teams maybe banking on a slight of a northern pull here, maybe up towards those train tracks where currently TSM currently reside.
So a little bit of silence here. It looks like there's a lot of teams who have found somewhere to play. Still 4 teams. The only ones who have found themselves eliminated and having to watch on as we close out the day's action in our game number 6 today. Exit inside a Harvester. There's your kill leader. Imperial How, we saw him caught all of that action. Ignited right at the start of this game.
TSM!
For TSM, speaking of which, time to see what's happening on the flat line of Imperial How.
And I think TSM are sensing there are points up for grabs in this Group A versus B matchup. Remember, they don't need to win the group. Of course, it would be great, but it's about accumulating points to put yourself in the best position to qualify and get into the winner's bracket once we get through that bracket play, not dropping into the elimination bracket. And then you can start to think of the glory days of maybe a championship Sunday in those finals.
TSM maybe thinking about their next move here. Really, really important moments for them. We kind of mentioned how the last couple of games been a little bit off the boil by their own standards, but a good game number 6 here can completely replace that confidence and shoot them up the leaderboard. Speaking of teams, though, you can see North Epsion here going to be eliminated. So 15 to fall out of this lobby has been found, and it looks like TSM just making sure their backs are clear here.
And sometimes with Apex Legends, you are at the will of where that circle is going. And even though they've not been terrible circles for TSM, they haven't been the ideal ones. Whereas this one, very good when you consider that they drop over a Lava Siphon. So they have been able to manipulate the map in a way to get some kills early on, get into a good position now, and then they can push through, try and get through the late game where they can really pick up a heavy amount of points.
Interesting here as we look at Game Ward, a team trying to rotate through that snake building towards Lava Siphon, but the battle between Dreamfire and Alliance is still continuing. It looks like Dreamfire are trying to move into the station, and Alliance are holding them out for now, and we'll be shadowing them as they move in. Game Ward looking to do some damage on this team, like I mentioned, on the track, moving through that snake. But for now, looks like that team have managed to sneak past them. Who is that team? We can see on your screens right now. That's Exit. Nocturnal has to be careful with.
It seems simple for XSET. The goal is literally just to stay alive. In a survival battle royale game, I think that's maybe too easier way of putting it. But genuinely, they could have got involved in fights earlier and they could have gone down and they could have opened this group. But they've been patient, they've been very sensible with their play, and it most likely is going to result with them winning this Group A versus B.
Now they're using the utility to try and move into a safe spot as well. They want to play for this truck by the looks of things. They throw the Rolling Thunder down. That forces Passion to have to retreat, have to survive instead of cutting them up on the pass. Now Fon has to just get inside, and that's a great little rotation there from XSET. The micro was perfect.
Just got to avoid grenades and avoid too much attention. These RV trucks are fine unless suddenly 2 or 3 teams start looking at you and start pelting you with grenades, and then you are just going to succumb, unfortunately, to inevitable damage. But it looks like they've been able to get into the circle. They should be comfortable, as now everyone else in the lobby is going to have to try and do something similar. You have to go across no man's land, use any smoke you may have, any sort of abilities, as XSET are going to be doing the damage alongside 100 Thieves, and Gamewood, their backs are against the wall.
Couple of exhibits going down here from the Seer players. Fun
Whoa,
taking damage as well.
whoa.
Eternal also taking damage. The difficulty here for XS is composition. Holding down one of these trucks without that Watson generator, the interception pylon, to eat those nades as they come in, means they have to play the space around. They have to deal damage and force teams away from them.
And they have been able to do so. I mean, it's been very impressive that they were able to get here, but suddenly Mad Maggie's going to get involved. It looks like they're going to be able to just get away from that riot drill. They're going to be able to stay alive. And, to be honest, they're going to pick up kills.
What do you got then, TSM? In the kill feed as well, you can see Moist. I tell you what they've got more kills for TSM Imperial How, and he's hungry for more here. That's his 6th of this game, and TSM looking to ape this team and finish them off.
癲咗啊佢哋！
Needs help, he gets help as Dreamfire eliminated. 12 squads remaining. TSM
癲咗啊！
position. These points are starting to climb as the
搶分黐線佬！
East. So those who were playing Tree, those that were banking on Tree, would have got the beacon.
大家都係得37分咋，至少頭5
Horizon is
啊！
still in that building down at Tree, and they're going to have to move.
I mean, what a zone pull that is. That has thrown a cat among the pigeons for sure. TSM lose 1. Verholst has gone down, but here comes Reps. He's looking for revenge for his teammate. Can't get the answer. Imperial How left on his own now. How manages to take
哎呀 ，PK 啊人哋係。
Knockout Esports will eliminate TSM.
TSM were able to get up at 7th. Alliance, though, they want a little bit of a scrap. It's going to be XSET on the other side, and Yuki, the last remaining player, but XSET also...
又入唔到頭10啊！
Remember, it's just survival.
Just survival.
真係好慘啊！天
Might just be enough, but no, it's not going to be enough. Nocturnal gets 1, but
XSET 都死。
as well, and it's FC Destroy who take down the final players. Leave no witness also fall, but J-Links, Dan, they're still here.
J-Links is the big one here because they are the closest competitor to that first place now. If they can get a first place, if they can't get a lot of kills here, it's still very much in the realms of possibility to catch first.
Alliance out, Godfire out, 6 squads remaining, and I tell you what a place to do it here for J-Lings. If they can take first place here in their hometown, they're going to feel pretty damn good about it.
6 squads remaining. FC Destroy, they can hold the outskirts of this northern side. J-Lings are going to be sitting pretty central alongside the likes of Horizon. Teams who are going to struggle a little bit, you've got NC who've got to move in. Moist are going to be holding the eastern side as well. Western side, excuse me. So a lot of teams who are banking on the edge because there isn't much playable area in the center of this next circle.
J-Links have the height. That's the great thing for them. You can see that's where they are, just up on that platform. No one behind them as well. Their backs are clear, so they can kind of let the lobby do the damage here. Much like we saw them do in that previous game where they won. Let the lobby do the damage, and then announce yourself at just the right time. On the outside of the zone here, you can see Moist Esports as well. Once again, making it towards that end zone. Looks like J-Lings have had to fall off that height, trying to control as much space as they can down to that eastern side.
So it was a 72-point finish for XSET. That is the target for J-Lings. I believe they're on around 59 right now. So things are starting to get a little bit close because a victory plus kills could be a result that J-Lings would find themselves in first place in groups A versus B.
Was FC Destroy try and make their way towards zone, and then they loot up. We do have a listening available, and as everything starts to move towards the carnage of the end zone, it's only right that we jump in.
From here. I mean, no, that's not going to do anything. Do you want to go now? Do you want to go now?
Yeah, let's try. Yeah,
you just Q1, can you Q1?
Wait, give me a second.
Wait, Watson. Let me take it again, guys. Take it again.
50, 7-1. Then get Sean.
I got a bat, okay?
36.
Wait for the next queue.
We just need to...
We're jumping back in. That wasn't FC Destroy. I'm pretty sure that was J-Links, and they're picking up some more damage. But here come FC Destroy. Forget about the listening. Let's listen to the shots as they're hitting the backs of these players here around these crates.
Yeah, this is a big moment because if FC Destroy can push in and get these kills, they can reclaim this position, or they can claim it actually. They won't reclaim it because they didn't have it, but they are taking a lot of damage from elsewhere. This is not comfortable for them. They need to be able to heal up, so now this is where you need to require your teammates to put down to some suppressing fire here.
Smokes are going to help, just cut off those lines of sight. Hamadrill manages to just about get back to his teammates, and you have to say they've done extremely well to stabilize here. This is the lay of the land though. Up on that high ground you have Horizon. Down just below them, J-Ling's still alive, and you can see Pulverex right on the edge of this zone. That is a tough rotation for them to make.
Remember, as long as J-Lings get a kill or two, a victory would give them the #1 spot in Group A versus B. So XZ will watch on, pray that J-Lings do not get this first place finish, but the position they're in on set, it's not a bad one.
Let me tell you, if they can deal with FC Destroy and they can take them down, all the other teams will have to move towards them. This is a big opportunity for them to take that fight, but instead of that fight, they're going to try and take the high ground. FC Destroy are falling down to the low, and you can see Pulverex being eliminated in that kill feed. NorCal Esports being eliminated as well, and Horizon. J-Links won that fight.
J-Links have a chance here, but there are still spoilers to this party. FC Destroy want more points as they destroy the Gen, and they have the chance to maybe push it on this team, but they know with 3 squads left, you can't just full send here. You have to be aware of where every team is on this map.
3v3 on the map at the moment. FC Destroy still alive on the edge of zone. The APAC North team. We have an EMEA team as well, and then of course we have an APAC South team in Moist Esports, but Moist are taking a lot of damage, and again look who's waiting. Last game it was the low ground, but this time it's the high ground.
J-Links are going to try and replicate it, and it looks like they're going to be sending it soon, but they wait patiently. Again, timing is everything here.
The seconds tick down. They're waiting for that damage to come in, and I tell you what, I've never seen an ARC star held with such aggression in my life. He's managed to survive for now. It looks like VJ
dancing.
Out a little bit. He's desperate to drop down on these players and get these kills. And they're going to have to be forced to move now. And all of a sudden, it looks like this game might have changed, Dan.
Because of that drop down with the Arcstar, they are now forced to make this push realistically. Unless 2 leave VJ here, then they'd have to try and take on FC Destroy. FC Destroy arguably best position in the game right now.
You get the feeling if it was any other player, instead of VJ, if it's the Horizon player, if it's the Valkyrie player, they can come back up to the high ground and rejoin if they need to. But look at this. Now the drop comes in. Nax doing big damage as you would expect. He destroys the black hole, and now he's looking to destroy the dreams of the team in front of him as well. Oh, the armor swap's going to come in quick enough. It's a 3v2 here. Nax is on his own. Now you can see, with 1 point separating them and Exa, they can't get the win. They get the 2nd place, and FC Destroy will come through with the win.
They were 1 point off, but did not get that kill. It should solidify XZ in first place in A versus B, but FC Destroy, they held out. They had an opportunity to push very early on there, but they said, no, look, let's back off. We know there's another team in the vicinity, but we're not quite sure where. And they just patiently waited, and because J-Links did commit heavily to that fight, and unfortunately, when a Watson's in the area, fences are down, it punished them completely.
Yeah, very tough for them to make, and at some point they had to take that fight, right? They had to take that fight. It was their only option. I think they were just hoping they could wipe it quick enough to get the armor swaps and maybe have a chance in that 3v3 engagement, but with how talented all the teams are in this lobby, with how well drilled and disciplined they are, FC Destroy were never going to let that opportunity fall through their fingers.
And I mean, we talk about international representation at this tournament, the amount of winners we've just seen in Group A versus B. Everyone's had a slice of that pie. Maybe not South America yet, but South America perhaps tomorrow will be their day.
Yeah, 100%. There's certainly a lot of good news to come for them, as we can see J-Links Esports, a little bit of a wave to the crowd who have been, I've got to say, backing them all the way today. But a little bit of disappointment at the same time, Dan.
But I like that you've got someone coming to say, hey, look, yes, we're disappointed because we were 1-off winning, but we just got 2nd in what is a very stacked group at times. Look at the teams we were able to beat, the teams we were able to top here. They still get great amounts of points going into tomorrow.
I think the story coming out today, though, A versus B, right, is the international talent that we are seeing. This is not going to be a walk in the park for any region. Every single point you have to pick up, you're going to have to fight hard for. And I'm going to say FC Destroy in that end game played it so well. Patience is a virtue in some of those situations.
好好睇真係。
Taking the best position. And then capitalize. A lot of times we'll see teams try and move in on that, and all of a sudden they choke it. One player goes down, a little bit hyper aggressive, but they played it to a T.
They did the J-Lings onto J-Lings, unfortunately. They were the team that entered the fight last, and a very impressive day from so many teams. A disappointing day for others, but plenty of time to rectify that throughout this tournament.
And plenty to talk about for sure. And for us, that's going to do it from Gaskin and myself on set. Thank you for having us. It's always been a pleasure. We'll be back tomorrow, but for now, we send it down to the desk.
Round of applause for Gaskin and Onset. Great casting, fellas. We're excited to see you tomorrow back on the desk as well. And I'll be joined by Onset a little bit tomorrow. Some of us will. It'll be fun. And of course, what a performance we have seen from J-Lings Esports. I don't think any of us, there's some TSM bingo cards floating around on Twitter. I don't think any of us had J-Lings Esports basically almost win the group with a game like that. They almost did it. We're going to wait for the final confirmation. We kind of get to see some of the points, though. But I mean, I don't know, Tiff. Take it away, because I don't have enough words to describe how impressed I am with this squad and their late game performances.
Yeah, look, so I've also been keeping tabs on them, right? I had a conversation with Bowsy. I reached out ahead of LAN, and I was like, hey, like, where are they headed at? How's everything going? Yeah. And it was a little bit turbulent before coming into playoffs, right? They literally scrimmed 3 times. Their preparation was not good compared to a lot of these teams that really put in so much effort ahead of this. Now, I look at this, and I'm like, okay, so what are you going to do? He said, we're going to rely on our micro fighting. And I mean, you heard it.
J-Lings 今日真係好好 ，J-Lings
Well, clearly it is working.
It really was that simple.
17 kills. I mean, yeah, that seems like the strategy, right? They needed that many, though. They must have known, right, going into that. Yeah. I mean, you're not necessarily like going for first in the group stage, right? Because the points are cumulative across all 3 of those lobbies. But at the same time, you still want it. You still want to be first. You want to have that psychological advantage over everyone else. So they knew it would take a big game to do that. And they were so close.
Almost one simple kill. It was really unfortunate for those wanting to see the underdog story in that moment. But you got to say that as much as I said Xset, I would love to have seen you perform stronger in these final couple of games. I got to give them credit. They did what they needed to do with that last game to get enough.
哇！呢個
5 points. When you're not having your best game, seems like Xset was able to do the trick. But all around the board, I think Mark and Dan set the stage, Tim. We had international representation in every single game here. The competition was immaculate.
Immaculate indeed, because there's not just one region absolutely steamrolling. It's relatively, it's split out. You look at the top 10 and you're like, okay, maybe 1, 2 NA teams, and it just goes to show you. But it's FC Destroy right here in this last game. They initially rotate around and they start picking a fight with J-Lings. And I believe you may have already mentioned it, or was maybe Marker on set. They were talking about how that split decision to back away from J-Lings and maybe start pestering on to Moist.
喺個石上釘繩真係好正，黐下
And
線。
actually, that kind of opened up the moment for J-Lings too, Gino.
冇辦
Because
法
I'm
啦，
not sure if they
但
fought FC Destroy and the team that they challenged on top. So it's kind of like both the teams did their thing and then they met up. It just happened to be FC Destroy got the better position.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes you have to make those decisions in Apex because you know there's a third party around the corner. There always is. That's what decided that game.
Right.
You know, as soon as Moist Esports got taken out, of course, that was the time where FC Destroy was going to come in.
Third party. Well, not the best party, but the most frequent party that you're invited to in Apex Legends. Make sure you remember that when you're playing in your games. And everyone who's been watching at home as well, just a big thank you. We love the support that we've seen online, the support we've seen in the Copper Box Arena, all of the fans waiting around here. We've got some MVPs, conversations to get into. We've also got some interviews coming up, so some good things handling here as well as myself, Rainday, Tiff, and Genome close out the show. But, I mean, we're looking at the totality of today. It was Xset, obviously coming in on top, and I think they deserved to have that type of dynamic today. I think it was a strong statement as well for a team that's been so close to holding up that trophy, but never been in that position. And this is how you want to start it, coming out and taking top points in your group.
Definitely, right? But we have that mindset of there's always a little bit more.
我想睇埋個總分。
that Hodzic is going to go back.
TSM 有機會喺12-3位。
momentum moving forward, because at the end of the day, you have to be able to reign consistent. And would this have been match point? this would have been detrimental to XSET because it would have just keep opening the door for teams to hit that threshold.
Yeah, and you can see exactly where that improvement is to be made, right? And it's on World's Edge. Yeah. I mean, all of those points came from Storm Point, and that's a map that they really have made their own in the past. You know, they were one of the pioneers of using Lobar and going from you know, Cascade Falls, and the way that they made that work on Storm Point isn't necessarily, you know, reliable on World's Edge. And I think that's one of the reasons why they did so well there to start off today, and then really hit the brakes, unfortunately, towards the end.
Yeah, it is one of those dynamics in Apex you've just got to be able to play around. So far, a lot of teams showing us the best that they've got. No better way to start day one of our Split 1 playoffs here in London. FC Destroy, big 21-point game, 12 placement points.
果然主場啊 ，J Ling
outnumber 26 points, 17 kills for J Ling's Esports, putting on a offensive clinic this evening here in London. Moist Esports. Consistency, that's all I got to say. They have just been good all day long. Horizon Union as well. Shout outs to Phoenix. Hope to catch up with him a little bit. My boy from Paladins and NorCal Esports rounding out the top 5. But taking a look at this, you know, we've got teams here. Everyone had a moment. Alliance, XSET, TSM, and then on this back half, TIFF, you know, teams that definitely Space Station had a moment. Maybe not a great moment in Game 6, but this is a good starting zone for a lot of teams here.
Yeah, I definitely think it is the good first series for these teams. You get your feet wet. You start kind of figure out how some of these teams are going to be playing. And I mean, look at TSM right there. Yeah. 9 eliminations, only 1 placement point. I would rather go out in 11th with 10 points than go the distance and have a 2nd place with 0 elims.
The name of the game is 5 points.
真係慘啊！又係10名外，殺9個。
is the type of deadly dynamic that we've seen TSM bring. I'm so excited to see how that transitions over the course of these next.
哦，落翻第，哇，入翻第8都 OK。哦 ，Dreamfire 都30㗎。Alliance 有啲差，今次但係。之前72分，哇，72分喎，跨過唔到 S 喎 ，SSG。 FC TSM OK， 仍然 keep 住第8，我覺得我可以嘅，以小組賽嚟講，頭10就 OK 啦個分數，但係好濛水咯。如果第一場唔係打得咁好嘅話 ，TSM 其實真係會跳出第。
North Epsilon and Moist really close together, so that's showing us like the differing styles. So not only have you got you know, teams from every region playing, depending on how you think you know what excites you in competitive Apex, you've got teams who play it smart and teams who just play it with their rollers, I guess. You know, doing really well.
Well, I'm getting some news here. You might want to repeat that. I heard the first one, but not the second too. We do have the results coming in from our C versus D, which was off stream. I know our first two. It's Fnatic and it's ExoClan. Fnatic taking the win in Group C versus D, which I think is a huge, I mean, testament to what you brought up. A team that got 4th at Champs, clearly with a mission here in London.
Yeah, I mean, they've been phenomenal, you know, up to this tournament, and I think they're one of the teams who is like, yeah, they definitely wouldn't be happy even with a top 5. They would only be happy if they're walking away holding that trophy high. Very interesting to see that EXO came second.
FC 係韓國定日本
？Identity crises before with Dreamfire, and I was talking a little bit to EXO about what they were looking to do coming into this tournament, and they were wondering whether they should be playing more of and actually flipping between comps. So they were one of those ones trying to so I'm going to be fascinated to find out what they've actually settled on and what they started playing in that first series today.
Well, it's been a great performance, but sometimes we have some great individual performances. In fact, every day we tend to have that in the ALGS.
FC 都係日本。
One of my favorite segments to highlight performers are Monster MVP. All right, let's see who we got to focus on. Tiff, I want to start with you. Who was your Monster MVP for today?
Look, well, this is going to come as no surprise. It is going to be none other than J Ling's Esports.
一定係 J Ling Zing。
Back when he tweeted it right after
好似 His Watson 咁根本就。
with no comp experience. Bro, you don't have any
好啦 ，Group C 同 Group D 啊 ，Fnatic。
What is the deal, man?
EXO NRG。
Exciting to see this when you get young, fresh players. I looked up his Wikipedia
然後仲有 CR。
Wikipedia page before winning their
first season
qualifier. So a young D
都係好睇嘅隊嘅 CD group 仲平均。Holy shit！
And this play right here, staying on the low ground, waiting, taking the grab lift up. I mean, that was such an easy decision for me.
2 wins on the day from J-Lings Esports. One of the best moments individually we've seen, no doubt. Zane, Gino, what you got?
We're going with Verhulst here from TSM.
Okay, Big E.
Yeah, Big E. We saw TSM have some really cool moments today, you know, plowing through a lot of teams. And when they're doing that, a lot of the time it is off the back of Verhulst. This guy on the controller just absolutely destroys people, right? And I think one of the things that makes TSM such a great team is their ability to not only take these early fights and pick up those KP as we were talking about, because you don't always make it to the end, but then when you do, you need those clutch plays.
講殺人技術真係 TSM 整體真係。
executing those plays and really coming up when they need it in the final circles.
純粹真係排唔到向前。黐孖筋。哇！黐孖筋真係全部都準到。
exist in that environment and still perform when you've got those kind of comms coming through. Yeah, that's something I'd have to give a shout out to the Hulls for as well, honestly.
All right, well, big shout outs to them. But I got to go ahead to my boy Nocturnal. XSET ends up taking the day. They rep the set for not only North America, but they also do it in fine fashion. Yes, they didn't have the best games towards the back half. When you talk about winning, a win is a win. And when you say
分係 XSET 係好過 TS， 但係好過 Team Liquid 真係。Team Liquid 打唔起啊，喺北美。但係 XSET 喺北美其實係真係好好。 所以其實以攞分嘅能力嚟講，其實 XSET 真係北美裡面而家近期係最好。TSM 同 NRG 攞分嘅能力都真係唔夠 XSET。如果大家有睇翻過往線下賽嘅話，就會知道 XSET 係幾咁懂得搶分。
All right, fantastic stuff. I mean, all around. What a moment. I mean, isn't it cool to be here, by the way? Just to, like, take a second off the analysis. Like, we've had fun today.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. I could never have imagined that I would be in London with amazing people in front of me, amazing people beside me, and then an insane live crowd. Like, this is just kind of chaotic, right?
Chaotic, is that the word you'd use, Genome? I mean, it is a lot going on.
No, it's beautiful. You know, I mean, so many moments today we saw. Like the first thing that popped into my mind as I said that was Zane with the 1v3. Honestly, one of the most beautiful moments I've seen happen in Apex. You know, like just the excitement rising as he got the first one. You're like, that's insane. Second guy pops up, goes down. He's just playing whack-a-mole with them. Oh man, that was.
You know, I think that there's something that you miss. If you're watching at home, we love you, we appreciate it. That's most of us all the time. We're even casting from home. But the idea of getting to experience those moments like that Zane 1v3 with a crowd, having the shared emotion, this shared kind of endorphin starting to hit, it's hard to describe, really. I mean, it is a different thing. And I think that's what makes things beautiful about this environment. In fact, I know that we have a very special moment at the end of the show. It's going to be an interview. We're not sure who it's with yet. We're waiting with bated breath, so I will get that to you in just a moment. I know there's still people in the audience waiting to hear from a player. But Tiff, as well, I mean, anybody else stand out to you? I mean, we talked about a few, but I think we could have put several other players in that list in terms of monster MVPs for today.
Oh, look, there's so many players, so many people that you want to hype up. But I'm telling you, North Eption, we got to keep an eye on them. Every time we go back, we're watching the game. Every time they're out in Narnia, like crafting in zone, vibing, hitting the beacon. I just look at Genome and I'm like, look, they're going to just wait, just watch. They had a slow burn to start it off, and then they come out swinging. And look at Zane shaking his head at something. Someone probably hyped him up, and he was like, I'm not impressed. It wasn't good enough.
That's you and all the Twitter followers you just sent over to it.
Is that what's going on?
He's just responding that right now. Like, just aim, you know, brain dead, basically, for anybody trying to figure out.
我想講之後先至漫長啊！
is ready. We've got Glitter Explosion standing by with one of our players. Let's go ahead over to Lauren.
10個鐘啊，應該要聽日。
All right, thank you very much, Rain. You're right. I'm standing
浪
by
地
with
啊！
Max
佢哋
from
8點鐘
J-Link,
開始，
and we have a lot
即係即係英國嘅晏晝12點，12點開始，
and then just smashed it.
應該打到夜晚10點，應該要9至10個鐘。3日打晒，黐線。
We started off pretty slow, I guess, but after the ball got rolling, like it was really rolling. So yeah.
睇多次個時間
And my teammates, they played insane. VJ just done his gelling as.
係啊，3號。
Zayn is 1v6 against 100 Fuse and Passion.
4號。
That was crazy. That was crazy. But
我4號先辛苦。
And yeah, I'm happy. We done well today.
3號都係輕鬆，4號應該辛苦。
We gotta stay focused.
Okay, we got to talk about those teammates that you mentioned because I believe there was a video that you put out on social media about the real deal. Okay, can you hype up your teammates a little bit here for me?
The video about the J-Links video, you took the announcement? Yeah, oh yeah, there was a clip I posted. There was a lot of allegations going on about Zayn that, you know, he's not legit and stuff like that. And I told him, like, this is your moment, bro. You have to come to LAN, you're going to perform. We all believed in him, and that's why, like, we stuck with him, and he showed, like, what he's about today. He's amazing. And with VJ as well, he doesn't really get the spotlight because he's a controller IGL, and a lot of MNK players think, like, they can't do it. And VJ is only IGL for about, let's say, 2 months, and he's already, in my opinion, better than a lot of MNK, like, IGL. So, yeah. So yeah, VJ and Zayn are doing their thing, man. I'll be honest, they're doing their thing for sure.
Now you guys were only 1 point away from tying for top spot today. When we're talking about momentum, looking forward to the rest of groups, how are you guys feeling?
We don't want to get overconfident because it's not good, but we're gonna stay focused. We're confident going obviously to the 12 games that we're playing tomorrow.
We're
just, you know, we're gonna chill now and probably even review the game, see what we can do even better too, like. Because we didn't win today, we got second, but yeah, I'm still happy about performance.
All right, last question before I throw it back to Rain. You are now in your hometown, playing in front of your hometown crowd. How does it feel?
I mean, I love London. It feels good. It's the first day today. The crowd was insane, so I can't wait for the finals. I know this place is gonna be crazy.
All right, well, thanks so much for chatting with us, Nags. We're gonna send it back over to the desk.
I love Nags, man. Talking to Nags. Always has a swag, giving it up for London. I mean, it's a great guy to interview. I always love chatting with him. You know, that's a great representation, too, of the energy of, I think, J-Lings, right? They have that almost swagger to them in the way that they like to play and the confidence that they like to take into their games. But out of game, you can tell there's humility there. It's like, hey, you know, second place. We did okay. We didn't do what we really need, though. And that's what they're going to be hoping for. Hopefully they aren't in Sunday. That will be their goal. Okay, every day we highlight something that's important, and sometimes we do it in the front. Today we're going to look backwards on some of the most important plays and check out what's in your pack thanks to WD Black. All right, what's in your pack today? We are going to be talking about none other than one of the most important ordinances in Apex Legends. If you know what I'm talking about, that's all right. Basically grenades, you know, thermites. The Arc Star, that's right, Tiff. The Arc Star, one of the most impactful ordinances in the game. It has been since launch, but it had some big impact today and is always going to be an important element in your games.
Look, I mean, just looking back on this, between Moist and Alliance hugging that fence, all of the ordinances going out, in particular that Arc Star, it's sticking onto that other side. Alliance, sure, they were able to reset just a little bit, but it was enough to deter them. And when you stick someone, it's actually chaotic, right? You get the stick, the person's like, oh my god, I've been stuck, I need to get away from me because I don't want to take you down with me, right? So it's a very critical thing, and Genome, they've had a little bit of changes to how much damage it does and all of those things, but it's still so good.
Yeah, it's got the stun, right? So after you get hit, you know, you're an easier target at that point as well. And yeah, and it also does extra damage to shields. Yeah, just in case you didn't know.
Well, if you didn't know that about the Arc Star and you're still watching this broadcast, we appreciate you, we love you, and that has been What's in Your Pack, thanks to WD Black. All right, it's almost time here. I know we still have some lingering fans here. A lot of people have headed out their way, but as the show is about to close, I want to give you guys a moment after a first day, a great day, by the way, of working with both of you. Your final thoughts, takeaways, and expectations maybe heading into tomorrow. Tiff, I'll start with you.
Look, I wish I could say that I didn't believe that XSET would have stayed on top that long, but that just goes to show you how two dominating performances can really change the trajectory of your 6-game series. And throughout the group stages, that's what you're going to need. Now, maybe it's not going to look exactly like that. You mentioned it earlier. They were very low-scoring series, and I think that may be a trend because of the level of talent that is obviously here from the different regions. So just play your game, play it slow, play it methodical, or unless you're North Eption, go crazy.
Gino?
Yeah, I mean, you know, you were talking about the humility, how humble Jailings were there, right? And I think that's something that you need, and something that I would say you haven't seen from teams who are still contesting when it comes to LAN. Because if you haven't sorted that out by now, it can be a really, really big problem. Now, we were having a lot of fun watching Alliance, you know, go up against Flora, and from what I was seeing on the Twitter feed, KCP were going up against DZ, I believe it was, at Mill, in a contest as well, and DZ were coming out on top there. So, you know, when you get to LAN you have the ego and say, no, we can beat the other team rather than potentially taking a weaker drop spot. Well, you can see that doesn't work out so well sometimes, and you know, it was a little bit more even, I think, here on the mainstream from what we heard. DZ run away with it, and KCP are now going to be struggling when it comes to the end of the group stage and even trying to make it into that winner's bracket.
Incredible thoughts. Thank you, Genome. Thank you, Tiff. Thank you, Fallout, Vicky, Onset, Gasket, who have been our casters. Thank you to the fans who are still here. I know there's not that many of you left. Yeah, you're the real ones right now. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I'll see all of you tomorrow as well. 10 a.m. UK time, we start, and we go even longer. 12 games will be played, and we'll decide who's going into those winners and those losers bracket, elimination brackets. It's been a heck of a day to kick off the Split 1 playoffs in London. As always, never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you tomorrow. Make some noise! The Split 1 playoffs have begun.
And that's take out TSM, and now you're winning for game 1.
Enemy! We can do it! A 2 versus 3! XSET goes back to back. Are you kidding me? One more game on Storm Point. Can XSET go back to back to back? And a 1v1, but North Eption does it instead. Japan on top in game number 3. It's match number 4. He finds 2 with the 1 clips. He's gonna make it. Dreamfire step up. Here at Jailings, welcome to the party, boys. They played it perfectly. 1 point separating them and XSET. They can't get the win. They get the second place. And FC Destroy will come through with the win.
Herman Miller Gaming is the official chair partner of the Apex Legends Global Series.
係啊，Day One 完啦，咁就完啱啱回手翻嚟，咁就聽日冇記錯，聽日係夜晚8點嘅。我睇翻個。冇記錯係8點。唔係啩？400又 too much 喎，把嚟喎大佬。2月3號凌晨1點，2月4 6點 PM， 2月4 6點 PM， 2月4 6點，即係加8，凌晨2點。啊！聽日凌晨2點先開，係嘛？唔係喎，6點，係咯。今日2月3啊，星期5月4 ，OK， 星期6、星期1 ，OK。
我都記得我哋拍拖。
好，就係咁啦，今日就完啦，所以就係咁多先。咁我哋之後。喺 Group 2即係下一個小組賽，我哋都會再繼續直播嘅。咁今日就嚟到呢度啦，我哋咁大家早啲休息，我哋聽日直播再見，係咁先。Peace， 謝謝大家嘅支持，再見咯。